The desert doesn't care who you are. It only cares whether you live long enough to cross it. Desert Run. A modern Western noir thriller of corruption, manhunts, and survival in the New Mexico Badlands. Chapter 1. The Silverado's air compressor died 20 miles south of Truth or Consequences. It choked, rattled, and blew a lungful of baked dust through the vents. Jack Carter rolled the windows down. The wind, coming off the Jornada del Muerto, felt like the exhaust of a jet engine against his face. Heat waves rose from the asphalt in shimmering curtains, distorting the horizon into a mirage of liquid glass. He draped his left wrist over the top of the steering wheel. The leather felt sticky against his skin. A fine layer of white alkali dust coated the dashboard, the seats, and his own forearms. The desert demanded a toll from everything passing through. It dried the moisture from human skin and bleached the color from painted steel. Arroyo Seco bled into view. It sat on the hardpan like a discarded thought. Cinderblock buildings bleached by the sun lined a single main drag. Rusted corrugated tin roofs groaned under the wind. A Dollar General with a shattered storefront window displayed empty shelves. A tire shop sat surrounded by a perimeter of rotting rubber, the stacks of bald tires resembling a rubber fortress against the elements. The Rio Grande ran a few miles west. A man could not tell from the air. The atmosphere had the quality of an old bone. All the life baked out of it centuries ago. Corporate lithium mining outfits moved into the basin 2 years ago. They brought flatbed trucks, deep drilling rigs, and men in neon-reflective vests. They chewed up the desert crust and drained the prehistoric aquifers. They turned the underground water table into poker chips. They divided the geography into winners and losers. Arroyo Seco caught none of the wealth. The town acted as a mere speed bump for the heavy machinery. The residents breathed the silica dust and watched their wells run dry week by week. Carter tasted the grit in his own saliva. He pulled the gray truck into the gravel lot of a windowless box called the Anvil. A neon sign buzzed in the punishing glare. 2 letters burnt out, leaving TH Anvil blinking against the stark blue sky. Carter left the engine ticking, allowing the cooling fan to combat the engine block's heat. He stepped out. The heat had a physical weight. It pushed down on his shoulders like a weighted blanket. He stretched his right knee, feeling the familiar grind of bone and torn cartilage, a souvenir from a foot chase through a rail yard a decade past. He wore a dark linen jacket over a plain gray t-shirt. The jacket concealed a Sig Sauer P320 on his right hip, resting in a Kydex inside the waistband holster. He checked the street. Empty. A stray dog panted in the shade of a dead cottonwood tree, its ribcage heaving with the effort of survival. Ferris Cobb brought Carter to this dead patch of dirt. Cobb skipped a $12,000 bond out of Las Cruces. A catalytic converter thief with a methamphetamine habit and a string of bad decisions. Cobb hit a Methodist church parking lot on a Sunday morning. He slid under a dozen minivans with a battery-powered sawzall, leaving a trail of severed exhaust pipes. A bail bondsman named Wickfield tipped Carter that Cobb bought an unregistered camper van in Arroyo Seco with the stolen cash. $1,200 sat at the end of this trail. Carter needed the $1,200. His checking account held double digits. A man reaches 41 years of age. He expects a thicker cushion than double digits. Carter traded a federal badge and a government pension for a skip tracer's unpredictable hustle. Some days, the trade tasted like ash. Carter pulled the heavy wooden door open. The Anvil featured no windows. Management preferred to keep the brutal reality of the New Mexico sun outside. The interior smelled of decades of spilled beer, floor wax, and the desperate perspiration of men spending their last dimes. A long mahogany bar, scarred by cigarette burns and pocket knives, dominated the left side of the room. The mirror behind the liquor bottles suffered from silver rot, flaking away at the edges like a diseased retina. A ceiling fan wobbled on its axis, pushing the stale air around the room without cooling it. 3 men occupied the space around the pool table. They wore heavy denim and work boots coated in white caliche dust. One man had a thick braided beard and a spiderweb tattoo crawling up the side of his neck. He leaned over the green felt, lining up a shot on the 8-ball. The tip of his cue stick lacked chalk. He took the shot. The cue ball jumped, striking the 8-ball at a sharp angle. The black sphere rattled in the corner pocket and spat back out, rolling to a stop near the center of the table. The bearded man cursed, striking the butt of his stick against the concrete floor. His companions laughed, a harsh, abrasive sound. Carter walked to the bar. The bartender wiped the scarred wood with a gray rag. He had a cauliflower ear, a broken nose set off-center, and the dead eyes of a career referee. He wore a stained white apron over a faded black t-shirt. "Draft," Carter said. "Shiner or Pabst?" "Shiner." The bartender pulled the tap handle. Amber liquid flowed into a thick glass pint. He set the wet glass on a cardboard coaster. Carter pushed a crumpled $5 bill across the wood. "Seen a rusted camper van around town today?" Carter asked. "Late 90s Ford. Guy driving it looks like he sleeps in his clothes." The bartender took the 5. He smoothed the bill flat on the bar top. "A lot of people sleep in their clothes around here." He has a teardrop tattoo under his left eye. Fidgets. Scratches his arms. "I pour drinks," the bartender said. "I mind my business. Keeps my teeth in my head." "Appreciate the insight," Carter said. Carter took his pint to a high-top table in the back corner. He put his back to the stained, dry wall. He claimed a tactical vantage point. He had the front door, the bathroom hall, and the pool table in his sightline. He drank. The beer tasted like copper and cold foam. It cut the dust in his throat, offering a fleeting moment of relief. He reached inside his linen jacket and pulled out a burner Android phone. The screen bore a spiderweb of cracks from an altercation in El Paso 3 months prior. A skip tracer named Ruiz threw a heavy brass ashtray at Carter's head in a dispute over a shared bounty. Carter ducked. The phone in his breast pocket took the hit against a table edge. He unlocked the device and opened a decentralized, encrypted messaging app. Bounty hunters, bail bondsmen, and private retrieval agents used this specific network. A digital bulletin board for the bottom feeders of the justice system. Users traded tips on skips, warned each other about local law enforcement crackdowns, and brokered off-the-books bounties. Carter clicked on the regional channel, covering southern New Mexico. A cascade of green text flooded the screen. The channel moved at a frantic pace. A dozen users uploaded the exact same image file within a 3-minute window. A spike in traffic of that magnitude indicated a high-value target or a dead cop. Carter tapped the screen. The image filled the cracked glass. His own face stared back at him. The photograph came from his official Marshal service file. The image captured him in a harsh, unforgiving light. A straight nose, deep-set eyes, a jaw dusted with salt and pepper stubble. The face of a man familiar with violence. He read the text block below the photograph. Target, Jack Carter. Wanted for assassination of Federal District Judge Calvin Pruitt, Doña Ana County. Bounty, $800,000 crypto equivalent Kia, $200,000 alive. Issuer, anonymous routing node 774B. Carter set the phone face down on the high-top table. He did not curse. He did not strike the table. He sat in the amber gloom of the anvil and dissected the information, breaking the problem down into its component parts. Judge Calvin Prout sat on the federal bench for 11 years. Carter stood in Prout's courtroom on 5 separate occasions during his tenure with the Marshals. Prout had the build of a retired linebacker and the ethical compass of a rattlesnake. He favored tailored charcoal suits and wore a gold Rolex on his left wrist. He wielded his gavel like an auctioneer's hammer, selling verdicts to the highest bidder. Corporate lawyers walked into his courtroom with a swagger. Public defenders walked in, looking like men approaching a guillotine. Carter remembered a specific case. A land dispute involving a family ranch and a multinational mining conglomerate. Prout dismissed the family's claim on a manufactured procedural technicality. He did not look the family in the eye. He signed the order and called for a recess to make his afternoon tea time. A man operating with that level of blatant corruption accumulated enemies by the hour. Debtors ruined ranchers, betrayed partners. But an ordinary citizen with a grudge lacks the capital to float $800,000 in untraceable cryptocurrency. An angry rancher does not orchestrate a digital blast across encrypted dark web nodes. This required a war chest. This required corporate architects. Someone killed Prout. The architects needed a scapegoat to absorb the heat. A drifter, or a junkie, lacked credibility for the assassination of a federal judge. They required a professional. An ex-marshal with a history of pulling a trigger in Doña Ana County fit the narrative like a bespoke suit. They built a custom frame and shoved Carter inside. Carter considered the bounty structure. $800,000 for a corpse. $200,000 for a breathing prisoner. The architects understood human nature. They understood the greed of the men hunting him. No sane bounty hunter risks a gunfight with an ex-marshal for a quarter of the payout. The disparity in the numbers served as an execution order. The $200,000 existed merely to provide the illusion of a lawful capture. Carter drank the rest of his beer. The liquid felt warm and flat in his mouth. He thought about his alibi. On the night someone put a bullet in Judge Calvin Prout, Carter sat 300 miles away in a Laredo, Texas hotel room. He paid with a credit card. He had cell tower data pinging off the local network. He ate a ribeye steak at a local diner sitting across a booth from a rival bondsman named Arsenault. They argued over jurisdictional rights on a skip from Austin. In a fair fight, Arsenault's testimony and the digital receipts clear Carter's name before a grand jury convenes. But Carter did not occupy a fair fight. Men who authorize $800,000 hits possess the reach to wipe server data. They possess the funds to buy a bondsman like Arsenault a vacation home in Belize in exchange for a sudden bout of amnesia. Paper trails dissolve when exposed to that kind of heat. Witnesses recant. Evidence disappears from lockups. Carter knew the system. He enforced the system for a decade and a half. The system worked for the people who signed the checks. Carter picked up the burner phone. He slipped it back into his jacket pocket. He rested his right hand on his thigh, resting his fingers inches from the textured grip of the Sig Sauer. A shift occurred in the atmosphere of the bar. The air grew heavy. The pool game stopped. The crack of the billiard balls ceased. The bearded man leaned on his cue stick, looking toward the entrance. Carter raised his eyes. He looked past the empty tables. He looked past the neon beer signs. A kid stood near the front door. The kid wore a heavy tactical windbreaker despite the 100-degree heat outside. His right hand hovered near his waist, fingers twitching. his eyes fixed on Carter with a bright, feverish intensity, holding the desperate, hungry look of a man who just hit the lottery and needed to fight his way out of the casino. Chapter 2. The kid breathed through his mouth. Sweat gathered on his upper lip, pooling in the faint peach fuzz of a mustache he failed to grow thick. The moisture tracked down his neck and soaked into the stiff collar of an olive-drab nylon windbreaker. You wear a heavy windbreaker in 100-degree heat. You announce your intentions to the room. You broadcast the concealment of a weapon. The nylon rustled, a dry, synthetic whisper accompanying every microscopic shift of his weight. He wore coyote tan tactical pants with reinforced knees, unmarred by dirt, grease, or actual labor. His boots featured aggressive tread patterns and rigid ankle support. They looked fresh from the cardboard box, the laces tied in pristine uniform knots. His eyes darted from Carter's hands to Carter's face, wide and unblinking. Energy drinks and adrenaline fueled a frantic twitch in his left eyelid. He stood rooted near the door, a physical barricade blocking the primary exit. Carter kept his hands flat on the scarred mahogany of the high-top table. He watched the kid. He read the geometry of the stance. The kid lacked center balance. He favored his left leg, keeping his right hip angled back and away. Cross draw. He wore the pistol on his left hip to draw with his right hand. A cumbersome, theatrical setup for close-quarters engagement. It looked good in the mirror. It got men killed in bar rooms. The bartender dropped his gray rag into a stainless steel sink. He turned his back to the room and began wiping down bottles of cheap blended whiskey. He signaled his total removal from the upcoming transaction. He wanted no part of the police report. The three men at the pool table recognized the sudden drop in barometric pressure. They racked their cues with slow, deliberate motions. They backed away, fading into the shadows near the restroom corridor. The bearded man put his hands in his front pockets. They understood the silence. They wanted no part of the violence about to spill across the cracked linoleum. The kid took a step forward. The pristine rubber soles of his boots squeaked against the floor. "Keep your hands on the table," the kid said. His voice cracked. He cleared his throat, forcing a lower, artificial register. "Keep them flat." Carter picked up his pint glass. He took a slow swallow of Shiner. Condensation dripped from the glass, running down his knuckles. He set the glass down. The wet cardboard coaster stuck to the bottom, then dropped back to the table with a soft slap. "You look warm," Carter said. "Take the jacket off. Heat stroke kills more people out here than gunfire. You pass out, you hit your head on the brass rail, you die for nothing." "Shut up," the kid said. He closed the distance to 10 feet. He stopped there. 10 feet gave Carter too much space to maneuver and left the kid too far to control the room. "You know who I am." "I do not," Carter said. "Chase Odom." The kid jutted his chin forward. "Remember the name." "Chase Odom," Carter repeated. He tasted the name. He discarded it. A new breed of bounty hunter populated the regional networks. Kids raised on tactical video games and online forums, buying gear they failed to understand, hunting desperate men with nothing left to lose. They had the equipment. They lacked the miles. "Your boots look new, Chase. You buy those for this specific errand?" Chase's hand hovered over his stomach. His fingers curled into claws, ready to rip past the nylon zipper. "I said, shut up. Stand up. Turn around. Hands on your head." "You have a plan for what happens after I stand up?" Carter asked. "You intend to march me out the front door? Put me in the back of your car? Put plastic zip ties on my wrists?" "I intend to collect," Chase said. Carter nodded. He leaned back in his chair. The wood creaked. "How did you find me, Chase?" "The network broadcast hit my phone 5 minutes ago. You cannot drive from Las Cruces or Alamogordo in 5 minutes. You sat in Arroyo Seco, waiting for me. You sat in a car, burning gas with the air conditioning running, waiting for a signal." Chase blinked. A drop of sweat stung his left eye. He rubbed it with his free hand, keeping his right hand hovering near his waist. Tip came in. 30 minutes ago. From who? Guy in Las Cruces. A bondsman. Wickfield. Chase offered a tight, ugly grin. He revealed a chipped front tooth. "He took a Bitcoin transfer to broadcast your coordinates. Said you chased a meth addict out this way. Said you always stop for a beer after a long drive." Wickfield. A loudmouth, operating out of a strip mall office next to a payday lender. Wickfield traded Carter's life for digital currency. Carter filed the information in a dark corner of his mind. He would handle Wickfield later, provided he survived the next 60 seconds. "Let us examine your situation, Chase," Carter said. He kept his voice steady. He employed the calm, instructional tone a teacher uses with a slow student. "Wickfield sold my location to a broker. That broker pinged you. They promised you a cut. Maybe 50,000. 100. 200 grand alive," Chase said. The greed illuminated his eyes, bright and feverish. "Ah," Carter said. "They told you to bring me in breathing. Did they mention the dead bounty?" Chase frowned. The nylon jacket rustled. "What?" "They set the dead bounty at 800,000, Carter said. 4 times the value of a live capture." "You lie." "I possess no reason to lie," Carter said. "Think about the disparity. The people issuing this bounty desire my death. They want me silent. They placed the $200,000 live bounty to appease the platform rules, or to entice amateurs like you to hold me in place until the professionals arrive." Chase swallowed hard. His Adam's apple bobbed in his throat. "I take you in, I get paid. You take me in, you hand me over to men who intend to kill me," Carter said. "You become a witness to a murder brokered by deep-pocket corporate interests. Do they let you walk away with $200,000? Or do they put a bullet behind your ear and save the cash?" The words landed. Carter watched the doubt crack the foundation of Chase's confidence. The kid's eyes darted toward the front door, seeking an escape route he himself blocked. He wanted the money. He did not want the consequence. "I have a Glock 19 under this jacket," Chase said. His voice lost the gravelly edge. He sounded like a terrified teenager. "Extended magazine. 30 rounds. An extended magazine snags on clothing," Carter said. "Especially nylon windbreakers. You cross-draw, the front sight catches the zipper track. You fumble the draw. I shoot you in the chest. Stand up," Chase yelled. Panic replaced the bravado. He made his decision. He went for the weapon. His right hand jerked upward, grabbing the hem of the jacket. His left hand reached across his torso to grip the pistol handle. Carter moved. He did not stand up. He pushed off the wall with his boots, driving his rolling chair backward. He launched his body forward, kicking the heavy wooden high-top table directly into Chase's shins. The heavy oak table struck bone. The impact emitted a hollow thud. Chase stumbled backward, his draw interrupted. The Glock cleared the Kydex holster, but snagged on the thick nylon hem just as Carter predicted. Carter closed the gap. He grabbed Chase's right wrist with his left hand, twisting the wrist outward, forcing the palm toward the ceiling. At the exact same moment, Carter drove his right palm in a brutal upward strike directly into the hinge of Chase's jaw. Bone crunched. Teeth cracked together. The force of the blow lifted Chase off his coyote tan boots. Carter did not stop. He pivoted, maintaining his grip on the kid's wrist. He drove his right elbow down into the radial nerve of Chase's forearm. Chase screamed. His fingers went limp. The Glock clattered onto the linoleum. Carter grabbed the collar of the tactical windbreaker. He spun Chase toward the heavy wooden door frame. He shoved the boy face first into the solid oak. Chase collapsed, clutching his shattered nose, spitting blood and saliva onto the floor tiles. He curled into a fetal position, moaning, a wet, ragged sound in the quiet bar. The entire altercation consumed 4 seconds. Carter stood over the boy. He felt his own heart beating a heavy rhythm against his ribs. The adrenaline burned clean and cold in his veins. He looked at the 3 men hiding near the restrooms. They pressed their backs against the wall, eyes wide, hands raised in silent surrender. The bartender remained turned away, scrubbing the stainless sink with his gray rag. Carter nudged the Glock with the toe of his boot. He picked it up. A custom polymer frame, stippled grip, extended 30-round magazine. An expensive toy for a boy playing a dangerous game. Carter pressed the magazine release. The heavy magazine dropped into his left palm. He racked the slide, ejecting the chambered round. A hollow .9 mm cartridge spun across the floor, ringing like a dropped coin. He tossed the empty pistol onto the bar top. It slid and stopped against a cardboard napkin dispenser. He dropped the extended magazine into a pitcher of murky water sitting near the beer taps. It sank to the bottom. Bubbles escaped the feed lips and broke the surface. Carter knelt beside Chase. The boy sobbed, his hands covering his ruined face. Blood leaked through his fingers, dripping onto the pristine tactical boots. "You lived through today," Carter said. His voice carried no anger. "You go back to whatever suburb you crawled out of. You sell the tactical gear. You find a new line of work." Chase offered no response. He merely wept. Carter stood. He adjusted his linen jacket. He pulled the $5 bill from under the empty pint glass, smoothed out the wrinkles, and tossed it into the bartender's tip jar. "Keep the change," Carter said. He walked out the heavy wooden door into the blinding New Mexico sun. The heat hit him like a physical blow. The air burned his lungs. He walked to the Silverado. The engine continued to tick, cooling in the shade of the dead cottonwood. Dust coated the windshield, a thick film obscuring the interior. Carter unlocked the door. He paused. He looked down the empty main drag of Arroyo Seco. The town remained silent. The rusted roofs baked in the glare. Heat mirages danced on the blacktop. Wickfield broadcasted his coordinates. An amateur reached him in 30 minutes. The professionals had access to helicopters, private jets, and satellite tracking. They moved toward him right now. They used digital nets to pinpoint his location. The Silverado featured an onboard GPS navigation system and a factory-installed cellular transponder. General Motors built the truck as a rolling beacon. The vehicle transmitted location data to a central server every 3 minutes. He opened the driver's side door. The interior heat hit him in the face, a blast furnace of trapped air smelling of hot plastic and old coffee. He climbed inside. He reached under the steering column, feeling for the plastic housing of the telematics module. He found the wiring harness. He gripped the thick bundle of multicolored wires and ripped them downward with a violent yank. Plastic snapped. Wires tore free, sparking for a second before dying. He disabled the beacon. He put the truck in gear. He needed to move. He needed to abandon the vehicle soon, but for now, it offered the only escape from the dying town. He steered the Silverado out of the gravel lot. The rear tires spun, throwing a cloud of white dust into the stagnant air. He drove north, toward the jagged peaks of the Fra Cristobal Range. He left Arroyo Seco behind. He left the bleeding boy on the barroom floor. He drove into the vast, empty expanse of the Jornada del Muerto, the dead land waiting to swallow him whole. Chapter 3. The sun sank behind the jagged peaks of the Black Range. It turned the western sky the color of a fresh bruise, a violent smear of plum and burnt orange fading into the encroaching black. Carter drove the Silverado north along County Road A39. The disabled telematics module hung by its severed wires under the steering column, swaying with the motion of the truck. He drove blind to the satellites. The heat broke, surrendering to the rapid temperature drop of the high desert night. Carter kept the windows down. The wind whipped through the cab, carrying the scent of dry sage and ancient dust. He steered with his left knee. He reached into his jacket and retrieved the cracked Android burner phone. He needed to clean the board. He needed to understand the starting positions of the players hunting him. He thumbed the screen and dialed a Las Cruces area code. The line rang twice. "Wickfield Bail Bonds," a voice answered. The voice carried a wet, gravelly texture, the byproduct of cheap cigars and chronic stress. "Freedom costs a premium. We finance the premium." "You shortchanged the premium, Arthur," Carter said. Silence dominated the line for 3 full seconds. Carter heard the squeak of a leather office chair. He heard the ragged intake of breath. "Carter," Wickfield said, "listen to me. I am listening to the sound of you calculating your survival," Carter said. "You sold my coordinates." 30 minutes later, a kid wearing tactical nylon tried to put 30 rounds of 9mm through my spine in an Arroyo Seco dive bar. "I swear to God, Carter, I did not know the scale of the play." A broker pinged the note. They offered a blind location bounty. $5,000 in unhosted crypto, just to confirm you picked up the Ferris Cobb file. "They put $800,000 on my head for the assassination of Calvin Prout," Carter said. Wickfield made a sound resembling a dog choking on a bone. "Prout? The federal judge. Jesus Christ, Carter. I did not see the main board. I swear it. I just saw the blind ping for your location. You brokered my location to a kill squad for $5,000. I run a business," Wickfield pleaded. The panic stripped the bravado from his voice. "The margins are thin. You know the margins. I thought another bondsman wanted to poach the Cobb skip." "Who issued the ping?" "A proxy server," Wickfield said. "Routed through El Paso. The username read Devers. That is all I have." "Devers. Carter, you need to listen to me right now. Las Cruces is boiling over. 2 black Suburbans parked outside my office 20 minutes ago. Men in suits. Feds. They asked about you. They asked about my communication with you." "What did you tell them?" "Nothing yet. I sat in the back office and locked the door. They possess a warrant. They will breach the front door in about 4 minutes." "Enjoy the conversation," Carter said. "Carter, wait." Carter ended the call. He popped the plastic back off the Android device. He removed the SIM card and snapped the thin plastic square between his thumb and forefinger. He tossed the pieces out the open window. He pitched the handset out next, watching it shatter against a mile marker in the rearview mirror. He severed his last digital tether to the grid. 10 miles later, the desert air shifted. The wind changed direction, blowing down from the northern ridges. The scent of dry sage vanished. A harsh, acrid bite replaced it. Carter flared his nostrils, dissecting the chemical composition of the air. He smelled scorched fiberglass. He smelled melting rubber. Underneath the industrial rot, he detected the distinct toxic tang of lithium batteries cooking off in an uncontrolled thermal runaway. Carter killed the Silverado's headlights. He relied on the ambient light of the crescent moon. The truck rolled through the darkness, the tires crunching softly against the caliche hardpan. A mile up the road, an orange glow pulsed against the silhouette of a craggy volcanic rise. The glow throbbed, throwing violent, chaotic shadows against the rock face. He pulled the truck off the shoulder, steering behind a dense cluster of creosote bushes. He shifted into park and killed the engine. The silence of the desert rushed back in, broken only by the distant, hungry crackle of a massive fire. Carter reached under the rear bench seat. He unlatched a steel lockbox and extracted a Daniel Defense Mk-18 short-barreled rifle. The weapon featured a matte black finish, a suppressor, and an EOTech holographic sight. He slapped a 30-round PMAG into the magwell. He racked the charging handle, chambering a 5.56 mm round. He clicked the selector switch to the fire position. He slung the rifle across his chest, using a 2-point magpul sling. He stepped out of the truck. He moved into the brush on foot. He approached the glow with the patient, methodical cadence of a predator. He placed his boots heel to toe, avoiding dead branches and loose rock. He kept his silhouette low, utilizing the uneven terrain for cover. He circled wide to the windward side of the fire, avoiding the toxic plume of black smoke rising into the night sky. The property consisted of a quarter-acre of dirt, surrounded by a sagging, chain-link fence. A rusted gate hung open. In the center of the lot sat a double-wide trailer. The trailer burned with total commitment. Flames devoured the cheap aluminum siding. The fire hollowed out the interior, turning the windows into glowing orange squares. The roof sagged in the middle, groaning under the structural failure. An old Ford F-250 work truck parked near the front steps shared the destruction. The heat blistered the truck's white paint, peeling it back in curled blackened flakes. The tires melted into puddles of flaming sludge. In the bed of the truck, commercial-grade lithium power stations fed the inferno, spitting sparks and green flame into the air. Carter knelt behind a cracked concrete well pump 40 yards from the structure. He brought the Mk-18 up. He scanned the perimeter through the holographic sight. He looked for the thermal signatures of men hiding in the brush. He looked for the glint of a sniper scope on the ridge. He looked for the fresh tire tracks of the arsonists. He found nothing. The perpetrators completed their task and evaporated into the dark. Carter lowered the rifle. The heat from the burning trailer pressed against his face, a physical force threatening to singe his eyebrows. He saw the bodies. They lay near the concrete well pump, 10 feet from his current position. The glow of the fire illuminated their forms. Carter approached them. 2 men rested in the dirt. They wore heavy canvas work pants, high-visibility reflective vests over denim shirts, and scuffed Red Wing work boots. Surveyors. Or soil testers for the lithium mining operations. They did not fall in the chaotic, disjointed shapes of men killed in a gunfight. Men shot on the run sprawl. They twist. They reach for their wounds. These men lay perfectly parallel to each other. Their arms rested flat at their sides. Their legs extended straight. The killers arranged them with the meticulous, sick geometry of a window dresser posing mannequins. Carter crouched beside the nearest man. The surveyor had a thick mustache and weather-beaten skin. His eyes stared blankly toward the starless sky. His face held the slack, permanent surprise of a man expecting a conversation and receiving a bullet instead. Carter examined the wound. A single, clean entry hole marred the center of the man's forehead. Minimal powder burns. The killer used a suppressed weapon from a distance of perhaps 6 feet. Clean. Professional. Entirely devoid of passion. The executioners did not kill these men for their wallets. They did not kill them for the drilling equipment in the burning truck. They killed them to construct a narrative. Carter looked at the dead man's right hand. The fingers curled inward, stiffening in the early stages of rigor mortis. Wedged between the index and middle finger, the killer left a piece of paper. Carter reached down. He pulled the paper free. The firelight provided ample illumination. Carter expected a digital printout. A cheap flyer cranked out of a library printer. He held a piece of heavy, expensive corporate cardstock. The paper had weight and texture. It required a high-end, commercial printer and a deliberate supply chain. The image printed on the cardstock matched the digital bolo from the encrypted network. Carter's face stared back at him. The jaw tight. The eyes flat. The same photograph pulled from his old Marshal service file. Underneath the photograph, someone used a thick, black chisel-tip marker to scrawl 3 words across the heavy paper. He was here. Carter stared at the black ink. The cold knot in the center of his chest tightened, pulling taut against his ribs. The heat of the blazing double-wide trailer failed to penetrate the sudden ice in his veins. He understood the board. He saw the architecture of the frame. The people hunting him had no intention of letting a rogue bounty hunter drag him into a precinct in handcuffs. They had no intention of letting him stand before a federal judge and explain his alibi. They intended to force a federal shoot-to-kill order. They planned to travel ahead of him, leaving a trail of innocent corpses executed with military precision. They planned to plant this heavy cardstock at every scene. By tomorrow morning, the narrative would dominate the national news networks. Jack Carter, the disgraced ex-marshal, the assassin of Judge Calvin Prout, snapped. He embarked on a spree-killing rampage across the New Mexico desert. He targeted innocent civilians. He left his own wanted poster at the scenes in a psychotic display of arrogance. When the Federal Bureau of Investigation tactical teams finally cornered him, they would not deploy tear gas. They would not ask for his surrender over a bullhorn. They would authorize deadly force on sight. A mad dog requires putting down. Carter folded the heavy cardstock. He slid it into the breast pocket of his linen jacket. The roof of the double-wide trailer collapsed. A thunderous crunch echoed across the hardpan. A geyser of sparks and burning ash erupted 50 feet into the air, swirling in the thermal updraft. The walls bowed inward, succumbing to the weight of the ruined roof. Carter stood. He looked down at the 2 dead surveyors. Collateral damage on a corporate ledger. 2 men erased from the earth simply because they occupied a convenient patch of dirt on the night the architects needed to build a monster. He turned his back to the fire. He walked away from the concrete well pump. He retraced his steps through the creosote bushes, keeping the Mk-18 rifle raised, sweeping the dark horizon. He reached the hidden Silverado. He placed the rifle in the lockbox. He closed the heavy steel lid. He opened the center console of the truck. He reached past the spare magazines and the tire gauge. He found a leather money clip. He counted the cash in the glow of the dome light. $420 in 20s and 10s. $400. A disabled truck. A face broadcast to every federal agency and cartel hitman in the hemisphere. an adversary with a bottomless bankroll, and a willingness to slaughter civilians to control the news cycle. Carter closed the console. He shut the driver's side door. He turned the ignition key. The engine roared to life, a steady, reliable rumble in the desolate night. He had no federal standing. He had no backup. But he understood how to dismantle an organization. You do not attack the fortress. You attack the supply lines. You find the broker who issued the digital ping. You find the printer who purchased the expensive corporate card stock. You squeeze the middlemen until the pressure fractures the foundation. Carter shifted the truck into drive. He kept the headlights off. He steered the Silverado away from the county road, pointing the heavy grille northeast into the absolute black of the open desert. He drove into the Jornada del Muerto, seeking the deep, unforgiving dark where men with money and power could not track him from a satellite. Chapter 4. The Silverado plowed through a thick stand of brittlebush, the front bumper crushing the dry stalks with a harsh, brittle crunch. Carter steered the heavy vehicle down a steep embankment into a dry wash. The tires chewed through the loose sand, searching for traction. He wrestled the steering wheel, forcing the truck under a deep, eroded overhang of sandstone. The vehicle offered too much surface area. The people hunting him had the budget to put helicopters in the air. Rotors equipped with forward-looking infrared would spot the hot engine block of the Silverado from 3,000 feet. The truck transitioned from an asset into a steel coffin. Carter threw the transmission into park. He killed the engine. He retrieved his gear. The steel lockbox under the rear seat yielded the Mk-18 rifle and 2 spare 30-round magazines. He grabbed a heavy canvas go bag from the passenger floorboard. The bag contained 3 plastic bottles of water, combat gauze, a tourniquet, and a clean gray t-shirt. He slammed the heavy truck door. The sound echoed down the length of the dry arroyo. He turned his back on the machine and started walking. The Jornada del Muerto translates to the journey of the dead man. The Spanish explorers bestowed the name. They understood the brutal nature of the terrain. The desert floor stretched out, an ocean of fractured caliche and jagged volcanic rock, pale and lifeless under the night sky. The crescent moon provided a silver, fragile light, casting long, twisted shadows behind every creosote bush and yucca plant. The temperature plummeted. The desert surrendered its stored heat to the black atmosphere. The cold seeped through Carter's linen jacket, biting into the muscles of his shoulders and back. He maintained a relentless, measured pace. He placed his boots with deliberate care, navigating around deep fissures in the earth and stepping over the barbed arms of chala cactus. The air tasted of ancient dust and dry sage. The silence had a physical weight, broken only by the crunch of his boots and his own rhythmic breathing. He needed distance. The burning double-wide trailer sat 10 miles behind him. The authorities would secure that perimeter by dawn. The dragnet would expand outward. 3 hours later, the silhouette of a structure broke the flat horizon line. Carter dropped to one knee. He brought the Mk-18 up, setting the stock against his shoulder. He scanned the dark shape through the holographic sight. He looked for the telltale signs of occupation. The glow of a cigarette ember. The heat bloom of a generator. The shifting shadow of a sentry. He found empty space. He approached from the downwind side, moving in a low crouch. A chain-link fence surrounded a patch of barren dirt. The fence sagged, defeated by years of punishing wind and shifting sand. A faded aluminum sign hung by a single loop of wire against the gate. Suncorp Renewable Initiative. Site 4. The corporate grant money dried up long before the concrete footings cured. The shack consisted of stacked cinder blocks and a sloping corrugated tin roof. A single wooden door hung off its rusted hinges, leaning inward. Carter stepped through the threshold. The interior smelled of pack rat urine, dry rot, and old rust. A metal folding chair sat in the center of the dirt floor. Empty wooden spools, serving as makeshift desks, littered the corners. He cleared the room, sweeping the muzzle of the rifle across the empty shadows. He slung the rifle across his chest and dropped the canvas go bag. He unscrewed the cap of a water bottle and took 3 deliberate swallows. He rationed the moisture, letting it coat his dry throat. He sat in the rusted folding chair. He faced the open doorway. He placed the MK-18 across his thighs, keeping his index finger resting flat against the trigger guard. He waited for the sun. The sky turned the color of hammered lead. The stars surrendered to a pale, bruised purple. The desert contours sharpened, transforming from featureless silhouettes into jagged ridges and deep arroyos. Shadows stretched across the caliche, long and thin in the early light. Carter heard the engine before he saw the vehicle. A persistent, high-pitched whine broke the morning stillness. A 4-cylinder motor working hard in low gear. A cloud of white dust plumed over a ridge to the east, rising like a smoke signal against the dawn sky. A Toyota Tacoma crested the rise. The truck wore a thick coat of desert dirt, mutating the original tan paint into a dull flat beige. The suspension groaned as the vehicle navigated the rutted access road, dipping and swaying over the deep ruts. The Tacoma stopped 50 yards from the shack. The engine died. The dust cloud drifted over the cab and settled onto the windshield, coating the glass in an opaque film. The driver's door opened with a metallic screech. A woman stepped out. She wore canvas work pants reinforced at the knees and a faded denim shirt unbuttoned at the collar. A red bandana held her sun-bleached hair back from her face. Leather work gloves protected her hands. She held a Mossberg 590 Shockwave. The short-barreled shotgun featured a Raptor grip and a matte black finish. She handled the weapon with complete familiarity, keeping the muzzle pointed at the dirt, but holding the frame high, ready to raise the barrel in a fraction of a second. She wore the clothes of a person who wrestles a living from a hostile environment. She kicked the truck door shut. She walked toward the shack. She stopped at the edge of the sagging chain-link fence. "You have an audience gathering," she said. Her voice carried across the open ground, clear and devoid of tremor. A county sheriff's deputy sits parked at the highway turnoff. He holds his position. He waits for the federal transport vehicles. Carter remained in the shadows of the cinder block shack. He kept the rifle across his lap. "State your business," Carter said. "My business is this specific patch of dirt," the woman said. "I hold the deed to this section. You occupy private land." The sign says Suncorp. Suncorp went bankrupt 3 years ago. I bought the parcel at a county tax auction. Step out of the dark. Keep your hands empty. Carter stood. He let the MK-18 hang from the Magpul sling against his chest. He stepped into the doorway. The harsh morning light hit his face, revealing the dust and exhaustion etched into his features. He raised his hands to shoulder height, keeping his palms open and visible. The woman looked at his face. Her eyes narrowed. The grip on the shotgun tightened. The knuckles of her leather gloves strained against the dark steel of the weapon. "Jack Carter," she said. The name came out like a curse. Carter read her reaction. The recognition lacked surprise. She harbored a specific, deep-rooted anger. "We know each other," Carter said. "You know my brother," she said. "Cale Hayes. You kicked in the door of a motel room in Deming 5 years ago. You broke his jaw with the butt of a service pistol. You dragged him into the back of a federal transport van. Carter searched his memory. The names blurred together over a 15-year career. Hundreds of doors. Hundreds of faces. Cale Hayes. A low-level courier, moving stolen electronics across the state line. The kid pulled a hunting knife when the door splintered inward. Carter responded with force. He drew a blade, Carter said. He had a pocket knife, she said. You wore Kevlar body armor and carried a badge. You sent him to a federal lockup in Florence. He died in that cage. Some shot caller shoved a sharpened toothbrush into his kidney over a carton of stale cigarettes. I serve the warrants. I do not run the prisons. You feed the machine. She raised the Mossberg. The black muzzle centered directly on his chest. Give me one reason I should hold my fire. You carry an $800,000 bounty. That kind of money buys a lot of land. You hold a shotgun on me, Carter said. If you wanted the bounty, you pull the trigger through the doorway before I see your face. You possess questions. You desire a conversation. You gonna drop your hands or keep them up there like a bank teller? Carter lowered his hands. You handle that shockwave like you practice. I practice on coyotes, she said. The four-legged kind. You want to give me a reason to switch targets? Judge Calvin Pruitt, Carter said. He signed the warrant for your brother. The news says I put a bullet in his head. I read the news. I sat in a Texas diner, eating a ribeye when Pruitt died. The Bounty Network says different. They say you went rogue. They say you left 2 dead surveyors near a burning trailer last night. The network reads a script provided by men with deep pockets, Carter said. He took a single step forward. The woman did not flinch. Look at the board, Hayes. You hold the deed to this land. You patrol it at dawn with a shotgun. Why? She kept the shotgun leveled. Water rights. Lithium requires water, Carter said. The corporations buy the rights. They buy the land. Anyone who refuses to sell faces pressure. Property damage. Harassment. Fraudulent title claims. Pruitt presided over my brother's trial, she said. The words dropped like stones hitting the dirt. Pruitt owed Cale money. Cale held the ledger proving Pruitt took bribes from a shell company called Apex Logistics. Cale threatened to expose the judge. 2 days later, a U.S. Marshal named Jack Carter kicked in his door on a manufactured theft charge. Carter felt the pieces of the puzzle lock into place with a heavy, metallic click. The architecture of the frame grew darker and more intricate. Pruitt used the Marshal Service as a personal hit squad. He used federal law enforcement to silence a blackmailer. And now, the people who owned Pruitt needed to silence the corrupt judge and pin the murder on the muscle. Carter served as the perfect fall guy. An ex-marshal with a history of violence and a direct link to Pruitt's courtroom. I served a piece of paper, Carter said. A warrant stamped with a federal seal. I did not ask questions. You never ask questions, she said. You just break doors and break jaws. You collect a paycheck and pretend your hands stay clean. My hands possess their share of dirt, Carter said. But they did not pull the trigger on Pruitt. The men who bought Pruitt bought the hit. They bought the digital bounty. They bought the 2 dead men at the trailer. They construct a narrative, Hayes. They intend to bury me in the desert and close their real estate deals without interference. Why should I care if they bury you? Because they intend to bury you next, Carter said. He pointed toward the rusted Suncorp sign. You hold out. You refuse to sell the water rights. Pruitt cleared the land titles for the corporate buyers using his gavel. With Pruitt dead, the corporate buyers faced delays. They lose patience. They send men in tactical gear to burn trailers and shoot surveyors. How long until they burn your house? She stared at him over the barrel of the shotgun. The morning wind kicked up, lifting the fine alkali dust around their boots. "My name is Sarah," she said. "You remember it this time." "Sarah," Carter acknowledged. "You possess a truck. You possess knowledge of the local terrain. I possess the tactical capability to dismantle the men hunting us. We form an alliance. I do not form alliances with the man who killed my brother. I arrested your brother. The men you are fighting killed him." Carter met her gaze. He offered no apology. He offered facts. "You want revenge for Cale? You help me find the broker who issued the bounty. We trace the money. We trace the paper. We find the men who pulled the strings on Prout." Sarah lowered the shotgun a fraction of an inch. She looked at the road behind her. She looked back at Carter. "You step out of line," she said. "I put a 1-ounce slug through your kneecap." "I expect nothing less," Carter said. Chapter 5. Sarah Hayes held the Mossberg steady for another 3 heartbeats. The morning sun cleared the eastern ridge, casting a hard, flat light across the Jornada del Muerto. The wind kicked dust against the rusted chain-link fence, producing a hollow, scraping sound. She lowered the barrel of the shotgun. She did not sling the weapon. She kept her finger resting against the trigger guard. "Move to the truck," Sarah said. Carter walked toward the dirt-caked Tacoma. The heat already baked the desert floor, radiating upward through the thick soles of his boots. The temperature climbed by the minute. By noon, the sun would turn the interior of the cinder-block shack into an oven. "Drop the tailgate," she commanded. Carter unlatched the tailgate. The hinges shrieked, shedding flakes of orange rust onto the dry earth. The truck bed contained an empty plastic water cooler, a coiled length of yellow nylon rope, and a heavy iron spud bar. Sarah stepped around to the passenger side. She kept her eyes on Carter. She reached behind the seat and dragged out a thick, weather-beaten leather satchel. The brass buckles bore a layer of green oxidation. She walked to the rear of the truck. She dropped the satchel onto the ribbed metal of the tailgate. "You want the truth about Calvin Prout," Sarah said. She popped the tarnished buckles. "You start here." Carter leaned against the side of the truck bed. He watched her hands. She wore thick leather work gloves, the fingertips stained dark with grease and soil. She pulled a stack of manila folders from the satchel. The folders bulged, packed tight with paper. She spread them across the tailgate. She grabbed a fist-sized chunk of quartz from the dirt and pinned the top corners down against the rising wind. "My brother ran courier jobs for a cartel outfit based in Palomas," Sarah said. She flipped open the first folder. He moved cash. He moved stolen electronics. He skimmed off the top for 3 years. He saved $50,000. He wanted to buy a legitimate freight business out of Albuquerque. He needed a clean record to secure the commercial licenses. "Prout offered to clear his record," Carter said. "Prout ran a side hustle," Sarah said. "He washed money for the local syndicates. He brokered judicial favors. Cale paid him the 50 grand in cash. Prout took the money. He promised to expunge Cale's juvenile priors and seal a pending felony evasion charge." Carter looked at the documents. The top sheet featured a copy of a handwritten ledger page. The columns contained dates, initials, and dollar amounts. The ink bled into the cheap paper. "Prout reneged on the deal," Carter guessed. "Prout gambled the cash on a bad real estate tip in Sedona," Sarah said. Her voice lacked heat. It had the cold, brittle edge of a woman reciting a tragedy she memorized long ago. Cale demanded his money back. He threatened to go to the Federal Oversight Committee with copies of Pruitt's wash ledger. 2 days later, a task force hit Cale's motel room. You spearheaded the breach. Carter traced the lines of the copied ledger with his eyes. He saw the initials. CH50K. He saw Pruitt's distinctive, sweeping signature at the bottom of the page. Pruitt used the Marshal service as an eradication tool, Carter said. He felt the weight of his own past pressing against his ribs. He signed a bogus warrant. He sent a tactical team to silence a blackmailer. I held the battering ram. You put him in a cage, Sarah said. He died in that cage. Carter met her gaze. The wind whipped a stray strand of blonde hair across her face. She did not brush it away. Her eyes mirrored the barren, unforgiving landscape surrounding them. I cannot undo the door breach, Carter said. I cannot pull him out of the cage. But the men who orchestrated the hit on Pruitt also possess the guilt for your brother. They run the board. Show me the rest of the paper. Sarah flipped the ledger copy over. She revealed a sprawling, hand-drawn topographical map of the southern New Mexico basin. Red marker ink circled vast swaths of the desert. Black lines connected the red circles, forming a jagged corridor running from the Mexican border straight up to Interstate 40. Lithium, Sarah said. She tapped a gloved finger against a cluster of red circles. The tech sector needs batteries. The automotive industry needs batteries. The basin sits on top of a prehistoric saltwater aquifer rich with lithium brine. The extraction process requires staggering amounts of fresh water. Carter studied the map. The red circles consumed ranches, generational farms, and federal grazing leases. A massive land grab. A corporate siege, she corrected. She pulled a stack of property deeds from the second folder. She slapped them down next to the map. A shell company called Apex Logistics began buying up the basin 2 years ago. They approach a rancher. They offer a fraction of the land's value. If the rancher refuses, the pressure begins. They poison the wells, Carter said. They cut the fences. They let the cattle wander onto the highway. And if the rancher still holds out, Sarah said, tapping a specific deed, Apex Logistics files a fraudulent claim against the property title. They dispute the boundary lines. They claim unpaid back taxes from the 1980s. The cases go to federal court. Pruitt's court, Carter said. Pruitt presided over 32 separate land disputes involving Apex Logistics in the last 18 months, Sarah said. He ruled in favor of the shell company every single time. He voided homestead claims. He seized generational properties on manufactured technicalities. He delivered the lithium corridor to Apex on a silver platter. Carter saw the architecture of the scheme. The ambition dwarfed a simple bribery racket. This operation required coordination between corporate boardrooms, federal judges, and private muscle. Billions of dollars rested on the acquisition of the water rights. Why kill Pruitt? Carter asked. He delivered the verdicts. He had value as an asset. Pruitt got greedy, Sarah said. She produced a final document. A bank transfer record routed through a Cayman Islands offshore account. He demanded a percentage of the lithium extraction profits. He stopped taking flat fees. He threatened to hold up the final 3 property seizures, including my parcel, unless Apex cut him into the equity. You blackmail a billion-dollar corporate entity. You invite a bullet, Carter said. Apex cut their losses, Sarah said. They hired a hitter. But they needed a distraction. They needed the media looking the wrong way while the final land deals closed. They framed a disgraced federal agent with a known connection to Pruitt's courtroom. Carter rested his hands on the edge of the tailgate. The metal burned his palms. The sun climbed higher, stripping the shadows from the rocks. The glare off the white caliche dust stung his eyes. They possess resources, Carter said. They buy digital bounties on dark web nodes. They hire hit squads to execute surveyors and plant my wanted poster. They control the narrative. They own the local law enforcement, Sarah added. She gathered the property deeds. The county sheriff turns a blind eye to the vandalism. The federal agents ignore the title fraud. You and I occupy an island. We build a bridge, Carter said. He pointed to the copied ledger. Pruitt kept records. He cataloged his sins. Apex Logistics exists on paper. We find the men who fund the shell company. We find the broker who issued the digital bounty on the dark web. Devers, Sarah said. Carter looked at her. You recognized the name when you spoke to the bondsman, she said. I possess good hearing. The desert amplifies sound. Devers operates a proxy server out of El Paso, Carter said. He brokers illegal bounties. He launders the cryptocurrency payouts. He acts as the middleman between the corporate architects and the street-level trigger pullers. We go to El Paso, Sarah said. I go to El Paso, Carter said. You stay here. You guard your land. You step into this current, the undertow drags you down. These men leave bodies arranged in the dirt like lawn ornaments. Sarah laughed. The sound lacked humor. It sounded like dry leaves scraping across a tombstone. She picked up the Mossberg shockwave. She racked the pump action. The steel mechanism clattered, a sharp, violent noise cutting through the heat. A red shotgun shell, ejected from the chamber, spinning through the air and landing in the dust. She caught the pump on the return stroke, chambering a fresh round. I possess a brother buried in a prison graveyard, Sarah said. I possess a deed to a piece of dirt these corporate suits intend to steal. You need transportation. You need a guide who knows the back roads. You need a person watching your spine. Carter looked at the determined set of her jaw. He looked at the competent grip she maintained on the weapon. He lacked alternatives. His Silverado resembled a rolling beacon. He required mobility to reach the digital broker. El Paso contains 2 million people, Carter said. The city crawls with federal task forces and cartel spotters. My face decorates the digital network. We cross the state line, we invite a gunfight. I invite the gunfight, Sarah said. She shoved the manila folders back into the leather satchel. She fastened the tarnished brass buckles. I intend to burn Apex Logistics to the bedrock. You provide the match. Carter nodded. He accepted the terms. He reached for his canvas go bag. He needed to check his ammunition reserves. He needed to plot a route, utilizing the abandoned ranch roads to bypass the highway way stations. A sound broke his concentration. He froze. He tilted his head, listening to the desert wind. The sound lacked the random, chaotic pitch of nature. It had a rhythmic, mechanical hum. A low, guttural vibration traveling through the earth, felt in the soles of his boots before it reached his ears. You hear that? Sarah asked. She lowered the tailgate. Carter slung the canvas bag over his shoulder. He brought the Mk-18 rifle up to his chest. He flicked the safety selector with his thumb. Heavy tires, Carter said. Multiple vehicles. Approaching from the west. The access road, Sarah said. She moved to the driver's side of the Tacoma. She threw the leather satchel through the open window onto the passenger seat. Carter moved to the corner of the cinder block shack. He peered around the crumbling concrete. The heat shimmer distorted the horizon, turning the distant ridge into a rippling mirage. 3 dark shapes emerged from the distortion. They materialized into black Chevrolet Suburbans. The SUVs moved in a tight, staggered formation. They lacked chrome trim. They lacked license plates. Thick dark tint obscured the windows. Heavy push bumpers dominated the front grilles. They did not move like local law enforcement. They did not move like state troopers. They moved with military precision, maintaining exact intervals, chewing through the rough terrain at 50 miles an hour. A massive cloud of white dust billowed behind the convoy, a storm of their own making. "Federal transport?" Sarah asked. She braced the Mossberg across the hood of the Tacoma. "Feds use sirens," Carter said. He tracked the lead Suburban through the holographic sight of the Mk-18. "Feds establish a perimeter. They bring a hostage negotiator with a bullhorn." "Who are they?" "Contractors," Carter said. The architects of the frame job had deep pockets. They bypassed the amateur bounty hunters. They hired a professional hit squad to secure the objective. The objective consisted of Jack Carter, dead in the dirt, with a planted weapon nearby to justify the execution. The lead Suburban hit a deep rut. The heavy vehicle launched into the air, all 4 tires leaving the earth. It slammed down, the reinforced suspension absorbing the impact. The driver did not tap the brakes. The convoy closed the distance. 500 yards. 400 yards. "Get in the truck," Carter said. "We fight them here," Sarah said. "We possess hard cover." "A cinderblock shack halts pistol rounds," Carter said. "Those Suburbans carry men equipped with armor-piercing rifles and heavy munitions. They intend to surround the structure and reduce it to gravel. Get in the truck. Start the engine." Sarah did not argue. She recognized the tactical reality. She slid behind the wheel of the Tacoma. The 4-cylinder engine roared to life, a high, desperate whine against the guttural approach of the convoy. Carter raised the Mk-18. He aimed at the front right tire of the lead Suburban. He controlled his breathing. He squeezed the trigger. The suppressed rifle coughed. A 3-round burst punched through the hot air. The rubber of the Suburban's tire exploded. The heavy SUV swerved violently to the right, the bare steel rim digging a trench into the caliche. The driver wrestled the wheel, fighting the momentum, sending the vehicle into a chaotic slide. The other 2 Suburbans instantly broke formation. They fanned out like hunting wolves, their doors already swinging open before the vehicles rolled to a complete stop. Men in black tactical gear poured into the desert, spreading out to flank the Suncorp shack. Chapter 6. "Drive," Carter said. He vaulted over the rusted tailgate. His boots hit the ribbed metal of the truck bed. Sarah hammered the accelerator. The Tacoma's rear tires spun, digging trenches in the loose dirt. Rubber caught hard rock. The truck launched forward, snapping Carter's spine against the back of the cab. Gunfire erupted. The sound shattered the morning quiet, a sustained rolling thunder. Supersonic cracks snapped the air above Carter's head. Bullets chewed the cinderblock walls of the Suncorp shack. Concrete dust exploded outward in gray plumes. A heavy round punched through the Tacoma's metal tailgate, missing Carter's thigh by an inch. The projectile tore a jagged exit hole through the interior bed liner. Carter braced his boots against the wheel wells. He rested the barrel of the Mk-18 across the roof of the cab. He acquired the contractors through the holographic sight. Men in black plate carriers and ballistic helmets poured from the 2 remaining Suburbans. They moved with unit cohesion. They bounded forward, covering each other, laying down thick fields of overlapping fire. They carried short-barreled carbines, professional gear. Corporate money bought top-tier military surplus. Carter squeezed the trigger. He fired disciplined 3-round bursts. He aimed low, targeting the engine block of the nearest Suburban. The 5.56 mm rounds sparked against the heavy steel push bumper. Steam hissed from the grill. He shifted his aim and dropped a contractor rushing across the open gap. The man folded, pitching forward into the dust. Sarah steered the Tacoma through a thick stand of brittle bush. The dry stalks whipped against the doors, screeching against the paint. She kept the truck in low gear, maximizing torque. She had total command of the machine. "Keep your head down," Sarah shouted through the open rear window. "Wash out ahead." Carter dropped flat against the bedliner. The truck left the earth. For one heartbeat, gravity ceased. The Tacoma slammed down into a dry riverbed. The suspension bottomed out with a bone-jarring crunch. Carter tasted blood. He bit his tongue on the impact. The high walls of the arroyo rose on either side, composed of eroded red clay and exposed roots. The trench provided immediate, solid cover. The gunfire from the Suburbans stopped. They lost their line of sight. "They possess numbers," Carter said. He pushed himself up, resting his back against the cab. He dropped the spent magazine from his rifle and slapped a fresh 30-round PMAG into the well. "They intend to flank the arroyo. They will trap us in this trench." "This trench runs 3 miles, Sarah said. She shifted into 4-wheel drive. The truck chewed through the deep, loose sand. "It feeds into a slot canyon. They bring those heavy SUVs down here. They bog down in the silt. The locals call this the Devil's Throat. We hold the advantage." Carter looked at the steep walls. The terrain favored the defender. The contractors drove 6,000-pound armored vehicles. Those machines dominated flat highways. They turned into anchors in deep sand. A shadow passed over the lip of the arroyo. "Left flank," Carter said. A black Suburban paralleled the trench, riding the high ground. The driver matched their speed, pacing the Tacoma from the rim. The rear windows rolled down. The black barrels of 2 carbines emerged. "Hold the wheels steady," Carter said. He rose to a crouch. He braced his left arm on the roof of the cab. The truck bounced over exposed river rocks, throwing his aim. He timed the rhythm of the suspension. The Tacoma crested a mound of packed clay. Carter fired. He put a cluster of rounds into the front right quarter panel of the pacing Suburban. The bullets shredded the heavy off-road tire. The vehicle lurched toward the edge of the ravine. The driver wrestled the steering wheel, fighting the momentum. The heavy SUV slid sideways, dirt and rock cascading over the lip. The front end of the Suburban breached the edge. The chassis bottomed out on the rim, high-centering the vehicle. The rear wheels spun uselessly in the air. "One down," Carter said. "Do not celebrate," Sarah said. She pointed through the windshield. The arroyo widened. The walls sloped down, forming a natural bowl of bleached white caliche. In the center of the bowl, the third Suburban sat parked perpendicular to their path. It blocked the exit. The contractors anticipated the route. They cut across the flat desert and beat the Tacoma to the choke point. 4 men used the heavy SUV as a barricade. They rested their carbines across the hood and the roof. They established a kill box. "Turn around," Carter commanded. "We lose momentum in this sand," Sarah said. "We turn, we present a broadside target. They shred the engine block. Ram the vehicle." Sarah gripped the steering wheel. Her knuckles turned white against the leather. She stared through the dust-coated windshield. She pressed the accelerator to the floorboards. The Tacoma engine roared, a high-pitched scream of max RPMs. The truck surged forward. The contractors opened fire. A hail of lead struck the Tacoma. Bullets spider-webbed the windshield. Safety glass dissolved into a blizzard of sharp cubes, filling the cab. A round punched through the radiator, releasing a geyser of boiling coolant. The front grille shattered. Sarah ducked below the dashboard. She steered by memory and instinct. Carter lay flat in the bed. He listened to the metal tear. He felt the truck vibrating under the sustained impact of the incoming rounds. The collision hit with the force of an earthquake. The front bumper of the Tacoma slammed into the rear quarter panel of the Suburban. The impact spun the heavy SUV like a toy. Metal crumpled. Glass exploded. The contractors scattered, diving into the dirt to avoid the spinning mass of steel. The Tacoma's engine died. Steam hissed from the ruined radiator in thick white clouds. "Out of the truck," Carter said. He rolled over the side of the bed. He hit the soft sand and scrambled toward a cluster of eroded sandstone boulders. The steam from the radiator provided a temporary smoke screen. Sarah kicked her door open. She spilled out of the cab, clutching the Mossberg. She low-crawled through the dirt, dragging herself toward Carter's position behind the rocks. A line of bullets chased her, kicking up geysers of sand inches from her boots. She reached the boulders. She pressed her back against the sandstone, chest heaving. Blood ran down her cheek from a small cut inflicted by flying glass. "You alive?" Carter asked. "I breathe," Sarah said. She racked the shotgun. "The truck sits dead. We walk from here." "We do not walk anywhere until we clear the board," Carter said. He leaned around the edge of the boulder. The steam began to thin, carried away by the morning wind. The contractors regrouped. They abandoned the ruined Suburban. They spread out in a classic infantry fan, advancing on the boulders from 3 different angles. They had discipline. They used hand signals, communicating without noise. A tall man with a graying beard and a black plate carrier directed the movement. He pointed toward the high ground on the right flank. He ordered 2 men to take the elevation. "The leader stays center," Carter said. "He sends 2 shooters to our right, 1 to our left. They intend to catch us in a crossfire." "I take the left," Sarah said. She adjusted her grip on the Mossberg. "A shotgun lacks the range," Carter said. "They sit 40 yards out. You expose yourself, they drop you before you rack the second shell." "I know the effective range of buckshot," Sarah said. Her eyes narrowed. "I loaded slugs. Pure lead. Good for 100 yards. Carter nodded. He respected her competence. "Hold your fire until they commit to the open ground." Carter focused on the right flank. The 2 contractors scaled the sloping wall of the arroyo, seeking elevation. They intended to shoot down behind the boulders. Carter dropped to a prone position. He rested the handguard of the Mk-18 on a flat rock. He settled his breathing. He tracked the lead climber through the optic. The red reticle rested on the center of the man's chest. The contractor crested a small rise, exposing his torso. Carter fired 2 rounds. The suppressed rifle emitted a sharp cough. The contractor jerked backward, the impact spinning him around. He tumbled down the slope, dislodging a cascade of loose shale and red clay. His partner dove for cover behind a mesquite bush. He blind-fired his carbine over the top of the brush, emptying his magazine in a chaotic spray. The rounds chipped the sandstone a foot above Carter's head. Carter ignored the suppressive fire. He waited for the reload. The gunfire stopped. Carter heard the metallic clack of an empty magazine hitting the dirt. Carter shifted his aim. He fired a single round through the thickest part of the mesquite bush. A sharp cry cut the air. The contractor broke cover, clutching his shoulder. He stumbled down the embankment, abandoning his position and his weapon. "Left flank moving," Sarah said. Carter turned. A contractor sprinted across the open caliche, trying to close the distance while Carter engaged the right flank. The man moved with speed, his weapon shouldered, preparing to fire. Sarah stepped out from behind the boulder. She planted her boots. She raised the Mossberg and fired. The heavy slug hit the contractor's center mass. The sheer kinetic energy of the 1-ounce projectile stopped his forward momentum. The man dropped straight down, a puppet with severed strings. Sarah pumped the action, ejecting the smoking red shell. She stepped back into cover. "Good shot," Carter said. "I practice," she said. Silence descended on the arroyo. The ringing in Carter's ears faded, replaced by the hiss of the dying Tacoma and the whisper of the desert wind. 3 men down. 1 man left. The leader. The man with the graying beard. Carter scanned the wreckage of the Suburban. The man vanished. He used the chaos to reposition. "He holds his ground," Carter whispered. "He assesses the losses. He recognizes the shift in leverage. He calls for backup." "He lacks a radio," Carter said. He noticed the absence of communication gear on the tactical vests. "They operate black. They keep a low profile. They finish the job themselves, or they die trying." Carter stood. He checked the chamber of his rifle. "I flush him out," Carter said. "You cover the wreckage." Carter left the safety of the boulders. He moved into the open. He employed a slow, deliberate walk. He kept the rifle raised, scanning every shadow, every depression in the earth. The sun beat down on his shoulders. Sweat stung his eyes. The heat had a stifling, oppressive weight. The glare off the white caliche burned his retinas. He approached the ruined Suburban. The vehicle smelled of raw gasoline and burnt wiring. A shadow shifted near the rear bumper. Carter did not hesitate. He fired a burst into the dirt, inches from the bumper. "Throw the weapon out," Carter commanded. His voice echoed against the canyon walls, hard and devoid of negotiation. Silence. "I count to 3, Carter said. "I put the next burst through the gas tank. You burn with the vehicle." 1. A heavy carbine clattered onto the caliche. "Step out. Hands on your head." The tall man with the graying beard stood up from behind the SUV. He laced his fingers behind his head. He wore a dark tactical uniform coated in white dust. His face bore a deep, jagged scar running from his left ear to his jawline. His eyes held the cold, detached gaze of a man accustomed to measuring the value of a human life in dollars. Carter kept his distance. He kept the rifle leveled at the man's chest. Sarah approached from the boulders, keeping the shotgun trained on the captive. "Soto," Carter said. The man's eyes flickered with a brief spark of surprise. "You know me." "You work out of Palomas," Carter said. "You run hits for the local cartels. You crossed the border for this job. Corporate money spends the same as drug money." Soto offered a grim, humorless smile. "Corporate money spends better. They provide health benefits." "They provided you a death sentence," Carter said. "You failed to deliver the target. You lost your squad. Your employers view failure as a liability." "They pay for results," Soto said. "I lack results. I accept the outcome. Pull the trigger." "I require a name," Carter said. I honor my contracts, Soto said. I bleed before I talk. Carter lowered the rifle. He stepped forward. He moved with a sudden, fluid violence. He drove the heavy steel stock of the Mk-18 directly into Soto's right knee. Bone cracked. Cartilage tore. Soto collapsed to the dirt with a ragged scream. He clutched his ruined knee, writhing in the dust. The stoic facade shattered, replaced by raw agony. You honor your contracts, Carter said. He stood over the man. The sun cast a long shadow across Soto's face. The men you work for burned a trailer last night. They executed 2 innocent surveyors. They left my face printed on heavy cardstock to frame me for the murders. They intend to ignite a war. Soto groaned, spitting blood into the dirt. Business. Just business. Give me the name, Carter said. He placed the muzzle of the rifle against Soto's uninjured left knee. Or you crawl back to Paloma's, dragging 2 useless legs. Soto stared at the black steel resting against his joint. The pain stripped his loyalty. He recognized a man willing to dismantle him piece by piece. Devers, Soto gasped. The broker. I know Devers, Carter said. Give me the physical location. Give me the access point. He operates out of an old meatpacking plant in El Paso. Soto gritted his teeth, fighting a wave of nausea. The slaughterhouse district. He runs the servers from the basement. He meets clients on Tuesdays. Today is Tuesday, Sarah said. Carter pulled the rifle away from the man's leg. He stepped back. He looked down at the contractor. A broken man bleeding in the dust. A pawn sacrificed by invisible kings, playing a game from air-conditioned boardrooms. We leave him, Carter said. We leave him alive? Sarah asked. Her grip on the shotgun tightened. She looked at Soto, her eyes burning with the memory of her brother. A dead man tells no stories, Carter said. A man crawling through the desert with a shattered knee sends a message. The architects learn we survived. They learn we hunt them. Carter turned his back on the ruined convoy. He started walking down the center of the dry wash, moving toward the vast, empty horizon. Sarah stared at Soto for a long moment. She lowered the shotgun. She turned and followed Carter into the heat. Chapter 7. The noon sun hammered the caliche hardpan. The heat had mass. It pushed down on Carter's shoulders with the weight of a physical burden. Heat mirages distorted the horizon, turning the jagged ridges of the Fra Cristobal Range into rippling gray water. Carter walked in the center of the dry wash. He measured his steps. He placed his boots heel to toe, minimizing the expenditure of energy. Sarah matched his pace. She carried the Mossberg across her chest. The leather work gloves protected her hands from the searing temperature of the steel barrel. She did not complain. She did not ask for water. She had the endurance of the native flora, rooted deep in the alkaline soil, built for deprivation. They walked for 2 hours. The landscape offered zero shade. The Devil's Throat widened, spilling out onto a vast flat plain of scrub brush and rusted barbed wire. We need wheels, Carter said. Dust coated his throat, turning his voice into a dry rasp. Half a mile, Sarah said. She pointed toward a cluster of dead cottonwood trees to the south. My grandfather built a line shack out there in the 70s. He used it during the spring calving season. The roof caved in a decade ago. We cannot ride a caved-in roof to El Paso, Carter said. He left a vehicle in the lean-to, Sarah said. They reached the dead cottonwoods. The trees stood like skeletal hands reaching for the bruised sky. Behind the trunks sat a crumbling adobe structure. The main roof lay in a pile of rotting timber and dissolved mud. A corrugated tin lean-to clung to the eastern wall, shaded from the worst of the afternoon glare. Carter approached the lean-to. He kept the Mk-18 rifle raised. He cleared the blind corners. Pack rats scattered into the shadows. A diamondback rattlesnake uncoiled from a sun-baked rock, sounding a dry, frantic warning before slithering into a fissure in the foundation. Under the tin roof sat a 1987 Ford Bronco. The original paint vanished years ago, replaced by a mottled coat of primer gray and surface rust. The heavy steel bumpers bore the dents and scars of collisions with livestock and fence posts. Dust coated the windshield in an opaque brown film. Sarah walked to the driver's side. She grabbed the heavy chrome door handle. She braced a boot against the rocker panel and pulled. The hinges shrieked. The door popped open, releasing the trapped odor of cracked vinyl, old motor oil, and stale mouse droppings. She reached under the floor mat. She produced a single brass key. "You trust this machine?" Carter asked. He examined the dry, rotted sidewalls of the front tires. "It possesses a carburetor," Sarah said. She climbed into the driver's seat. "It possesses manual locking hubs. It lacks a computer module. Satellites ignore it." She slotted the key into the ignition. She pumped the gas pedal 3 times to prime the fuel lines. She turned the key. The starter whined a high, strained pitch. The engine caught, coughed, and died. "Pump it once more," Carter said. He walked to the front grille. Sarah pumped the pedal. She hit the ignition. The old V8 engine roared to life. A cloud of black exhaust blew from the rusted tailpipe, settling over the dead cottonwoods. The engine settled into a rough, aggressive idle. It sounded like a cement mixer full of gravel. "It runs loud," Carter said. "It runs," Sarah said. She shifted the column shifter into reverse. "Get in." Carter climbed into the passenger seat. He threw the canvas go bag into the rear cargo area. The vinyl seat burned through his linen jacket. He rested the Mk-18 across his knees. Sarah steered the Bronco away from the ruins. She avoided the main county roads. She used a network of unmarked dirt trails and forgotten ranch access routes, navigating by landmarks. A jagged peak. A rusted windmill. A dry riverbed. They drove south toward the Texas border. The Bronco rattled over the washboards. Loose tools clanked in the metal bed. "Soto named Devers," Sarah said. She kept her eyes on the rutted trail. "You know the broker." "I know the reputation," Carter said. "Devers acts as a ghost. He routes bounties through proxy servers in Eastern Europe. He launders the payouts using offline cryptocurrency wallets. He caters to the high-end market. Cartels. Corrupt politicians. Corporate fixers." Soto said Devers operates out of a meat-packing plant. "The slaughterhouse district in El Paso," Carter said. "An industrial wasteland. Derelict buildings. 0 foot traffic. The perfect environment to hide an underground server farm. The local power grid handles heavy industrial loads. The spike in electricity from server cooling fans goes unnoticed in a zone built for industrial freezers." "He meets clients on Tuesdays," Sarah said. "We exploit the schedule," Carter said. "We breach the basement. We secure the server hard drives. The drives contain the digital trail. They link the dark web bounty to Apex Logistics. They link Apex Logistics to the men sitting in the air-conditioned boardrooms." "We pull the string," Sarah said. "We pull the string until the whole frame job unravels," Carter said. They hit a stretch of paved state highway, an hour north of the border. Sarah pushed the heavy Bronco to 60 miles an hour. The steering wheel shook in her hands. The wind roared through the open windows, drowning out the whine of the worn transmission. Carter watched the landscape shift. The open, empty expanse of the Jornada del Muerto gave way to the sprawling outskirts of human habitation. Billboards appeared. Gas stations. Chain-link fences guarding modular home lots. They crossed the Texas state line. El Paso loomed against the southern horizon. A sprawling concrete grid, baking under the afternoon sun. The Franklin Mountains cut the city in half, a jagged spine of rock dividing the urban sprawl. Smog hung over the valley, a thick brown haze trapping the heat and the exhaust fumes of 2 million people. Sarah took the industrial bypass. She navigated the Bronco off the main freeway, plunging into the labyrinth of surface streets bordering the Rio Grande. The slaughterhouse district announced itself miles before they saw the buildings. The smell hit the cab of the Bronco like a physical barrier. A dense, visceral stench. Rendered fat. Bleach. Old blood baking on concrete. Diesel exhaust from idling refrigerated trailers. The odor coated the back of the throat and burned the nostrils. "Roll the windows up," Sarah said. "The glass traps the heat," Carter said. "You breathe through your mouth. You adapt." The streets narrowed. Massive brick warehouses flanked the asphalt. Faded painted advertisements from the 1950s peeled off the brick facades. Rusted metal loading docks stood empty. Weeds pushed through the cracked concrete sidewalks. The area resembled a post-war ruin. Carter checked his sidearm. He drew the Sig Sauer P320 from the Kydex holster. He pressed the magazine release, caught the magazine, and verified the stack of hollow point rounds. He seated the magazine with a solid slap. He holstered the weapon. "Turn here," Carter said. Sarah cranked the heavy steering wheel. The Bronco swung down a narrow alleyway choked with discarded wooden pallets and blown trash. At the end of the alley stood a massive, 4-story brick structure. The painted letters on the upper wall read, "Rio Grande Meats. EST. 1962. A heavy chain-link fence surrounded the property. Coils of razor wire topped the fence. A rusted corrugated metal gate blocked the main entrance, secured by a hardened steel padlock the size of a brick. Sarah parked the Bronco behind a rusted industrial dumpster across the alley. She killed the engine. The silence of the alley felt heavy, unnatural against the distant hum of the city traffic. "We walk from here," Carter said. He reached into the canvas go bag. He extracted a pair of heavy steel bolt cutters. The handles featured cracked red rubber grips. Sarah picked up the Mossberg. She checked the safety mechanism. She stepped out of the truck. They approached the gate on foot. The afternoon shadows stretched long across the cracked asphalt. Carter gripped the padlock. He positioned the jaws of the bolt cutters over the hardened steel shackle. He braced the handles against his chest and pushed his weight forward. The steel resisted. Carter shifted his grip. He focused his strength into his shoulders. The shackle snapped with a sharp crack. Carter removed the broken lock. He slid the heavy metal gate open, just enough to allow them passage. The hinges screamed in protest. They slipped through the gap. The courtyard of the meat packing plant contained the rusted husks of 2 delivery trucks. Weeds grew through the engine bays. Carter led the way toward the main loading dock. He moved in a low crouch, utilizing the derelict trucks for cover. They reached the concrete stairs leading to a metal security door. The door lacked a handle. It featured an electronic keypad glowing with a faint red light. "Digital lock," Sarah said. "Devers values security," Carter said. Carter inspected the door frame. The steel jamb showed signs of recent reinforcement. Heavy lag bolts anchored the frame to the brick wall. A crowbar offered zero leverage here. "We find another way," Carter said. He moved along the perimeter of the building. He scanned the brickwork. 10 feet down the wall, an old coal chute sloped down toward the basement level. A heavy iron grate covered the opening. Carter knelt beside the grate. He gripped the iron bars. He pulled upward. The grate groaned but held fast. Rusted bolts secured the corners. Carter retrieved the bolt cutters. He applied the jaws to the rusted bolt heads. He snapped the heads off one by one. The rust compromised the structural integrity of the steel. He lifted the heavy iron grate. He set it aside on the concrete. The chute plunged into absolute darkness. The smell of the slaughterhouse intensified, mixing with the damp, earthy odor of subterranean mold. Carter slung the Mk-18 rifle across his back. He gripped the edges of the chute and slid feet first into the dark. He dropped 8 feet. His boots hit a solid concrete floor. The echo bounced off unseen walls. He unholstered the Sig Sauer. He reached into his jacket and retrieved a small tactical flashlight. He clicked the tail switch. A tight beam of white light cut through the gloom. He stood in a vast, cavernous basement. Thick concrete pillars supported the ceiling overhead. A labyrinth of rusted iron rails hung from the ceiling, the old track system used for moving animal carcasses through the processing line. Heavy metal meat hooks still dangled from the rails, swinging slightly in the draft, casting long, menacing shadows against the walls. "Clear," Carter called out, keeping his voice low. A moment later, Sarah dropped from the chute. She landed in a crouch, the Mossberg ready. She stood, brushing the dirt from her denim shirt. "Listen," Carter said. He killed the flashlight. They stood in the dark. Underneath the dripping water and the creak of the hanging meat hooks, a distinct, modern sound vibrated through the concrete floor. A low, relentless hum. The collective whine of high-capacity cooling fans. The sound of massive server racks working to process terabytes of data. "Follow the current," Carter said. He turned the flashlight back on. He kept the beam angled at the floor. They navigated the maze of concrete pillars and rusted machinery. They moved deep into the bowels of the slaughterhouse. The hum grew louder. The ambient temperature of the basement began to rise. They rounded a massive brick incinerator block. At the far end of the corridor, a modern security door stood set into the old brick wall. The door featured solid steel construction and a heavy magnetic lock. A security camera with a glowing red lens mounted above the frame tracked their movement. The heavy steel door blocked the origin of the sound. Behind that steel wall, Devers operated the network. Behind that wall sat the digital evidence of the frame job, the names of the architects, and the leverage Carter needed to clear the board. Carter stepped into the field of view of the security camera. He raised his face to the lens. He let the broker see exactly who arrived for the Tuesday appointment. The magnetic lock released with a heavy metallic clack. Chapter 8. Carter pushed the heavy steel door open. The hinges operated in total silence, moving on oiled ball bearings. The room beyond resembled the interior of a submarine crossed with a surgical theater. Fluorescent tubes cast a sterile white glare across a polished concrete floor. The air conditioning ran at maximum capacity, keeping the ambient temperature hovering around 60 degrees. 2 massive racks of black servers dominated the center of the space, cables cascading from the back panels like electronic waterfalls. The relentless hum of the cooling fans bounced off the cinder block walls, creating a continuous, low-level physical vibration. A man sat behind an L-shaped metal desk facing the door. He wore a tailored gray suit over a black turtleneck. He had thinning blonde hair pulled back into a severe ponytail, and wire-rimmed glasses resting on a narrow nose. He looked like an aggressive accountant. He did not flinch when Carter and Sarah stepped into the room. He kept his hands flat on the desk, resting next to an ergonomic keyboard. "The magnetic lock releases for a reason," the man said. His voice carried a flat Midwestern affect, devoid of inflection. "I monitor the perimeter cameras. I observed your entrance through the coal chute. You break the padlock, I consider it a breach. You present your face to the lens, I consider it a negotiation." Carter stepped inside. Sarah followed, letting the heavy door click shut behind them. She kept the Mossberg angled toward the floor, but maintained her grip on the pump. "Devers," Carter said. "My mother called me Arthur," the broker replied. "Devers serves as a corporate entity. A brand. You appear worse for wear, Mr. Carter. You carry the Hornada on your clothes." "I carry a broken Tacoma and 3 dead contractors," Carter said. He moved to the center of the room, positioning himself between Devers and the server racks. "You brokered a hit. $800,000 crypto. You placed my face on the dark web." Devers did not deny the accusation. He did not reach for a weapon or a panic button. He simply nodded, adjusting his glasses with his index finger. "I provide a service," Devers said. "A secure routing node for high-net-worth individuals requiring discretion. I do not ask the motivation. I do not meet the principles. I verify the funds, I format the contract, and I release the broadcast to the network. My fee remains 10%, paid upon execution of the contract." "The contract involved a frame job," Sarah said. She stepped forward, her boots echoing against the concrete. "They intend to bury the assassination of a federal judge under Jack Carter's name." Devers looked at Sarah. He evaluated her canvas work pants, the dust-caked denim shirt, and the shotgun. He dismissed her as a factor in his calculations. "The mechanics of the frame are irrelevant to the transaction," Devers said. He returned his attention to Carter. "I recognized the volatility of the contract immediately. A former federal agent possesses a different threat matrix than a typical skip. I advised my client against utilizing the open network. Amateurs create noise. I recommended a closed bid contract with vetted professionals." "Soto," Carter said. "Soto runs a reliable crew out of Palomas," Devers confirmed. "He understands the necessity of collateral damage. Or rather, he ran a reliable crew. You dismantled them. Soto gave me your name. He gave me this address." "Soto violated his non-disclosure agreement under extreme duress," Devers said. "I accept the reality of physical interrogation. You broke his knee, I assume. Or removed fingers." "I shattered the joint," Carter said. "Now, I require the digital trail. I require the names of the men who funded the contract." Devers offered a thin smile. "You misunderstand the architecture of my business, Mr. Carter. I do not maintain ledgers with client names. I deal in encrypted routing protocols and blockchain hash keys. The client operates behind 5 layers of digital proxies. I never hear a voice. I never see a face." "You possess an access point," Carter said. He brought the Mk-18 rifle up, resting the stock against his hip. "The money arrives from a source. The contract instructions arrive from a source. A Dropbox on the dark web," Devers said. "Accessible via a singular, rotating cryptographic key. I check the box. The funds transfer. I execute the broadcast. Show me the box." Devers shook his head. "The key rotates every 12 hours. The client destroyed the current key upon the initiation of the Soto contract. The connection severed. I possess no mechanism to contact them. They contact me. You expect me to believe a broker operating at this level severs communication with a client holding an $800,000 escrow? Carter asked. I require you to believe the math, Devers replied. The client deposited the funds. I hold the crypto in a cold storage wallet. If Soto succeeded, I release the funds to his proxy, minus my 10%. If Soto fails, the client establishes contact via a new protocol to issue further instructions. Until that contact occurs, I sit in the dark. Carter stepped closer to the metal desk. The fluorescent light reflected off Devers's wire-rimmed glasses, hiding his eyes. You lie, Sarah said. She leveled the Mossberg. You sit in a room full of servers. You track the money. You pull a report. A shotgun lacks efficacy against encrypted hard drives, Devers said, his voice retaining its calm detachment. You pull that trigger, you destroy the physical array. The data exists in redundant backups off-site. You kill me, the money sits in the cold wallet forever, and the bounty remains active on the network. Every hitman between here and Denver continues to hunt Mr. Carter. Carter recognized the leverage. Devers held the controls to the network. A dead broker could not recall the bounty. The client intends to contact you, Carter said. They require confirmation of the kill. They intend to deploy the media narrative. Jack Carter, rogue agent, dead in the desert. They need the green light. They expect the confirmation tonight, Devers admitted. Soto had a deadline. You provide the confirmation. Devers raised an eyebrow. I confirm a falsehood. I release the escrow funds for an uncompleted contract. That damages the brand. The alternative damages your skull, Carter said. He leveled the MK-18 directly at the center of Devers's chest. You log on to the network. You send the encrypted message to the client's Dropbox. You confirm Soto executed the target. You confirm the narrative. Devers evaluated the threat. He measured the distance between the muzzle of the rifle and his chest. He calculated the probability of Carter pulling the trigger. He found the probability unacceptable. I confirm the kill, Devers said. The client releases the final instructions. They deploy the media strategy. How does this benefit you? You remain a hunted man. The client relaxes, Carter explained. They assume the problem vanished. They move forward with the final phase of their operation. They finalize the land grabs. They sign the deeds. They step out of the shadows to claim the prize. We find the men who sign the deeds. Apex Logistics, Sarah added. Devers's fingers hovered over the ergonomic keyboard. You play a dangerous game of subtraction, Mr. Carter. You eliminate the physical threats, but the institutional power remains. Apex Logistics represents a consortium, a board of directors, a legal department. They utilize a fixer, Carter said. He recalled the mechanics of corporate corruption. A board of directors does not hire cartels directly. They insulate themselves. They employ an aggressive real estate scout, a man who handles the dirty work and presents clean paperwork to the board. David Miller, Sarah said. The name cut through the hum of the servers. Carter looked at her. I dug into the public records last year, Sarah said, her eyes fixed on Devers. Every fraudulent title claim, every forced sale in the Jornada Basin, bears the signature of a notary public employed by a Las Cruces law firm. The partner handling the Apex account is David Miller. He is the scout. He clears the corridor. Devers nodded slowly. Miller fits the profile. A mid-level executive, possessing ambition and a lack of moral rigidity. He coordinates the physical pressure. He likely orchestrated the Prout assassination when the judge became a liability. You send the message, Carter told the broker. You confirm the hit. You tell Miller the desert swallowed the problem. Devers turned his attention to the dual monitors on his desk. His fingers flew across the keys, a blur of motion. Lines of code cascaded across the screens, glowing green against the black background. He navigated through a series of encrypted portals, bypassing firewalls and security protocols. I access the Dropbox, Devers announced. I draft the confirmation protocol. Code 040. Target eliminated. Perimeter secure. He hit the enter key. Message transmitted, Devers said. The network routes it through the proxies. Miller receives the confirmation in approximately 3 minutes. Now you pull the bounty, Carter said. I cannot pull a bounty unilaterally, Devers objected. The smart contract requires dual authorization. The client must release the escrow. You built a backdoor into the network, Carter stated, a statement of fact, not a question. A broker operating your level of volume does not surrender total control to an automated smart contract. You possess an override code for dispute resolution. Use it. Devers hesitated. He looked at the MK-18. He looked at Carter's eyes. He found no room for negotiation. He typed a complex sequence of commands. A red warning banner flashed across the screen. Authorization override. Contract nullified. The bounty is off the board, Devers said. The network registers the contract as resolved. We require one final piece of leverage, Carter said. He lowered the rifle an inch. Miller operates as the fixer. He coordinates the violence. But a fixer does not possess the authority to sign blank federal warrants. Sarah frowned. Blank warrants? Carter remembered the confrontation in the cinder block shack. The realization of Prout's full utility. Prout did not just sign bad verdicts. He provided the enforcement mechanism. He gave Miller pre-signed blank federal warrants. Miller utilizes corrupt law enforcement to execute the warrants, seizing property and silencing opposition under the color of law. With Prout dead, those blank warrants represent the last remaining legal leverage Apex possesses. A dangerous commodity, Devers agreed. A federal agent caught executing a blank warrant faces decades in a supermax facility. We find the agent executing the warrants, Carter said. We follow the agent to Miller. We follow Miller to the top. Devers pushed his chair back from the desk. He steepled his fingers. I completed your requests, Mr. Carter. I removed the bounty. I confirmed the false narrative. I require your departure. My business depends on neutrality. Neutrality vanished the moment you broadcast my face, Carter said. He turned to Sarah. Keep him covered. Carter slung the rifle across his back. He moved to the server racks. He located the primary drive bay. He drew the Sig Sauer. He used the heavy steel slide of the pistol to smash the plastic housing of the master hard drive. Devers flinched but remained silent. Carter ripped the damaged drive from the bay. He shoved it into his jacket pocket. A precaution, Carter said. You attempt to reinstate the bounty. I mail the decrypted contents of this drive to the FBI Cybercrimes Division. I burn your brand to the ground. I understand the arrangement, Devers said, his voice tight. Carter and Sarah backed out of the server room. The heavy steel door clicked shut, the magnetic lock engaging with a solid thud. They retraced their steps through the subterranean labyrinth, navigating the hanging meat hooks and the concrete pillars. They reached the coal chute. Carter boosted Sarah up to the grate. She scrambled onto the cracked asphalt of the alley. Carter followed, hauling himself up with raw upper-body strength. The El Paso sun began its descent, casting long shadows across the slaughterhouse district. The smell of rendered fat persisted, a constant reminder of the city's brutal machinery. They walked back to the rusted Bronco. Sarah climbed into the driver's seat. Carter took the passenger side. "We bought time," Carter said. He inspected the stolen hard drive. "Miller believes I rot in the desert." He moves forward. He activates his assets. "How do we identify the federal agent?" Sarah asked. She pumped the gas pedal and turned the ignition. The V8 roared, spitting black smoke into the alley. "You mentioned you checked the public records," Carter said. "You tracked the fraudulent title claims." "Every claim," Sarah confirmed. "Who filed the physical paperwork at the county courthouse?" Carter asked. "Who presented the warrants to the local sheriff to enforce the evictions?" "The notary public signs the deed, but a badge executes the force." Sarah gripped the steering wheel. Her eyes widened as the memory surfaced. A young guy. Arrogant. Wore cheap suits and flashed a badge at the county clerks. The records list his name on the seizure affidavits. "Give me the name." "Special Agent Ryan Cole," Sarah said. "FBI Field Office out of Las Cruces." "Agent Cole," Carter repeated. He felt the cold architecture of the conspiracy solidify. Cole handles the administrative, dirty work. Cole holds the blank warrants. We squeeze Cole, he breaks. A young, ambitious agent lacks the spine of a corporate fixer. Sarah threw the Bronco into gear. The heavy tires spun against the asphalt. They left the alley, pointing the grill north, heading back toward the Jornada del Muerto, ready to hunt a hunter. Chapter 9. The 1987 Ford Bronco had a failing water pump. Carter heard the metallic grind beneath the roar of the V8 engine long before the temperature gauge began its slow, steady climb toward the red zone. They drove north on Interstate 10, leaving the smog and the sprawling lights of El Paso behind them. The desert night closed in, a vast expanse of black pressing against the oxidized primer paint of the truck. The engine block radiated heat through the firewall. It baked Carter's boots. The smell of boiling coolant filled the cab, a sweet chemical odor masking the stale dust of the Jornada. "The needle pegs the limit," Carter said. He tapped a finger against the cracked plastic of the instrument cluster. Sarah kept her hands locked on the steering wheel. The Bronco shook violently at 65 miles an hour. The radiator leaks. The hoses suffer from dry rot. My grandfather abandoned this machine for a reason. We pull over, the engine seizes, Carter said. We keep driving, the block cracks. We require a new vehicle. We lack the anonymity to walk into a rental agency. The local networks actively search for my face. We avoid the rental agencies, Sarah said. She checked the side mirror, scanning the dark highway behind them for headlights maintaining their pace. She found only the empty, rolling black. 10 miles ahead. The Santa Teresa Regional Airport. A desolate strip of asphalt servicing crop dusters, private charters, and freight runners. We steal a plane. We borrow a truck, Sarah corrected. A neighbor of mine. A man named Halverson. He flies a twin-engine Cessna out of Santa Teresa 3 times a week, hauling specialized drill parts to the mining camps in Nevada. He hates the desert heat. He hates the wait at the terminal. He leaves a 1999 Chevy Tahoe parked in the long-term dirt lot. He leaves the keys? He leaves a magnetic lockbox in the rear wheel well, Sarah said. He owes me a debt. I pulled his tractor out of a mud bog 2 springs ago. He values his property, but he values the favor more. The Bronco lacks the stamina to reach Santa Teresa, Carter observed. Steam began to hiss from the edges of the hood. A white plume caught the glare of the passing highway reflectors. The engine lost power, sputtering as the cylinders choked on the intense internal heat. It reaches the lot, Sarah said. Her voice carried absolute rigid determination. It possesses no other choice. She pressed the accelerator. The engine screamed, a dying animal fighting the inevitable. The needle on the temperature gauge buried itself deep in the red. They limped the final 3 miles. The Bronco shuddered, trailing a thick cloud of white smoke. Sarah steered the heavy truck off the interstate, navigating the curved exit ramp by feel as the power steering pump finally surrendered. The Santa Teresa airport occupied a flat stretch of scrub brush near the state line. It lacked the grand architecture of a commercial hub. A single cinder-block terminal building sat dark under the moonlight. A chain-link fence surrounded a sprawling dirt lot filled with sun-bleached sedans, heavy-duty pickups, and an assortment of aviation fuel trailers. Yellow sodium lights on tall wooden poles cast a sickly, jaundiced glow over the gravel. Sarah drove the dying Bronco through the open gate of the long-term lot. The engine knocked, a heavy, catastrophic sound of metal striking metal. She steered the vehicle toward the darkest corner of the fence line, far from the sodium lights. She slammed the transmission into park and killed the ignition. The engine block hissed and popped, shedding its extreme heat into the cool night air. The radiator vomited the last of its boiling green coolant onto the dirt. The Bronco died in the shadows, completing its final task. Carter grabbed the canvas go bag. He retrieved the Mk-18 rifle from the rear cargo area. He slung the weapon across his back. They stepped out of the ruined truck. The night air felt sharp and clean after the toxic heat of the cab. A relentless wind blew across the tarmac, rattling the chain-link fence and rolling a dry tumbleweed past Carter's boots. "Find the Tahoe," Carter said. They moved through the rows of parked vehicles. They maintained a low profile, keeping their silhouettes below the window lines of the surrounding trucks. The lot remained silent. 0 foot traffic. 0 security patrols. Sarah stopped beside a dark green Chevrolet Tahoe. The SUV bore the scars of desert life. Pitted windshield glass. Faded clear coat on the hood. A heavy layer of fine white dust coating the quarter panels. She dropped to one knee. She reached into the gap between the rear passenger tire and the molded plastic wheel well. Her gloved fingers searched the dirty metal. She found the rectangular box. She pulled it free, snapping the heavy magnet off the steel frame. She manipulated the small combination dials by touch. She popped the lid and extracted a silver ignition key. She unlocked the doors. Carter climbed into the passenger seat. He threw the canvas bag into the back. The interior smelled of stale tobacco smoke and artificial pine from a cardboard tree dangling from the rearview mirror. The seats featured cracked gray leather. It offered 0 luxury, but it presented a flawless, unremarkable profile. A ghost vehicle. Sarah slid behind the wheel. She inserted the key. She turned the ignition. The engine caught instantly, settling into a smooth, powerful idle. A vast improvement over the dying roar of the Bronco. "We possess wheels," Sarah said. She rested her forehead against the steering wheel, allowing herself a single moment of physical exhaustion. She breathed in the smell of the stale tobacco. "We possess 4 hours until dawn," Carter said. He checked the illuminated digital clock on the dashboard. "We secure the perimeter. We rest. We require sharp cognitive function for the morning." "I lack the capacity for sleep," Sarah said. She lifted her head. Her eyes burned with a restless, consuming energy. "Miller sits in a hotel suite. Vance sits in a political office. My brother sits in the ground. The current pulls me forward." "The current pulls exhausted people under," Carter said. He reached into his jacket. He extracted the shattered hard drive he pulled from Devers's server array. He turned the ruined piece of plastic and silicon over in his hands. "You push the adrenaline, you crash. We face a federal agent in 4 hours. Agent Cole commands resources. He carries a sidearm. He utilizes training. He utilizes arrogance," Sarah countered. "I watched him in the county records office. He wears expensive suits. He treats the local clerks like cattle. He believes the badge shields him from consequence." "Arrogance breeds mistakes," Carter agreed. He set the broken hard drive on the center console. "Tell me about his routine. You tracked the title frauds. You tracked his movements." Sarah adjusted the rearview mirror. She stared into the reflection of the dark lot. "Cole avoids the main FBI field office in Las Cruces when he files the Apex Logistics paperwork," Sarah explained. Her mind categorized the details with lethal precision. "The main office possesses oversight. It possesses cameras and supervisory agents. Cole utilizes the county annex building downtown. The annex houses the municipal archives and the secondary deed registry. He holds a clerk on the payroll," Carter guessed. "A clerk named Gutierrez," Sarah confirmed. "Gutierrez bypasses the mandatory 30-day public notice period. Cole hands him the fraudulent seizure affidavits. Gutierrez stamps them. The land transfers to Apex Logistics immediately. A seamless, invisible theft." "What time does he execute the transfers?" "First thing in the morning," Sarah said. "He arrives before the annex opens to the public. He parks in the employee lot. He completes the transaction before the building fills with legitimate business." Carter nodded. He visualized the environment. A government annex. An employee parking lot. A narrow window of opportunity before the civilian population complicated the crossfire. "We intercept him in the lot," Carter decided. "We avoid a breach of the actual building. We isolate him in transit." "He carries the blank warrants," Sarah reminded him. "Pruitt's pre-signed documents. We require those warrants to break David Miller. We lack the warrants, Miller laughs at us." "A man like Cole keeps his leverage close," Carter said. "He knows Miller intends to discard him when the land grab concludes. Cole holds the warrants as an insurance policy. He carries them in his vehicle, or he carries them on his person." Carter reached down to his right thigh. He winced. The adrenaline from the slaughterhouse faded, replaced by the dull, throbbing ache of torn muscle and bruised bone. The fight in the Jornada Arroyo exacted a physical toll. The impact against the dry riverbed during the Tacoma jump compressed his spine. He unzipped the canvas go bag. He pulled out a small plastic bottle of ibuprofen. He dry swallowed 4 white pills. Sarah watched him. "You move like a man carrying a heavy load," Sarah observed. "I carry 41 years," Carter said. He screwed the cap back onto the bottle. The miles accumulate. The cartilage vanishes. You learn to fight with leverage instead of speed. You fought with speed in the bar, Sarah said. She remembered his dismantling of the amateur bounty hunter. She remembered his brutal efficiency against Soto's tactical team. You fight like a man who expects to die. I fight like a man who refuses to die for another man's lie, Carter corrected. He unholstered the Sig Sauer. He popped the magazine. He racked the slide, catching the chambered hollow point round in his left palm. He placed the weapon on his lap. He extracted a small rag from the go bag and wiped the fine white caliche dust from the steel slide and the polymer frame. A weapon functions on precise tolerances. Dust acts as sandpaper against the internal mechanisms. He cleaned the tool with the methodical, practiced rhythm of a craftsman. My brother lacked your skills, Sarah said. Her voice softened, losing the hard edge for a fleeting moment. She stared through the windshield at the dark fence line. Cale ran courier jobs. He thought he understood the game. He thought the money bought him a seat at the table. He failed to understand the table belonged to men like Prout, men like Vance. The game utilizes men like your brother as currency, Carter said. He reassembled the pistol. He seated the magazine. He chambered a round with a sharp, metallic snap. He holstered the weapon. They spend the currency. They burn it. They never intend to share the table. I intend to burn the table, Sarah said. Carter looked at her. He saw the grief hardened into an unbreakable, structural integrity. She had no tactical training. She had no law enforcement background. But she had absolute clarity of purpose. In a fight, clarity often defeats training. You sleep, Carter instructed. Recline the seat. Close your eyes. 2 hours. I hold the watch. Sarah opened her mouth to argue. She read his face. She recognized the immovable logic of his command. She reached for the lever on the side of the leather seat and dropped the backrest. She turned her head away from him, facing the driver's side window. She pulled the collar of her canvas jacket up against the chill of the air conditioning. Carter sat in the passenger seat. He kept his eyes focused on the open gate of the long-term lot. He listened to the steady hum of the Tahoe's engine. He listened to the wind rattling the chain-link fence. He cataloged the remaining assets. A stolen Chevy Tahoe. A suppressed Mk-18 rifle. A handgun. A shattered hard drive. A woman fueled by an endless well of vengeance. Against them stood a corrupt federal agent, a billionaire corporate machine, and a state senator utilizing the architecture of the justice system as a private weapon. The board favored the House. The House had the money and the numbers. But the House operated in the light. Carter operated in the dark. He sat in the quiet cab of the SUV and planned the ambush. He measured the angles. He calculated the risks. He prepared to introduce Special Agent Ryan Cole to the consequences of his ambition. At 5:30 in the morning, the eastern horizon cracked, bleeding a thin line of pale gray into the black sky. Carter reached across the center console. He placed a hand on Sarah's shoulder. Wake up, Carter said. Sarah opened her eyes. The exhaustion vanished instantly. The hard, competent edge returned. She sat up, adjusting the seat back to a vertical position. Time, she asked. Dawn, Carter said. Put the vehicle in gear. We drive to Las Cruces. We hunt the federal leak. Chapter 10. The 1999 Chevy Tahoe smelled of stale tobacco smoke and artificial pine. The suspension squeaked over every seam in the asphalt. Sarah drove north on Interstate 10, keeping the speedometer pinned exactly at the legal limit. Dawn broke over the Organ Mountains to the east. The jagged granite peaks caught the first light, turning the stone the color of crushed amethyst and hammered gold. The shadows retreated across the desert floor, revealing the sprawling geometric grid of Las Cruces. The city woke to another day of punishing heat. The county records annex opens at 8, Sarah said. Her hands maintained a loose, competent grip on the leather-wrapped steering wheel. She wore a pair of aviator sunglasses, hiding her eyes from the rising glare. Cole files the fraudulent title transfers there. He bypasses the main courthouse. He utilizes a clerk on the payroll to stamp the deeds without a mandatory waiting period. A federal agent running errands for a corporate shell company, Carter said. He sat in the passenger seat. He watched the highway traffic. He risks a pension and 20 years in a supermax facility for a bribe. He risks it for a seat at the table, Sarah corrected. Miller possesses the ambition. Vance possesses the power. Cole desires proximity to both. They promise him a future beyond a government salary. Proximity to power burns the unprotected, Carter said. They exited the interstate. Sarah navigated the surface streets, avoiding the main commercial arteries. She drove with an intimate knowledge of the city's concrete veins. She steered the Tahoe into the downtown district. The county annex building sat on a corner lot. A square block of brutalist concrete architecture. Narrow vertical windows presented a fortress-like exterior. A sparse layer of drought-resistant landscaping surrounded the foundation. Sarah parked the Tahoe down the block, wedging the heavy SUV between a delivery box truck and a rusted sedan. The position provided a clear line of sight to the annex entrance and the employee parking lot. Carter settled into the seat. He rested his right hand near his hip, brushing the grip of the Sig Sauer. "We wait," Carter said. They sat in the idling vehicle. The sun cleared the rooftops, baking the hood of the Tahoe. Heat waves began to shimmer above the asphalt. At 7:45, a dark blue Ford Explorer turned into the employee lot. The vehicle featured dark-tinted windows and a reinforced push bumper. Government fleet issue. The Explorer parked in a space marked for official business only. The driver's door opened. A man stepped out into the morning heat. He looked 28 years old. He wore a tailored Navy suit that cost a month of a standard federal salary. He carried a heavy leather messenger bag slung across his chest. He pushed a pair of designer sunglasses up the bridge of his nose. "Special Agent Ryan Cole," Sarah said. She tapped a fingernail against the steering wheel. Carter studied the man. Cole did not project the quiet confidence of a seasoned investigator. He projected nervous energy. His head swiveled. He scanned the street, his eyes darting from parked cars to passing pedestrians. He pulled at his collar, fighting the heat and the restriction of the silk tie. "He senses the shift in the wind," Carter observed. "He carries the posture of a hunted man." "He knows you survived the hit in the Jornada," Sarah said. "Miller possesses the encrypted message from the dark web. Devers confirmed the kill." "Why does Cole sweat?" "Devers confirmed the kill to the broker network," Carter said. He read the geometry of Cole's panicked movements. But Cole handles the local law enforcement. He monitors the police scanners. He monitors the county dispatch. He knows a rusted Toyota Tacoma sits shot to pieces in a dry wash, surrounded by 3 dead contractors. He knows local deputies found no trace of Jack Carter. Cole slammed the door of the Explorer. He locked the vehicle. He clutched the leather messenger bag tight against his ribs. He practically jogged toward the concrete steps of the annex building. "He carries the bag like a shield," Carter said. "The fraudulent deeds," Sarah said. "He intends to file the final paperwork today. He intends to close the loop on the Apex Logistics land grab before the federal oversight committees start asking questions about the dead contractors." "The deeds represent half his burden," Carter said. He watched Cole disappear through the heavy glass doors of the annex. "The man carries the blank warrants. The leverage Miller utilizes to force the evictions. Pruitt signed those warrants before he took a bullet. They represent Cole's insurance policy and his death warrant." Carter reached for the door handle. "Stay in the vehicle," Carter instructed. "Keep the engine running." "You intend to approach a federal agent inside a government building?" Sarah asked. She lowered her sunglasses, locking eyes with him. "He carries a badge. He carries a sidearm. He shouts your name. The building goes into lockdown. Every security guard draws a weapon." "I do not intend to approach him inside the building," Carter said. He opened the passenger door. "I intend to inspect his vehicle." Carter stepped out of the Tahoe. He adjusted his linen jacket, ensuring the fabric completely concealed the Sig Sauer. He crossed the street. He adopted the relaxed, purposeful stride of a man heading to a morning appointment. He blended into the scattered foot traffic of clerks and lawyers entering the downtown district. He reached the employee parking lot. He walked down the row of parked cars. He stopped next to the dark blue Ford Explorer. He leaned against the rear quarter panel. He acted as a man taking a moment to check his phone. He retrieved the cracked Android burner from his pocket, holding the dead device to his ear. He looked through the tinted glass of the Explorer. The interior presented a pristine environment. Cole kept the vehicle sterile. No fast food wrappers. No empty coffee cups. A dedicated police scanner sat mounted to the center console, the digital display glowing green. Carter inspected the door handle. A standard keyless entry system. He examined the rubber weather stripping around the window frame. He considered his options. He had the physical tools to breach the glass. He had a steel punch in his pocket. But shattering a window in a government lot invited immediate attention. He needed a silent entry. He walked to the front of the Explorer. He crouched near the grill, pretending to tie his boot. He reached under the front bumper. He ran his hand along the inside of the steel frame, feeling the greasy, road-grimed metal. Federal agents operating sensitive operations often utilize magnetic hide keys, a backup protocol for lost equipment. His fingers brushed a small, rectangular plastic box attached to the frame rail by a heavy magnet. Carter pulled the box free. He popped the plastic lid. A single silver transponder key rested inside, on a bed of foam. He stood. He wiped the grease from his fingers onto his dark trousers. He walked back to the driver's side door. He pressed the unlock button on the key fob. The Explorer chirped once. The locks disengaged with a heavy thunk. Carter opened the rear door. He slid into the back seat and pulled the door shut behind him. The interior smelled of new leather and expensive cologne. Carter remained low, keeping his head below the window line. He searched the cab. Cole took the leather messenger bag inside. He took the fraudulent deeds. But a paranoid man divides his assets. He never keeps all the leverage in one basket. Carter checked the seat back pockets. Empty. He reached under the passenger seat. He felt the cold steel of a secondary lockbox. A heavy-duty safe bolted to the floorboards. A digital keypad guarded the latch. Carter considered the lockbox. He lacked the combination. He lacked the time to employ brute force. He looked at the center console. He leaned forward over the armrest. He opened the main storage compartment. He found a stack of business cards. He found a spare magazine for a Glock 19. He found a bundle of zip ties. He found a secondary, smaller leather portfolio tucked against the side of the compartment. Carter pulled the portfolio out. He unzipped the leather binding. The portfolio contained 3 sheets of paper. Carter examined the top sheet. He recognized the official letterhead of the United States District Court. He recognized the dense legal boilerplate of a federal search and seizure warrant. He looked at the bottom of the page. Judge Calvin Pruitt's sprawling signature occupied the authorization line. The ink appeared authentic. The heavy federal seal sat stamped next to the name. The specific property address lines remained entirely blank. The suspect name lines remained blank. Pre-signed blank federal warrants. The ultimate instrument of corruption. With these documents, David Miller had the power to seize any property, freeze any bank account, and break any door in Doña Ana County, utilizing the FBI as his private security force. Carter folded the warrants. He slipped the leather portfolio inside his linen jacket. A shadow fell across the windshield. Carter dropped back below the window line. He pressed his spine against the rear seat. He slowed his breathing. Footsteps approached the vehicle. Hard leather soles striking the asphalt. The driver's door handle lifted. The door swung open. A wave of hot air rolled into the air-conditioned cabin, carrying the scent of expensive cologne and nervous sweat. Agent Ryan Cole dropped into the driver's seat. He threw the heavy leather messenger bag onto the passenger seat. He slammed the door shut. Cole gripped the steering wheel. He exhaled a long, ragged breath. He reached for the ignition. Carter sat up. He drew the Sig Sauer. He reached forward and pressed the cold steel muzzle against the back of Cole's neck, settling the weapon at the base of the skull. Cole froze. His hand stopped inches from the ignition key. "Keep your hands on the wheel," Carter said. His voice carried the quiet, final authority of a falling hammer. "You reach for your sidearm, I decorate the windshield." Cole swallowed. The muscles in his neck jumped against the steel barrel. "You sit in a federal vehicle. You hold a gun on a federal agent." "I hold a gun on a bagman," Carter corrected. "Jack Carter. You know the name." Cole's eyes widened, visible in the rearview mirror. Fear replaced the residual arrogance. "You died in the Jornada." "I survived the Jornada," Carter said. 3 contractors died instead. "And you filed the fraudulent deeds at the annex just now. You closed the trap on Sarah Hayes's land." "I perform my duties," Cole stammered. His voice cracked. "I execute lawful orders." Carter tapped the side of his jacket. "I possess the blank warrants from your center console. Warrants signed by a dead judge. A judge murdered by the men who pay your secondary salary. You attempt to explain lawful orders to a grand jury holding those blanks, they bury you under the prison." Cole squeezed the steering wheel. His knuckles turned white. "What do you want?" "I want the architect," Carter said. "I want David Miller." "Miller operates out of Las Cruces," Cole said. The information spilled from him, a desperate offering to save his own life. "He occupies a suite at the Hotel Encanto. He runs the operations from the penthouse. You possess a meeting scheduled with him today." Cole nodded, a tight, jerky motion. He requires the confirmation receipts from the annex. He requires proof the deeds filed correctly. He expects me at noon. You cancel the appointment, Carter said. You send a message. You tell him a complication arose at the courthouse. You tell him you remain delayed. He possesses impatience. He demands results. He receives results tonight, Carter said. He removed the muzzle from Cole's neck. He kept the weapon aimed at the back of the seat. You stay away from the hotel. You stay out of the crossfire. You report a stolen vehicle tomorrow morning. You understand the instructions? I understand, Cole whispered. Carter opened the rear door. He stepped out of the Explorer. He closed the door with a firm, quiet click. He walked away. He did not look back. He crossed the street and approached the idling Chevy Tahoe. He opened the passenger door and climbed inside. Drive, Carter told Sarah. She pulled the Tahoe into traffic. She checked the rear-view mirror. You acquired the warrants. Carter pulled the leather portfolio from his jacket. He set it on the center console. I acquired the leverage. And I acquired the location. Miller sits in the penthouse of the hotel in Kanto. We go to the hotel, Sarah said. Her grip tightened on the wheel. We go to the hotel, Carter agreed. We breach the suite. We turn the corporate scout. We force him to summon the man pulling the strings. The Tahoe merged onto the main avenue, heading toward the luxury district. The board shrank. Chapter 11. The Hotel Encanto stood as a monument to manufactured oasis. It occupied a prime intersection in the affluent district of Las Cruces, a massive structure of white stucco and red clay tile modeled after a Spanish colonial mission. Water stolen from the dying basin fed the lush emerald lawns and the imported palm trees lining the circular driveway. The building existed to insulate the wealthy from the brutal realities of the desert they exploited. Sarah idled the Chevy Tahoe across the 4-lane boulevard. She kept the engine running. The heavy V8 vibrated through the floorboards. She rested her hands on the leather steering wheel. The afternoon sun beat against the windshield, baking the interior of the cab. Carter watched the main entrance through the tinted passenger glass. He read the perimeter. He cataloged the obstacles between the street and the penthouse. A valet station occupied the center of the driveway. 2 young men in red vests sprinted between idling luxury sedans. But the true security detail stood back near the glass double doors. 3 men in dark suits. They wore sunglasses despite the shade of the grand portico. They kept their hands clasped in front of their belts. They scanned the incoming vehicles with active, disciplined attention. Corporate muscle, Carter said. They rely on the suits to project authority. They assume the luxury environment deters the wolves. We look like wolves, Sarah said. She gestured toward her dust-caked denim shirt and her scuffed canvas work pants. Blood from the morning gunfight stained her left cuff. We walk through those glass doors. They draw weapons before we reach the reception desk. We require camouflage, Carter agreed. He looked at the digital clock on the dashboard. 2 o'clock. Miller expected the corrupt federal agent at noon. Agent Cole missed the meeting, following Carter's instructions. Miller sat in his penthouse, waiting for confirmation of the land grab, stewing in his own impatience. Drive east, Carter said. Find a retail district. Sarah shifted the Tahoe into gear. She merged into the afternoon traffic, leaving the luxury hotel behind. They drove 2 miles to an upscale outdoor shopping plaza. Carter handed Sarah a stack of $20 bills from his money clip. You buy clean clothes. Canvas. Denim. Nothing flashy. You purchase a new jacket to conceal the dirt on your boots. And you? Sarah asked. She took the cash. I visit the hardware store next door, Carter said. We meet back at the vehicle in 10 minutes. Sarah stepped out of the SUV. She walked toward a high-end Western wear boutique. Carter watched her clear the threshold. He turned and walked into an industrial supply shop. The air conditioning inside the hardware store blasted his face. He navigated the aisles. He found a rack of heavy-duty plastic zip ties. He grabbed a bundle of the thickest black bands. He walked to the storage aisle. He examined a selection of heavy leather architectural drafting tubes, the kind used to transport rolled blueprints and survey maps. He selected a thick, rigid tube, featuring a brass latch and a sturdy carrying strap. He paid the cashier in cash and returned to the Tahoe. Sarah arrived 5 minutes later. She carried a shopping bag. She climbed into the driver's seat. She wore fresh, dark denim jeans and a stiff, sage-green canvas jacket. She washed the dust and dried blood from her face in the boutique restroom. She pulled her blonde hair back into a tight, neat braid. She presented a hard, competent edge. The look of a serious businesswoman managing a generational ranch. Carter placed the leather drafting tube on the center console. The Mossberg, Carter said. Sarah looked at the tube. She understood the geometry. She reached into the back seat and retrieved the short-barreled shotgun. She placed the weapon across her lap. She unscrewed the magazine cap. She stripped the barrel from the receiver. She dismantled the pump action in 3 fluid movements. Carter handed her the drafting tube. She slid the steel components into the dark cylinder. She dropped a handful of red shotgun shells into the bottom. She snapped the brass latch shut. She slung the strap over her shoulder. The leather tube rested against her back, looking entirely natural against the canvas jacket. You walk through the lobby, Carter said. You carry the survey maps. You carry the property deeds. They stopped me at the elevators, Sarah said. You approach the front desk, Carter corrected. You tell the concierge you hold an appointment with David Miller to sign the Apex Logistics transfer. Miller expects a broken woman. He expects a defeated rancher coming to surrender. He gave instructions to the front desk to permit your arrival. Miller searches the tube. Miller views you as an asset, not a threat, Carter said. He lacks the imagination to suspect an ambush from a woman offering him a multi-million-dollar signature. He wants the victory. Security avoids irritating the boss on closing day. You walk into the suite. You find a blind corner. You reassemble the weapon. I hold the room, Sarah said. She tapped the leather tube. You clear the hallway. I need my own access, Carter said. Sarah steered the Tahoe out of the plaza. They drove back toward the hotel in Encanto. The sun began its slow descent, stretching the shadows of the palm trees across the manicured lawns. Sarah avoided the main entrance. She navigated the heavy SUV down a narrow service alley running behind the massive structure. The loading dock bustled with activity. Delivery trucks backed into the concrete bays, offloading pallets of fresh produce, crates of liquor, and boxes of hotel amenities. The noise of diesel engines and shouting workers masked their approach. Sarah parked the Tahoe behind a towering industrial dumpster. The rusted steel box shielded them from the loading dock security cameras. Carter observed the rhythm of the workers. A white commercial laundry van sat parked near the secondary service doors. The driver leaned against the front fender, smoking a cigarette, staring at his phone. The rear doors of the van stood wide open. Inside the cargo bay, a rolling metal rack held dozens of dry-cleaned staff uniforms wrapped in thin plastic. Blue maintenance shirts, black housekeeping dresses, white chef coats. "Keep the engine running," Carter said. He slipped out of the passenger door. He moved through the narrow gap between the dumpster and the brick wall. He kept his boots light against the asphalt. He timed his movement with the roar of a passing delivery truck. He reached the rear bumper of the laundry van. The driver remained oblivious, engrossed in the glowing screen of his device. Carter reached into the cargo bay. He grabbed a blue maintenance shirt on a wire hanger. He pulled it from the rack. The thin plastic covering rustled. The driver shifted his weight. Carter froze. The driver took a drag of his cigarette and exhaled a cloud of gray smoke, never lifting his eyes from the phone. Carter retreated into the shadows. He returned to the Tahoe and climbed inside. He stripped his dark linen jacket. He tossed it into the back seat. He ripped the plastic covering from the blue maintenance shirt. He pulled the garment over his head. The shirt fit tight across his shoulders, bearing the embroidered crest of the Hotel Encanto on the left breast pocket. He tucked the tails into his dark trousers. He unholstered the Sig Sauer. He checked the chamber. He returned the weapon to the Kydex holster, ensuring the blue fabric draped over the grip, hiding the outline of the gun. He grabbed the bundle of black zip ties from the floorboard and shoved them into his deep trouser pocket. "We split here," Carter said. He looked at Sarah. She gripped the leather steering wheel. The reality of the impending violence settled over the cab. They intended to assault a fortified position. They intended to confront the architect of a billion-dollar conspiracy. "You take the front doors," Carter said. "You play the part. You act defeated. You enter the penthouse and keep Miller talking. Keep his attention focused on the signature. I take the service elevator. I dismantle the hallway security." "How much time do you need?" Sarah asked. "I breach the suite doors 5 minutes after you enter the room," Carter said. "Do not engage Miller before I breach. You draw the shotgun. His hallway guards hear the pump action. They rush the room." 5 minutes, Sarah confirmed. "I talk about the weather. I talk about the water rights." Carter opened his door. "Hayes," Carter said. She turned her head. "You keep your back to the windows," Carter instructed. "The glass betrays your position from the street. Keep the ficus plants or the heavy furniture behind you." Sarah nodded. She offered no smile. She understood the stakes. Her brother died in a federal cage orchestrated by the men occupying the penthouse. She came to collect the debt. Carter stepped out of the vehicle. He closed the door. Sarah shifted the Tahoe into drive. The SUV rolled down the alley, heading toward the main street to make her approach from the front portico. Carter turned toward the loading dock. He adopted the posture of a man carrying out a mundane task. He rolled his shoulders forward. He let his gaze drop toward the concrete. He walked past the idling delivery trucks. He walked past the smoking laundry driver. He reached the secondary service doors. A keypad guarded the entrance. Carter waited. A worker pushing a hand truck loaded with kegs of beer approached the doors from the inside. The worker hit the crash bar. The heavy steel door swung outward. Carter caught the edge of the door before it closed. He slipped inside. The basement level of the Hotel Encanto presented a stark contrast to the luxury above. Bare concrete floors. Exposed pipes running along the ceiling. The heavy scent of industrial bleach and raw onions wafting from the subterranean kitchens. Workers in various uniforms moved through the corridors, carrying stacks of linens, pushing carts of room service trays, entirely focused on their specific duties. Carter blended into the machinery. A man in a blue maintenance shirt occupies the lowest tier of the hotel hierarchy. People look past him. People ignore the maintenance staff, treating them as part of the architecture. He navigated the labyrinth. He found the bank of service elevators located behind the kitchen storage rooms. The heavy metal doors stood scarred and dented from years of impacts by laundry carts and luggage racks. Carter pressed the call button. He waited. The indicator light descended from the upper floors. The digital numbers ticked backward. 10, 9, 8. Carter rested his right hand against his thigh, inches from the concealed Sig Sauer. He measured his breathing. He slowed his heart rate. He prepared to transition from the invisible worker into the kinetic instrument of consequence. The elevator bell chimed. The metal doors slid open. An empty cab waited for him. Carter stepped inside. He pressed the button for the 5th floor. The penthouse level. The doors closed, sealing him in the steel box. The elevator lurched upward, pulling him toward the collision. 5 floors above, David Miller sat in his bespoke suit, surrounded by armed guards, believing his money and his insulation provided absolute security. Carter watched the floor indicator climb. 2, 3, 4. The box arrived. Carter rolled his shoulders back. He shed the posture of the maintenance worker. He adopted the cold, blank focus of the predator. The doors slid open. Carter stepped out into the silent, carpeted corridor, ready to clear the path. Chapter 12. Sarah handed the Tahoe keys to the young man in the red valet vest. The valet looked at her dust-caked boots, his eyes tracing the dried mud on her canvas pants. He looked at the heavy leather drafting tube slung across her back. He offered no comment. He slipped behind the wheel and drove the heavy SUV away toward the subterranean garage. Sarah pushed through the revolving glass doors. The lobby of the Hotel Encanto assaulted the senses. Imported white marble floors gleamed under the light of massive crystal chandeliers. The central air conditioning blasted a chill that felt entirely unnatural after the brutal heat of the Jornada sun. An artificial waterfall cascaded over a 2-story wall of imported black slate, the rush of the water drowning out the ambient noise of wealthy tourists and corporate travelers. The air smelled of fresh orchids, expensive perfume, and the distinct sterile scent of ionized air. The building existed to insulate the inhabitants from the harsh realities of the surrounding basin. Sarah felt the weight of the disassembled Mossberg against her spine. The leather strap dug into the fabric of her sage-green jacket. She kept her posture rigid. She adopted the demeanor of a woman pushed to the absolute edge, a broken rancher arriving to surrender her birthright to a superior force. She approached the concierge desk. A man in a tailored suit stood behind the polished mahogany slab. "I hold an appointment," Sarah said. Her voice lacked tremor. It carried the hollow tone of defeat. "David Miller, Penthouse Suite." The concierge raised a manicured eyebrow. He evaluated her attire, his gaze lingering on the worn canvas and the heavy leather cylinder. "Name?" "Sarah Hayes." The man tapped a sleek digital keyboard. A subtle shift occurred in his posture. He recognized the name. He picked up a black telephone receiver. "One moment, Miss Hayes. Mr. Miller requested notification upon your arrival." Sarah stood still. She let her gaze wander the opulent lobby. 2 men in dark suits sat in high-backed wing chairs near the elevator banks. They read newspapers, but their eyes tracked every movement across the marble floor. Perimeter security. Miller layered his defenses, utilizing men who projected authority to deter casual threats. The brass doors of an elevator parted. A man stepped out into the lobby. He wore a gray suit over a black t-shirt. He had the thick, immovable build of a former collegiate linebacker. A coiled clear wire vanished into the collar of his shirt, connecting to a discreet earpiece. He walked straight toward Sarah, his heavy shoes clicking against the marble. "Miss Hayes," the man said. He offered no hand to shake. He presented a wall of muscle. "I serve as Mr. Miller's head of security. Call me Brooks." "I carry the deeds," Sarah said. She patted the leather tube. Brooks eyed the rigid cylinder. He stepped closer. He invaded her personal space, utilizing his bulk to establish dominance. "We require a search. Standard procedure for guests accessing the executive level." Sarah tightened her grip on the leather strap. She hardened her jaw. "I carry legal documents. I carry topographical maps of my property. I hold no weapons. You want the signature on the transfer papers, you take me to the suite. You intend to rifle through my private files in a hotel lobby, I walk out the front door." Brooks stopped. He weighed the threat. Miller had a reputation for punishing subordinates who derailed business transactions. Miller expected a broken woman. He expected a desperate holdout, ready to fold. A woman protecting her dignity, regarding a map tube, fit the psychological profile Miller provided. Brooks reached inside his jacket. He produced a handheld metal detector wand. He ran the device down the sides of her canvas jacket and the seams of her jeans. The wand remained silent. The heavy steel components of the shotgun rested inside the thick leather tube, shielded from a casual sweep. A direct pass over the cylinder would trigger the alarm, but the wand stayed focused on her clothing. Brooks lowered the device. He looked at the heavy tube. He made a decision. A woman in a canvas jacket, holding a map tube, presented zero kinetic threat to a team of armed professionals. "Follow me," Brooks commanded. They walked toward the glass elevators. 5 floors above, Carter stepped out of the service elevator. The 5th-floor service corridor smelled of industrial floor wax and stale cigarette smoke from long-forgotten staff breaks. Raw concrete walls and exposed copper pipes replaced the silk wallpaper and crystal sconces of the guest areas. The service wing existed to hide the machinery of the hotel from the paying customers. Carter moved down the hall. He produced zero sound with his boots, rolling his steps from heel to toe. He wore the blue maintenance shirt tucked into his dark trousers. He kept his hands empty. He reached the heavy steel fire door, separating the service area from the luxury suites. A small wire mesh window, set at eye level, provided a restricted view of the main corridor. Carter peered through the reinforced glass. Thick plush carpet in a deep crimson hue swallowed the sound of movement. Amber light spilled from brass fixtures. The luxury wing presented a silent, insulated tunnel. A guard stood near the stairwell exit to the left. The man checked a glowing phone screen. He represented the rear guard, the flank protection. He had the thick neck and heavy shoulders of a man accustomed to physical confrontation. Carter shifted his angle, peering down the long hallway to the right. He spotted the double oak doors of Suite 500 at the end of the corridor. 2 men flanked the entrance. Elite muscle. They wore tailored black suits. They maintained a vigilant, balanced stance, keeping their hands clasped in front of their belts. They had a clear line of sight down the entire length of the hall. Carter observed the layout. He could not engage the stairwell guard without alerting the men at the double doors. The corridor lacked intersecting hallways or alcoves. A straight, unbroken line of sight connected the two security positions. The guards operated on a strict communication loop, evidenced by the subtle earpieces in their left ears. He needed a distraction. He needed to break their visual connection and isolate the rear guard. He retreated down the service corridor. He found the main electrical distribution panel for the 5th floor. A heavy gray metal box bolted to the cinder block wall. A standard brass padlock secured the hasp. Carter reached into his deep trouser pocket. He extracted a small steel tension wrench and a hook pick. He defeated the brass padlock in 10 seconds, feeling the internal pins set with tiny, satisfying clicks. He pulled the panel door open. Rows of black circuit breakers lined the interior. A master schematic pasted to the inside of the door detailed the electrical zones. He located the breaker, controlling the corridor lighting for the east wing. He kept his hand away from the switch. A total blackout triggers an immediate tactical response. Professionals draw weapons and activate flashlights the moment the primary lights fail. He needed a subtle shift, an excuse for a maintenance worker to enter the restricted corridor. He left the panel open. He walked further down the service hall. He found a utility cart parked near an open housekeeping closet. The gray plastic cart held spare halogen bulbs, a spray bottle of blue glass cleaner, and a stack of folded white cotton rags. Carter gripped the handle of the cart. He pushed it toward the fire door. Inside the glass elevator, Sarah watched the desert sink below the city skyline. The cab rose along the exterior of the building. The Jornada del Muerto stretched out beyond the city limits, a vast, bruised expanse baking under the late afternoon sun. Sarah stared at the horizon. She pictured the rusted chain-link fence of the Suncorp shack. She pictured the dry earth waiting to reclaim the blood spilled that morning. Brooks stood beside her. He crossed his thick arms over his chest. He watched her reflection in the tinted glass. "You project tension," Brooks observed. The glass cab vibrated slightly as it climbed. "I surrender my home today," Sarah said. She kept her eyes focused on the distant ridges. "I harbor zero enthusiasm for the event." "Take the money and run," Brooks advised. A cynical, cold edge coated his words. "People fight the current, they drown. The current always wins." "The current requires water," Sarah said. "The basin runs dry." The elevator chimed. The 5th floor. The brass doors parted, revealing the crimson carpet of the luxury wing. Brooks led the way. He stepped out of the cab. He nodded to the two men in black suits flanking the double doors of Suite 500. They acknowledged the head of security with subtle tilts of their chins. Sarah followed. The leather strap dug into her shoulder. Her pulse hammered against her ribs, a steady driving rhythm. Brooks opened the right side door of the suite. He stepped aside, gesturing for her to enter with a sweeping motion of his thick arm. Sarah crossed the threshold. The penthouse hit her with an assault of manufactured perfection. Floor-to-ceiling windows offered a panoramic view of the Organ Mountains. White leather sofas formed a U-shape around a massive glass coffee table. A crystal decanter filled with amber scotch caught the afternoon light, casting golden prisms across the carpet. David Miller stood near the window. He wore a bespoke charcoal suit. He turned as she entered. The arrogant, polished smile bloomed across his face. The smile of a corporate predator watching the prey walk willingly into the snare. "Miss Hayes," Miller said. He gestured toward a high-backed leather armchair positioned across from the sofas. "Please. Have a seat. We hold much to discuss." Sarah stepped deeper into the room. She kept her back to a large potted ficus plant near the entryway, following Carter's strict instructions. She avoided presenting a silhouette against the expansive glass. She unslung the leather drafting tube. She sat in the armchair and laid the rigid cylinder across her lap. Brooks closed the heavy oak double doors from the hallway. The latch clicked shut, a final, definitive sound sealing her inside the trap. The clock started. Carter requested 5 minutes to clear the hallway and breach the room. She needed to keep the corporate scout talking. She needed to assemble the weapon hidden in her lap. In the service corridor, Carter pushed the utility cart through the heavy fire door. The squeak of a poorly oiled rubber wheel announced his presence. The guard near the stairwell snapped his head up from his phone screen. He dropped his right hand toward his hip, clearing the flap of his suit jacket. Carter kept his head down. He pushed the cart with the dull, exhausted rhythm of a man completing the final hour of a miserable shift. He stopped at a brass wall sconce 10 feet from the stairwell guard. He pulled a white rag from the cart. He sprayed blue glass cleaner onto the rag. He began wiping the brass fixture. The guard relaxed his stance. The visual matched the expected environment. A maintenance worker performing a routine task. The guard let his jacket fall back into place. He returned his attention to his glowing device. Carter wiped the brass. He stole glances down the long corridor. The two men at the suite doors remained in position. They watched him, but they perceived no immediate threat. A man with a rag and a spray bottle registers as background noise to men hired to look for drawn weapons. Carter moved to the next sconce, 5 feet from the stairwell guard. He needed the guard isolated. He needed the man to look away from the suite doors. Carter dropped the spray bottle. The plastic hit the thick carpet with a dull thud. The bottle rolled toward the guard's polished leather shoes. "Excuse me," Carter mumbled. He kept his chin tucked against his chest. He took 2 steps forward, bending at the waist to retrieve the bottle. The guard sighed, a sharp exhalation of irritation. He looked down at the blue-shirted worker encroaching on his space. Carter did not reach for the bottle. He exploded upward. He drove his right palm in a brutal, rising strike directly into the guard's solar plexus. The impact drove the air from the man's lungs in a silent rush. The guard folded forward, his hands grasping at his ruined center, his mouth opening in a voiceless scream. Carter stepped inside the man's collapsing guard. He wrapped his left arm around the thick neck, locking his bicep against the carotid artery. He dragged the gasping man backward, pulling him out of the line of sight of the guards down the hall. He hauled the heavy weight through the open fire door and into the raw concrete service corridor. Carter kicked the heavy steel door shut behind them. The magnetic latch engaged with a solid clack. Carter maintained the chokehold. The guard thrashed in the dim light of the service hall. His heavy shoes kicked against the concrete floor. Carter dropped his weight, anchoring the struggling man against the cinderblock wall, applying relentless pressure to the arteries. The struggle ceased. The guard went limp, surrendering to the lack of oxygen. Carter lowered the unconscious man to the floor. He retrieved a heavy black zip tie from his pocket. He bound the guard's wrists behind his back. He pulled a second tie and bound the ankles. He dragged the heavy body into an open housekeeping closet and shut the door. 1 down. 2 remained. Carter checked his watch. 3 minutes elapsed since Sarah entered the suite. He had 2 minutes to neutralize the elite muscle at the double doors. He reached under the blue maintenance shirt. He drew the Sig Sauer. He checked the chamber. The weapon felt cold and absolute in his grip. He returned to the fire door. He peered through the wire mesh. The corridor remained empty, save for the two men standing guard outside Suite 500. They had not noticed the disappearance of their flank support. The insulated luxury of the hallway worked against them. Carter gripped the heavy metal handle of the fire door. He prepared to step out of the shadows. The invisible worker vanished. The kinetic instrument took the stage, ready to clear the path to the architect. Chapter 13. Carter let the heavy steel fire door click shut. The magnetic latch engaged, sealing the wire mesh window. He stood in the dim, raw concrete of the service corridor and let the tactical reality settle over him. A direct assault equaled suicide. 50 feet of open, thick, crimson carpet separated the fire door from Suite 500. The two elite guards flanking the double oak doors held the high ground. They maintained a clear, unbroken line of sight. They carried heavy semi-automatic pistols resting beneath tailored wool jackets, positioned for a rapid draw. A man sprinting that distance absorbs at least 2 hollow-point rounds before reaching striking range. Carter also noted a discreet black dome mounted on the ceiling directly above the suite entrance. A wide-angle lens feeding high-definition video to a central control room. He steps into that hallway. He broadcasts his face to an audience holding radios. He needed shadows. He needed to blind the Overwatch. He retreated down the service hall, leaving the unconscious stairwell guard bound in the housekeeping closet. He stepped back into the service elevator. He punched the button for the 3rd floor. The master electrical schematic he memorized earlier placed the hotel's central security and data hub 3 levels down, tucked behind the administrative offices. He rode the steel box downward. The gears whined in the shaft. He checked the Sig Sauer, sliding it back into the Kydex holster beneath the blue maintenance shirt. He drew a heavy steel folding knife from his trouser pocket and snapped the 3-inch blade open. 5 floors above, David Miller stood beside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the penthouse. The Organ Mountains turned the color of bruised plum as the sun dipped behind the western ridges. Miller held a crystal tumbler, rolling a single sphere of clear ice through 3 fingers of expensive scotch. He turned his back to the glass, projecting the relaxed confidence of a conqueror surveying a pacified territory. Sarah sat in the high-backed leather armchair. She kept her spine rigid. The heavy leather drafting tube rested across her thighs. Brooks, the massive head of security, stood near the foyer. He crossed his thick arms over his chest. His heavy shoes dug into the plush carpet. He watched Sarah with the dull, predatory focus of a guard dog waiting for a command to bite. "The basin changes, Miss Hayes," Miller said. He took a sip of the amber liquid. Generations cling to the romantic notion of the family ranch. The rugged individual fighting the elements. A beautiful myth. But myths fail to power the modern grid. Myths fail to manufacture batteries for an electric future. "You steal the water," Sarah said. Her voice held a flat, exhausted cadence. She played the part assigned to her. The broken local, ready to submit. "You drain the aquifers to wash the lithium brine. The cattle die. The dust blows." "Industry demands a sacrifice," Miller countered. He offered a smooth, practiced smile. "We compensate the displaced. We offer fair market value. Apex Logistics prides itself on community enrichment." Sarah looked at the crystal decanter on the glass table. "You define community enrichment with forged deeds and arson." Miller's smile tightened, losing a fraction of its warmth. He stepped away from the window. "We employ aggressive acquisition strategies when faced with unreasonable obstinance. You refused our initial overtures. You forced a more direct dialogue. He set his scotch glass on the table. He picked up a thick stack of legal documents bound in a blue paper folder. He walked over and dropped the stack onto Sarah's lap, right on top of the leather cylinder. "The transfer agreement," Miller said. He handed her a gold Mont Blanc pen. "Standard boilerplate. You relinquish all surface rights, mineral rights, and subsurface water access to Apex Logistics. In exchange, I authorize the immediate release of funds." Sarah took the pen. The polished metal felt cold against her fingers. She looked at the top page. Dense paragraphs of legal jargon swam across the thick paper. "I read what I signed," Sarah said. "Take your time," Miller offered. He gestured toward a sleek Italian leather briefcase resting on the coffee table. "The cashier's check waits inside. $4 million. A profound sum for a woman currently driving a rusted pickup truck." Sarah lowered her head. She pretended to study the first paragraph. Under the cover of the oversized legal documents, she slid her right hand beneath the paperwork. Her thumb found the brass latch securing the end cap of the drafting tube. She needed to wait for a distraction. She needed Brooks looking the other way. The mechanism of the shotgun made a distinct, metallic clatter during assembly. She could not build the weapon in absolute silence. On the third floor, Carter stepped out of the service elevator into a carpeted hallway smelling of fresh toner and stale coffee. The administrative wing. The corridor ran in a square loop around the central core of the building. Executive offices with frosted glass doors lined the outer walls. Carter moved with purpose, adopting the heavy, measured stride of a maintenance worker answering a routine call. He located the door marked Network Operations and Security. A heavy steel door, lacking a traditional handle. A digital keypad, glowing with an angry red light, guarded the entrance. A reinforced strike plate indicated a commercial-grade deadbolt. Carter bypassed the door. He moved 10 feet down the wall to a simple wooden door marked Utility Access. He tested the knob. Unlocked. He slipped inside the narrow closet. Mops, plastic buckets, and shelves of industrial cleaning supplies filled the cramped space. He looked up. A drop ceiling composed of cheap acoustic tiles hung overhead. He dragged a yellow mop bucket to the center of the closet. He climbed onto the inverted bucket. He pushed a ceiling tile up and out of the aluminum grid. He shoved his head and shoulders into the dark, dusty crawlspace above the ceiling. A web of silver HVAC ducts and thick bundles of multicolored wires ran through the shadows. He clicked on a small tactical flashlight. The white beam cut through the gloom. He found the main fiber optic trunk line. A thick black cable, thick as a man's wrist, snaking from the main electrical chase directly into the wall of the adjacent security operations room. That single cable carried the lifeblood of the hotel's surveillance network. Carter gripped his folding knife. The steel blade caught the beam of the flashlight. He reached across the aluminum grid. He wedged the heavy blade under the thick rubber casing of the trunk line. He braced his forearm against a steel support strut. He applied total, brutal downward pressure. The sharp steel bit into the casing. He sawed back and forth, cutting through the protective rubber, severing the delicate glass fibers inside. The cable snapped in half with a dull crack. A shower of sparks erupted from a nearby junction box as the system short-circuited. Carter dropped back to the floor of the utility closet. He caught the acoustic tile and pulled it back into place, sealing the ceiling grid. He folded the knife and returned it to his pocket. Inside the penthouse suite, the small red light on the wall-mounted security panel blinked out. The panel emitted a soft, high-pitched tone, a warning signal of a total signal loss. Brooks snapped his head toward the wall. The heavy security chief frowned. He reached a thick finger up to the earpiece hidden in his collar. "Control, this is Brooks," he said. His deep voice rumbled across the quiet luxury suite. "Report status on the camera feeds." I show a dead panel. He waited. Silence answered him. He tapped the earpiece again. "Control, respond." Miller looked up from the glass coffee table. "A problem?" "Lost connection to the hub," Brooks said. He stepped away from the foyer, moving toward the windows to check his cellular signal. The thick concrete walls of the hotel often played havoc with radio transmissions. The entire internal network just dropped. Sarah recognized the opening. The distraction arrived. Carter made his move. She kept her eyes glued to the legal documents. She pressed her right thumb against the brass latch of the drafting tube. She pushed hard. The latch popped open with a sharp, metallic click. Brooks stopped walking. His head snapped back toward the leather armchair. His eyes narrowed, trying to isolate the sound in the large room. "You drop your pen, Miss Hayes?" Brooks asked. Sarah did not look up. She turned the page of the contract, letting the thick paper rustle loudly to cover the noise. A complicated clause regarding subsurface mineral rights. "I need a moment to digest the terminology." Miller waved a dismissive hand at his security chief. "Let her read, Brooks. Go check the hallway. Ensure the perimeter remains intact while the cameras reboot. We pay a fortune for digital security, and the system fails the moment the sun goes down." Brooks hesitated. He looked at Sarah, his instincts humming a quiet warning. He looked at the leather cylinder resting in her lap, mostly hidden by the blue folders. He found no immediate threat. "I will check the corridor," Brooks grumbled. He turned his broad back to the room. He walked to the heavy oak double doors. He gripped the brass handle, pulled the door open, and stepped out into the crimson hallway to speak with the elite guards stationed outside. The heavy door clicked shut behind him. Sarah sat alone in the room with David Miller. She slid her hand inside the open end of the leather tube. Her fingers brushed the cold, matte black steel of the Mossberg shockwave receiver. Chapter 14. Sarah kept her eyes focused on the blue paper folder. Paragraphs of dense legal text blurred together on the heavy stock. She read nothing. She listened to the rhythm of the room. She tracked the hollow thud of David Miller's expensive leather shoes sinking into the plush carpet as he paced the length of the penthouse. She slipped her right hand beneath the stack of documents. Her fingers found the open end of the leather drafting tube resting across her thighs. She reached inside. She bypassed the loose shotgun shells. Her fingertips brushed the cold, matte black steel of the Mossberg shockwave receiver. The metal smelled faintly of carbon and gun oil, a sharp, violent scent cutting through the manufactured fragrance of orchids and ionized air circulating from the climate control vents. She gripped the receiver. She pulled it free of the cylinder. She rested the heavy steel block against her stomach, keeping it hidden beneath the wide drape of the legal folders. Miller stopped his pacing near the expansive glass. He turned and looked out over the city. "People misunderstand the nature of this basin, Miss Hayes," Miller said. He raised his crystal tumbler, letting the ambient light catch the amber scotch. "They view the desert as empty space, a blank canvas waiting for water and sweat to transform it into a garden. Your grandfather held that belief. He fought the dirt. He built fences." Sarah reached back into the leather tube. Her hand closed around the short, heavy barrel. "The desert rejects gardens," Miller continued. He spoke with the smooth, practiced cadence of a man addressing a boardroom. "The desert represents raw, dormant power. Underneath the caliche, underneath the dry scrub, sits the future of global energy. Lithium. The white oil. Sarah drew the barrel out of the tube. She held the steel tube flat against her lap. She needed to attach the barrel to the receiver. She needed to align the metal ring with the magazine tube and slide it into the breech. "We extract the brine," Miller said. He took a sip of his drink. "We refine the minerals. We power the electric vehicles. We power the grid. A global transition depends on the ground beneath your boots." Sarah guided the barrel toward the receiver. Metal scraped against metal. The friction produced a harsh, grating scratch. She dropped the blue folder an inch and coughed, a deep hacking sound from her chest. Miller glanced over his shoulder. He offered a thin, unsympathetic smile. Dust in the throat. The climate control filters remove the moisture from the air. You adapt to the altitude and the dryness. Take a drink from the decanter. "I hold my focus on the contract," Sarah said. Her voice carried a deliberate, raspy strain. She aligned the barrel ring. She pushed it home. The heavy steel components married with a solid, quiet click. "Apex Logistics compensates the holdouts," Miller said, turning his attention back to the city lights. "We offer more than market value. We offer a clean exit. Yet people cling to their deeds. They force us to employ aggressive acquisition strategies." Sarah found the magazine cap inside the leather tube. She threaded the knurled metal knob onto the end of the magazine tube. She twisted her wrist, tightening the cap down. The threads bit into place, locking the barrel to the receiver. The weapon existed. A functional tool of consequence, sitting hidden beneath a stack of paper. "You burn trailers," Sarah said. She reached into the leather tube one final time. She gathered 3 red shotgun shells into her palm. "You hire men to shoot surveyors and arrange their bodies in the dirt." Miller waved a dismissive hand. He kept his back to her. "I handle logistics. I manage the real estate portfolio. I delegate the security operations to independent contractors. The details of their methods remain their own business. I demand results. I demand cleared corridors." Sarah pushed the first red shell into the loading port. The heavy spring resisted her thumb. She shoved the plastic hull forward until the rim caught the shell latch with a tiny metallic snap. She loaded the second shell. "You delegate murder," Sarah stated. "I delegate progress," Miller corrected. He turned away from the window. He walked back toward the glass coffee table. "You sign the paper. The progress moves forward without further friction. You take the $4 million. You walk out of this hotel. You build a new life far away from the Jornada." 3 floors below the penthouse, Carter climbed the concrete stairs. He abandoned the service elevator. The mechanical whine of the gears presented too much noise. He took the fire stairs, a narrow, vertical shaft smelling of ozone and trapped dust. He moved with absolute silence. He placed the outside edge of his boot against the wall side of the steel tread, avoiding the hollow center of the steps where the metal flexed and groaned. He kept his weight balanced over his hips. The physical exertion burned in his thighs. The bruised ribs from the morning gunfight pulsed with a dull, constant ache. He ignored the pain. He focused his mind on the geometry of the 5th floor. He climbed from the 3rd floor to the 4th. He held the Sig Sauer in his right hand. The stippled polymer grip felt warm against his palm. He checked the thumb safety. He kept his finger resting straight along the slide, off the trigger. He reached the landing for the 5th floor. A heavy steel fire door blocked his path. A large number, 5, painted in faded yellow stencil, marked the destination. Carter stopped. He pressed his back against the cinder block wall. He controlled his breathing, drawing air deep into his lungs and letting it out in a slow, silent stream. He transitioned his mind. The infiltration phase ended. The kinetic phase commenced. He prepared to enter a space occupied by armed men expecting trouble. He reached out and gripped the heavy brass handle of the fire door. Inside Suite 500, Miller stopped at the coffee table. He looked down at Sarah. He checked his gold wristwatch. "Your reading speed delays the transaction, Miss Hayes," Miller said. The polite corporate facade began to crack, revealing the cold impatience beneath. "I expected a signature 10 minutes ago." "I review the liability clauses," Sarah said. She kept her eyes on the paper. She moved her left hand out of the leather tube. She gripped the grooved plastic pump handle of the Mossberg. "The clauses protect Apex Logistics," Miller said. "Standard legal armor. You surrender the property. We assume the title. The history of the land ends today." "The history of this land includes my brother," Sarah said. She tightened her grip on the weapon. She braced the raptor grip against her hip. "Cale made poor choices," Miller said. He reached for the gold Mont Blanc pen resting on the table. He attempted to blackmail a federal judge. He stepped out of his weight class. He suffered the natural consequences of his ambition. "You bought the judge," Sarah said. "And when the judge demanded more money, you bought the hitman. You bought the narrative." Miller frowned. His hand stopped inches from the gold pen. A sudden, sharp realization pierced his arrogance. The broken rancher in the canvas jacket possessed details she had no business knowing. The narrative regarding Judge Prout belonged to a very small, very elite circle of men. "Sign the document," Miller commanded. His voice hardened, losing all trace of negotiation. He dropped his right hand toward the lapel of his tailored jacket, reaching for the snub-nosed revolver holstered against his ribs. Sarah did not sign the document. She racked the shotgun. She shoved the pump action backward, ejecting a phantom shell, and slammed it forward with brutal, total commitment. Clack, clack. The heavy steel mechanism echoed through the quiet luxury of the penthouse. The sound shattered the silence. The universal, unmistakable audio signature of impending violence. A red shell slid into the chamber, locking the bolt into the barrel extension. Miller froze. His hand hovered over his chest. The blood vanished from his face, leaving his skin the color of old ash. Sarah stood up. She let the heavy blue legal folders slide off her lap. The thick papers cascaded onto the carpet, scattering across the plush crimson fibers. The empty leather drafting tube rolled away, bumping against the polished wooden leg of the armchair. She raised the Mossberg shockwave. She leveled the dark, hollow bore of the short barrel directly at the center of Miller's bespoke charcoal suit. "The history of the land does not end today," Sarah said. Her voice offered zero compromise. Miller stared at the black circle of the muzzle. The corporate predator vanished. The man standing near the glass table realized he stood entirely unprotected. The insulation of his wealth, the thick walls of the hotel, the armed guards in the hallway, none of it mattered against the raw physics of a 1-ounce lead slug pointed at his heart. He raised his hands to shoulder height. He kept his fingers splayed open. "You pull that trigger, you never leave this building," Miller whispered. Panic tightened his throat. "My men wait outside those doors. They hear the shot. They breach the room. They kill you." "Your men hear nothing through solid oak," Sarah countered. "The hotel guarantees absolute soundproofing for the executive suites. You bragged about the privacy." Miller swallowed hard. His eyes darted toward the heavy double doors leading to the corridor. Brooks, Miller shouted. Desperation stripped the polish from his voice. He screamed the name. Brooks. In here. The heavy oak doors remained shut. The brass handles did not turn. The hallway outside maintained its dead, insulated silence. Brooks checks the camera feeds, Sarah said. The cameras failed 3 minutes ago. He stands in the hallway blind. Miller looked back at the shotgun. He measured the distance between his chest and the barrel. 6 feet. He measured the time required to draw his revolver. He saw the tension in Sarah's knuckles. He understood the math of his own death. I possess money, Miller pleaded. His knees trembled against the edge of the glass table. I hold the access codes to the Apex contingency accounts. $8 million. I transfer the balance to you right now. You drop the weapon. You walk away. I want the blank warrants, Sarah said. She stepped around the scattered legal papers. She closed the distance, stopping 3 feet from the corporate scout. The warrants sit in Cole's vehicle, Miller stammered. The warrants sit in Jack Carter's pocket, Sarah corrected. Miller's eyes widened. The final pillar of his security collapsed. The name hit him with the force of a physical blow. The dead man from the Jornada. The ghost haunting the dark web. Carter, Miller breathed. Carter died. Carter stands in your hallway, Sarah said. In the stairwell, Carter pulled the heavy fire door open an inch. He peered through the narrow gap. The crimson carpet stretched down the length of the 5th-floor corridor. He saw Brooks. The massive head of security stood near the double doors of Suite 500, speaking with the 2 elite guards in tailored black suits. Brooks gestured toward his earpiece, shaking his head. The 3 men grouped together, their attention focused on the dead communication network. They presented their flanks. They abandoned their defensive spacing. Carter gripped the handle of the fire door. He tightened his grip on the Sig Sauer. The time for shadows ended. He pushed the door open and stepped out onto the thick crimson carpet, bringing the quiet storm of the desert directly to their threshold. Chapter 15. You have a stubborn streak, Miss Hayes, David Miller said. He stood beside a floor-to-ceiling window in the penthouse suite of the Hotel Encanto. The glass offered an unobstructed view of Las Cruces. Streetlights formed a grid of orange sodium vapor across the valley floor. Beyond the city limits, the Jornada del Muerto swallowed the light, presenting a wall of absolute black. Miller wore a bespoke charcoal suit. A pale blue silk tie rested against a crisp white collar. He held a crystal tumbler containing 3 fingers of amber scotch and a single perfect sphere of clear ice. He exuded the polished arrogance of a man accustomed to purchasing his way out of consequences. I have a deed to 3,000 acres of prime basin real estate, Sarah said. She sat in a high-backed leather armchair. She wore clean denim and a fresh canvas jacket, purchased an hour prior at a local supply store. She kept her hands folded in her lap. You call it stubborn. I call it leverage. Leverage implies you hold power, Miller said. He took a sip of the scotch. The ice clinked against the crystal. You hold an isolated patch of dirt. Apex Logistics owns the surrounding 50,000 acres. We own the access roads. We own the political infrastructure. The water table drops every day. You refuse my offer tonight, your well runs dry by August. Your land turns to dust. You offer $4 million, Sarah said. I offer a golden parachute, Miller corrected. A localized drought ruins your cattle. A protracted legal battle drains your savings. You take the check, you leave New Mexico, you live a comfortable life on a beach. Sarah studied the corporate scout. Miller kept his hands manicured. He kept his shoes shined. He orchestrated the burning of trailers and the execution of surveyors from air-conditioned offices. He used middlemen to keep the blood off his tailored cuffs. "You bring heavy security for a real estate closing," Sarah noted. She gestured toward the heavy double doors of the suite. 3 men in the hallway. Earpieces. Bulges under their jackets. "The city breeds crime," Miller said. He offered a thin, patronizing smile. "I carry a certified cashier's check for $4 million in my briefcase. Prudence dictates precaution." 3 floors below the penthouse, Prudence encountered reality. Carter stepped out of the service elevator. The doors slid shut behind him, sealing the corridor in silence. The air smelled of industrial bleach, starched linen, and ozone. Fluorescent tubes hummed overhead, casting a sterile, shadowless glare across the commercial-grade carpet. He wore a dark blue maintenance uniform over his clothes, acquired from an unattended laundry cart in the basement. He left the Mk-18 rifle in the Bronco. The long gun lacked utility in close-quarters environments. He carried the Sig Sauer P320 holstered on his right hip. He intended to keep the weapon holstered. Gunfire inside a luxury hotel summons the local police department in 3 minutes. Carter required silence. He required physical mechanics. He moved down the corridor. He placed his boots heel to toe, absorbing his own weight, producing 0 friction against the carpet. The floor plan stored in his memory placed a security detail at the main stairwell access point. Carter reached the intersection. He paused, pressing his back against the vinyl-covered wall. He listened. A man cleared his throat. Fabric rustled. A shoe scuffed against the baseboard. Carter leaned his head an inch past the corner. A guard stood in front of the heavy fire doors. The man wore an off-the-rack gray suit. He had the thick neck and heavy shoulders of a former nightclub bouncer transitioning to private security work. He stared at his phone screen, his thumb scrolling through a social media feed. The glow of the screen illuminated his face. Carter stepped around the corner. He crossed the 10-foot gap in 2 explosive strides. The guard registered the movement a fraction of a second late. He dropped the phone and reached for his lapel. Carter did not strike the man. A strike produces noise. Bone hitting bone echoes down long corridors. Carter used momentum. He drove his left shoulder into the guard's chest, pinning the man against the heavy steel fire door. Simultaneously, Carter snaked his right arm over the guard's shoulder, wrapping his forearm flush against the man's throat. He locked his right hand into the crook of his left elbow. He placed his left hand flat against the back of the guard's skull. A textbook carotid restraint. Carter applied pressure. He restricted the blood flow through the carotid arteries, denying oxygen to the brain. He bypassed the trachea, avoiding crushing the windpipe and causing a panic response. The guard fought. He clawed at Carter's forearm. He kicked his heavy shoes against the door frame. Carter adjusted his stance, dropping his center of gravity, anchoring the man in place. 10 seconds passed. The guard's struggles grew erratic. His eyes rolled back. His knees buckled. Carter maintained the hold for 3 additional seconds to ensure total unconsciousness. He released the pressure. He caught the dead weight of the guard before the body hit the floor. He dragged the man backward into an open housekeeping closet. He propped the unconscious guard against a stack of fresh towels. He retrieved the dropped cell phone from the carpet and placed it in the man's pocket. He closed the closet door. The corridor remained empty. 1 down. Inside the penthouse, Miller opened an Italian leather briefcase on the glass coffee table. "The contract features standard language," Miller said. He produced a gold Mont Blanc pen. You sign the deed transfer. I hand you the cashier's check. Apex Logistics assumes all liabilities and mineral rights. You need this signature tonight, Sarah said. She kept her hands in her lap. She did not reach for the pen. The federal authorities look into Judge Pruitt's murder. The local sheriff starts answering questions from state investigators. The window closes on your operation. Miller's smile tightened. The charm vanished, revealing the cold, predatory ambition underneath. The window never closes on progress, Miss Hayes, Miller said. Pruitt served his purpose. He outlived his utility. The machine continues without him. You sign the paper. You remove yourself from the path of the machine. And if I refuse? I withdraw the offer, Miller said. He set his tumbler of scotch on the table. You walk out of this hotel. You drive back to the Jornada. You spend the rest of your life looking over your shoulder. Accidents happen on dark desert roads. Stray bullets strike isolated line shacks. I prefer a clean transaction. It costs less. Carter reached the penthouse floor. He discarded the blue maintenance shirt in a laundry chute. He wore a plain black t-shirt and dark trousers. He moved past the elevators, entering the grand foyer leading to the high roller suites. Thick plush carpet absorbed the sound of his approach. Sconces emitting soft amber light lined the walls. The air smelled of expensive cologne and fresh orchids. Two men stood outside Suite 500. They represented a higher tier of professional muscle than the man in the stairwell. They wore tailored black suits. They stood with their hands clasped in front of their belts, their eyes scanning the corridor with active, disciplined attention. They noticed Carter the moment he rounded the corner. Floor is closed, the man on the left said. He shifted his stance, opening his jacket to clear the path to his holster. Room service, Carter said. He kept his pace steady. He kept his hands visible, loose at his sides. I see no cart, the man on the right said. He stepped forward, raising a hand in a universal halt gesture. Turn around. Head back to the elevators. Carter closed the distance. He reached a point 4 feet from the guards. The critical threshold. The guard on the right reached for Carter's chest, intending to shove him backward. Carter moved. He parried the reaching arm, swatting it downward with his left hand. He stepped inside the guard's guard. He drove a brutal open palm strike directly under the man's chin. The impact snapped the guard's head back. Teeth clicked together with a sharp, sickening sound. The brain struck the inside of the skull, causing instant synaptic failure. The man dropped straight to the plush carpet, entirely devoid of tension. The second guard reacted with professional speed. He drew a compact 9mm pistol from a shoulder rig. Carter did not retreat. He stepped over the fallen man. He grabbed the barrel of the 9mm with his left hand, forcing the muzzle toward the ceiling. The weapon discharged. The gunshot roared in the confined space of the luxury corridor. The bullet shattered a crystal chandelier above their heads. Glass rained down like diamond hail. Carter maintained his grip on the hot barrel. He stepped deep into the second guard's personal space. He drove his right knee into the man's groin. The guard gasped, the air rushing from his lungs. His grip on the pistol weakened. Carter twisted the weapon, utilizing the barrel as a lever against the guard's trigger finger. The guard released the grip to avoid a broken digit. Carter stripped the pistol away. In the same fluid motion, Carter brought the heavy steel frame of the captured 9mm down against the guard's temple. The man crumpled, collapsing beside his partner. Carter stood over the two unconscious men. He breathed in the smell of burnt gunpowder and shattered crystal. He checked the chamber of the captured pistol. He engaged the safety and tucked the weapon into his waistband. He turned his attention to the heavy double doors of Suite 500. Inside the room, the gunshot echoed through the walls. Miller froze. He stared at the double doors. The color drained from his face, leaving his skin the shade of old parchment. He reached inside his tailored jacket. "Your men encountered a problem," Sarah said. She did not move from the leather armchair. "Stay where you are," Miller commanded. He drew a snub-nosed revolver. His hand shook. The polished arrogance vanished, replaced by the naked terror of a predator suddenly realizing it occupies the bottom of the food chain. Miller backed away from the table. He kept the revolver aimed at the doors. He raised his left hand to the earpiece hidden in his ear. "Status?" Miller barked into the microphone. "Report." Silence answered him. The heavy oak doors of the suite crashed open. Splintered wood flew into the foyer. The brass deadbolt tore through the doorframe, a victim of extreme kinetic force. Carter stepped through the ruin. He stood in the entryway. He held the Sig Sauer P320 in his right hand, the muzzle pointed at the floor. He swept his gaze across the luxury suite. He catalogued the floor-to-ceiling windows, the crystal decanter, the leather furniture. He fixed his eyes on David Miller. Miller raised the revolver. He aimed at Carter's chest. His finger tightened on the trigger. "You pull that trigger, I put 3 rounds through your heart before the hammer falls," Carter said. His voice carried absolute conviction. It contained zero anger. It presented a statement of physics. Miller looked at the steady black muzzle of the Sig Sauer. He looked at Carter's eyes. He read the miles, the violence, and the utter lack of hesitation. Miller lowered the revolver. He let it drop onto the plush carpet. "You occupy an impossible situation," Miller said, his voice trembling. "You carry an $800,000 bounty. Every badge and bounty hunter in the state searches for you." "The bounty vanished 3 hours ago," Carter said. He stepped deeper into the suite. He kept the weapon leveled. Devers removed the contract. "He confirmed my death to your dark web Dropbox. I possess the physical hard drives from his server room." Miller's jaw slackened. The corporate armor shattered. The fixer realized the foundation of his operation dissolved into nothing. "You stand alone, Miller," Sarah said. She stood up from the leather armchair. She picked up the gold Mont Blanc pen from the glass table. She tossed it onto the floor next to the dropped revolver. "Prout sits in a morgue. Your security detail sleeps in the hallway. Your digital broker burned your network." Carter closed the distance. He stopped 2 feet from the corporate scout. "You possess one asset left," Carter said. "You hold blank federal warrants signed by Calvin Prout. You deploy those warrants using an FBI special agent named Ryan Cole. You intend to use those warrants to execute the final property seizures." Miller swallowed hard. "You want the warrants?" "I want the architect," Carter said. "You act as a middleman. You coordinate the violence. But you lack the political capital to shield a $1 billion lithium corridor from federal oversight. A state politician backs this play. A man providing the legislative cover while you provide the muscle." Miller shook his head. "I give you a name. I sign my own death certificate. You refuse to give me a name. I introduce you to gravity," Carter said. He gestured toward the floor-to-ceiling window behind Miller. A sheer drop of 5 stories to the concrete pavement below. "You choose your exit." Miller looked at the window. He looked at the shattered door. He recognized the end of the line. "State Senator Thomas Vance," Miller whispered. The name escaped his lips like a confession. He funded Apex Logistics. He controls the zoning boards. He orchestrated the Prout hit when the judge demanded a larger share of the pie. Vance, Carter repeated. He remembered the arrogant former prosecutor from a decade past. The puzzle completed itself. Send a message, Carter commanded. Use your secure phone. Contact Vance. Tell him the final holdout agreed to sign the deed. Tell him the Prout situation requires his immediate attention to finalize the lithium corridor. You bring him out of his fortress. You bring him to a location of our choosing. He will kill me, Miller said. I could kill you right now, Carter said. Vance requires you to travel. You send the message. You schedule the meeting. We execute the final stage of this transaction. Chapter 16. Pick up the phone, Carter said. David Miller stared at the encrypted black handset resting on the glass coffee table. The polished corporate scout vanished. He resembled a cornered animal, trapped in a bespoke charcoal suit. Sweat beaded along his hairline, catching the amber light from the wall sconces. He looked at the shattered oak double doors. He looked at the gold Mont Blanc pen, lying next to his discarded revolver on the plush carpet. He reached for the phone. His fingers trembled. The device slipped against his manicured thumbnail before he established a grip. Vance ignores voice calls after 8 o'clock, Miller said. His voice lacked its previous resonance. The rich, patronizing tone dissolved into a reedy rasp. He utilizes a secure text protocol, a closed loop. I initiate the contact, he dictates the response time. Initiate the contact, Carter said. He lowered the hammer on the Sig Sauer, but kept the weapon in his right hand. He moved to the leather sofa and sat. He placed his boots flat on the carpet. He projected absolute terrifying patience. Miller unlocked the screen. The blue light washed over his pale face. What do I say? He possesses paranoia. I deviate from the standard operational language. He burns the connection and calls a security detail. You tell him the truth, Sarah said. She stood near the floor-to-ceiling window, keeping her back to the glass. She avoided, presenting a silhouette against the city lights. You tell him the holdout sits in your hotel room. You tell him I agreed to surrender the deed. Miller's thumbs hovered over the digital keyboard. He will demand a scanned copy of the signed contract. He requires proof of execution. You provide a complication, Carter instructed. You construct a roadblock requiring his personal intervention. You tell Vance the holdout refuses to sign the transfer to a proxy. The holdout demands the signature of the primary architect. Vance despises the desert, Miller said. He shook his head. The silk tie shifted against his collar. He manages the acquisitions from a distance. He attends ribbon-cutting ceremonies in air-conditioned pavilions. He does not sit in dive bars to close land deals. Vance possesses an ego, Carter countered. A man who orders the assassination of a federal judge believes he controls the sun and the moon. He spent 2 years building a billion-dollar lithium corridor. He destroyed families. He purchased laws. He desires the final victory. You pitch the situation not as a problem, but as a coronation. Miller stared at the screen. He typed a rapid sequence of characters. He stopped. He deleted a sentence. He typed again. The room fell silent, save for the hum of the central air conditioning and the faint clink of shifting ice in Miller's abandoned Scotch glass. Message sent, Miller said. He set the phone back on the glass table. The protocol routes the text through 3 proxy servers. We wait. We wait, Carter agreed. He looked at the open briefcase sitting on the table. The certified cashier's check rested on top of the deed transfer documents. $4 million printed on heavy bank stock. Miller tracked Carter's gaze. A desperate spark of his old negotiating instinct flared in his eyes. "Take the check," Miller said. He gestured toward the briefcase. His voice gained a fraction of traction. "Take the $4 million. The bank certified the funds. They clear any account in the world. You take the money, you walk out of this hotel. You cross the border into Juarez tonight. By tomorrow, you sit on a beach in Costa Rica. You buy a new name. You buy a new face." Carter looked at the piece of paper. A federal shoot-to-kill order crosses borders. Cartel hitters ignore jurisdiction. Money buys a beach. It does not buy a bulletproof spine. "I double it," Miller pleaded. He leaned forward, bracing his hands on his knees. "I possess access to the Apex Logistics Contingency Fund. $8 million. I transfer the balance to a numbered offshore account right now. You possess the broker's hard drives. You hold the leverage. Take the cash and vanish." "You mistake the nature of this transaction," Carter said. "I lack interest in your corporate treasury. You burned a trailer. You executed 2 surveyors. You dropped my face at the scene to build a narrative. You forced me to dismantle a 3-man tactical team in a dry wash this morning." "I follow orders," Miller said, the panic rising again. "Vance dictates the strategy. I merely execute the logistics." "You hire the trigger pullers," Sarah said. The cold edge in her voice cut through the ambient hum of the room. "You identify the targets. You hand the blank warrants to the FBI agent. You own the blood." "I protect the investments," Miller shouted. His composure snapped. "You occupy the bottom of the ladder. You fail to understand the scale. We build the future. We provide the batteries to run the next century. A few dead ranchers represent a necessary cost of progress." Carter stood up. The sudden movement silenced the corporate scout. Carter holstered the Sig Sauer. He stepped around the glass table. He grabbed Miller by the lapels of the bespoke charcoal suit and hauled the man out of his chair. Carter drove Miller backward, slamming him against the heavy glass of the window. The pane shuddered. The city lights blurred behind Miller's terrified face. "You build nothing," Carter said. His voice dropped to a harsh whisper. He kept his face inches from Miller. "You strip mine the dirt and sell the water. You sit in penthouse suites and authorize the murder of men who work the land. Do not justify your greed with the language of progress." The encrypted phone buzzed against the glass table. A single, sharp vibration. Carter released the suit lapels. He stepped back. Miller slumped against the window. He gasped for air, his hands clutching his chest. He staggered toward the table and picked up the handset. He read the screen. The blue light reflected in his dilated pupils. "He took the bait," Miller said. He coughed, clearing the terror from his throat. "He demands a location. A neutral site. He insists on bringing his own security detail." "Give him angle," Sarah said. Carter turned to her. He processed the tactical advantages of the location. "La Paloma," Sarah elaborated. "A defunct cantina at the crossroads of County Road A39 and the old railroad spur. The town died 40 years ago. 0 cellular reception. 0 foot traffic. The building features thick adobe walls and a single point of entry. We control the environment." "Engel sits an hour north of Las Cruces," Miller said. He typed the location into the phone. "Vance occupies a suite at a golf resort in Socorro. He drives south. We drive north. We meet in the middle. Send the coordinates, Carter said. Set the time for midnight. Miller hit the send key. The room descended into waiting silence again. 2 minutes passed. The ice in the scotch glass melted into a small puddle of water. The phone buzzed a second time. Confirmed, Miller said. He dropped the phone onto the table. The device landed with a heavy clatter. Vance agreed. He brings the final paperwork. He brings the cash. He brings an execution squad, Carter said. I brokered the meeting, Miller said. He raised his hands, presenting his empty palms. I delivered the architect. Our transaction concludes. I walk out of this room. Carter reached into his pocket. He extracted a bundle of heavy-duty plastic zip ties, purchased along with Sarah's fresh clothes at the supply store. You possess knowledge of the trap, Carter said. You walk out of this room, you find a landline. You call Vance. You warn him. I swear my silence, Miller insisted. He backed away from the zip ties. I want Vance removed. He intends to frame me for the Prout murder. He intends to leave me holding the bag. I want him dead. I value your survival instinct, Carter said. He stepped forward, grabbing Miller's right wrist. I place zero value on your promises. Carter twisted the wrist behind Miller's back. He applied leverage to the joint, forcing the corporate scout to bend forward over the back of the leather sofa. Miller grunted in pain but offered no physical resistance. He lacked the capacity to fight. Carter secured the man's wrists with a thick plastic band, pulling the tail tight until the ratchet mechanism locked with a sharp zip. He bound Miller's ankles with a second tie. Carter hauled Miller over the back of the sofa, depositing the bound man onto the cushions. The housekeeping staff arrives at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning, Carter said. He checked the tension on the plastic restraints. They find you. They cut the ties. You possess 8 hours to fabricate a story regarding your ruined hotel room and your unconscious security detail in the hallway. Vance brings professionals, Miller said from the cushions. His cheek rested against the leather. He stared at the shattered double doors. He employs former military operators. He pays for overwhelming force. You walk into that cantina, you walk into a meat grinder. I survived the meat grinder this morning, Carter said. He moved to the coffee table. He picked up the encrypted phone and slipped it into his jacket pocket. He left the briefcase full of money untouched. Sarah picked up her canvas jacket. She retrieved the Mossberg shockwave from its hiding place behind a potted ficus tree near the entryway. We leave the vehicle, Carter told her. The Bronco sits in the alley behind the hotel. The local police run the plates the moment they find the guards in the hallway. I possess a secondary option, Sarah said. My neighbor left a 1999 Chevy Tahoe parked at the long-term lot at the regional airport. He left the keys under the floor mat. He owes me a favor. We utilized the Tahoe, Carter said. He stepped through the ruined doorway into the corridor. The 2 unconscious guards remained on the carpet, undisturbed. The shattered chandelier glass crunched beneath his boots. The luxury floor maintained its unnatural insulated silence. The wealthy guests behind the heavy oak doors ignored the sounds of violence, assuming the hotel staff handled any unpleasantness. Carter and Sarah moved toward the service elevator. They abandoned the penthouse. They descended into the basement and exited through the loading dock, stepping out into the warm Las Cruces night. The smell of exhaust and hot asphalt replaced the scent of orchids and bleach. They walked toward the airport lot. They moved with purpose. The board contained only a few remaining pieces. The proxy stood tied to a sofa. The digital broker sat locked in a basement with ruined servers. The architect drove south through the dark, bringing his paranoia and his leverage to a dead town in the desert. Carter intended to meet him there. Chapter 17. The Socorro Springs Golf Resort and Spa stood as a monument to engineered defiance. 100 miles of barren volcanic rock and alkaline dust surrounded the property. Yet within the high stucco walls, emerald fairways rolled toward artificial lakes. Sprinklers hissed in the dark, throwing thousands of gallons of stolen water across the manicured grass. The air smelled of wet earth, expensive cigar smoke, and roasted prime rib. The resort existed to separate the powerful from the environment they governed. State Senator Thomas Vance sat on the wide outdoor veranda of the clubhouse. He wore a tailored linen jacket the color of dry sand and a crisp white shirt unbuttoned at the collar. Silver hair swept back from a sharp, aggressive widow's peak. A heavy gold collegiate ring anchored his right hand. He projected the relaxed, expansive posture of a king holding court. He built a career on projecting absolute authority, absorbing the ambitions of smaller men and turning them into his own fuel. Two men shared his table. Lobbyists, representing a multinational energy consortium. They wore expensive suits and wore eager, hungry expressions. They leaned forward, hanging on every syllable Vance produced. "The legislative session ends next month," the first lobbyist said. He tapped a manicured finger against his scotch glass. "My clients want assurances regarding the zoning restrictions in the southern basin. We hold capital waiting for deployment. We need a clear runway." "You receive a clear runway the moment I say the runway is clear," Vance told him. He kept his voice low, forcing the men to lean closer. "The environmental impact studies sit in a locked drawer in my office. The county commissioners answer my phone calls. The basin belongs to Apex Logistics, and Apex Logistics dictates the schedule." "We hear rumors regarding holdouts," the second lobbyist ventured. He presented a cautious, probing tone. "Ranchers refusing the buyouts. Noise regarding a federal judge dying in Doña Ana County. Capital dislikes noise, Senator. Capital prefers silence." Vance smiled. The expression reached his teeth, but stopped far short of his eyes. "I manage the noise," Vance said. "Judge Pruitt suffered a tragic encounter with a rogue element. A violent drifter. The authorities currently hunt the suspect. The situation holds zero connection to the zoning board or the lithium corridor." The encrypted black smartphone resting on the teakwood table vibrated. A single sharp buzz. Vance stopped speaking. He picked up the device. He recognized the secure protocol. David Miller. He tapped the screen, unlocking the text interface. The blue light cast harsh shadows across his features. "The holdout sits in my suite. She agrees to surrender the deed. She refuses a proxy signature. She demands the primary architect. She demands you." Vance read the words. He stared at the glowing screen. He read the subtext beneath the text. Miller faced a wall. The slick corporate scout failed to close the final trap. The rancher named Sarah Hayes pushed back, sensing the weakness in the proxy. She demanded the organ grinder, refusing to deal with the monkey. "Gentlemen," Vance said. He set the phone face down on the teakwood. "I must excuse myself. The final piece of your clear runway demands my personal attention tonight." The lobbyists stood immediately. They offered handshakes and deferential nods. Vance dismissed them with a wave of his hand and walked away from the table. He strode through the clubhouse, his leather shoes clicking against the imported terracotta tiles. He ignored the polite greetings of the resort staff. He headed straight for the private elevator banks, serving the VIP suites. A cold, familiar tension coiled in his stomach. Vance built an empire on identifying leverage. He understood the fulcrum of human greed and human fear. He orchestrated the rise of Apex Logistics by identifying the pressure points of every rancher, every county clerk, and every judge in the Jornada Basin. He recognized a disruption in the pattern. Miller sending a text message at 9 o'clock at night, asking for a personal intervention, indicated a severe deviation from protocol. Miller existed to insulate Vance. Miller existed to keep the blood and the dirt away from the senator's tailored linen jackets. Vance stepped into the elevator. He rode the silent cab to the top floor. He unlocked the door to his suite and stepped inside. He bypassed the living area and walked directly into the master bedroom. He did not turn on the lamps. He moved by the ambient light, bleeding through the sheer curtains from the resort grounds below. He approached a large oil painting depicting a stylized desert landscape. He grabbed the heavy wooden frame and pulled it outward. The painting swung on hidden hinges, revealing a digital wall safe built into the reinforced concrete structure of the building. He punched a 7-digit code into the keypad. The heavy steel door clicked open. Inside the safes sat 4 thick stacks of $100 bills bound in purple paper bands. A velvet box containing a diamond necklace. A spare encrypted phone. And a thick leather-bound book. Vance reached past the cash. He pulled the book out into the dim light. He ran his hand over the worn, cracked leather cover. The physical manifestation of absolute power. Judge Calvin Prout maintained meticulous records of his own corruption. Prout treated his bribes, his fixed verdicts, and his money laundering operations like a proud accountant managing a Fortune 500 company. The judge documented names, dates, and account numbers. He kept the book as an insurance policy, a shield against the dangerous men he served. Vance understood the threat the book represented. The moment Prout grew greedy and demanded a share of the lithium equity, Vance ordered the hit. He hired the contractors to put a bullet in the judge's head. But Vance did not leave the insurance policy in the dead man's house. The night Prout died, Vance walked into the judge's study while the body still bled onto the Persian rug. Vance opened the desk drawer and took the book. He claimed the leverage for himself. He claimed the ruin of 24 state politicians, corporate executives, and law enforcement officials. He held the ledger now. It felt heavy in his hands. Vance understood the invitation waiting in David Miller's text message. An isolated meeting in the desert. A midnight closing. It smelled of desperation. It smelled of a trap. A lesser man declines the invitation. A lesser man calls his security team, locks his doors, and waits for morning. Vance did not become a state senator by hiding from the dark. He conquered the dark by bringing a brighter torch and a heavier hammer. If the rancher wanted a confrontation, he intended to give her one. He intended to walk into the room, drop the sheer weight of his authority on the table, and crush the final pocket of resistance. He intended to take the ledger with him. He never traveled without the book during critical operations. It served as his ultimate shield. If a federal task force ambushed the meeting, if a rival corporate entity attempted a hostile takeover of the land grab, Vance held the detonator to the political establishment of New Mexico. Nobody touches the man holding the matches in a room full of gasoline. He opened a leather overnight bag resting on the bed. He dropped the ledger inside. He zipped the bag shut. A heavy knock sounded against the outer door of the suite. Vance walked back into the living area. He unlocked the door and pulled it open. A man stood in the hallway. He wore dark, tactical clothing, entirely devoid of insignia. A black plate carrier rested over a gray long-sleeve shirt. A drop-leg holster secured a heavy .45 caliber pistol to his right thigh. He held a suppressed submachine gun across his chest on a single-point sling. His name was Graves. He commanded the private security detail Vance retained for off-the-books operations. Ex-military. Dishonorably discharged for excessive violence during an overseas deployment. Vance hired him the day he left the stockade. "You summoned the detail, Senator," Graves said. His voice sounded like dry gravel grinding together. "We leave the resort," Vance said. He picked up his linen jacket from the back of a chair and slipped it on. "We drive south. Engel, an abandoned railroad town at the edge of the Jornada." Graves nodded. He did not ask for the objective. He asked for the tactical parameters. Hostile environment? "Assume a hostile environment," Vance instructed. "A corporate scout named Miller brokers a meeting at a defunct cantina called La Paloma. Midnight. I intend to walk into that building and secure a signature on a property deed. I want a perimeter established before my vehicle arrives." "I take the advance team," Graves said. 2 vehicles. 6 men. We sweep the town. We hold the high ground. You travel in the command vehicle, 30 minutes behind us." "I want overwhelming force, Graves," Vance said. The paranoia flared in his chest, a cold flame burning behind his ribs. He remembered the reports from the morning. The 3 dead contractors in the dry wash. Jack Carter, the framed ex-marshal, remained unaccounted for. Do not underestimate the terrain. Do not underestimate the variables. Anything moves in the shadows, you eliminate it. Understood. Graves turned and walked down the carpeted hallway. He moved with the silent, predatory grace of a man accustomed to hunting humans in the dark. Vance closed the door. He walked back to the bedroom and grabbed the leather overnight bag containing the ledger. He checked his reflection in the heavy mirror hanging above the dresser. He straightened the collar of his shirt. He smoothed the lapels of his jacket. He presented the image of a statesman, a builder of industries, a man of vision and consequence. The image hid the architect of a slaughter. He picked up the encrypted phone. He typed a reply to David Miller. "I arrive at midnight. Have the documents prepared. Ensure the holdout understands the finality of this transaction." He hit send. He left the luxury suite, carrying his bag of secrets. He descended into the subterranean parking garage. A black armored Cadillac Escalade waited for him, its massive engine rumbling, exhaust filling the concrete cavern. Vance climbed into the rear seat. The heavy armored door slammed shut, sealing him inside a rolling fortress of steel and ballistic glass. The convoy rolled out of the resort. They left the manicured lawns and the artificial lakes behind. The Escalade turned south onto the dark highway, plunging straight into the heart of the Jornada del Muerto. Vance watched the empty desert roll past his window. He held the leather bag tight against his side. He drove toward the crossroads, bringing his ambition, his paranoia, and the names of every corrupt man in the state directly into the trap. Chapter 18. The asphalt of County Road A39 cut a black ribbon across the silver face of the Jornada del Muerto. Sarah parked the Chevy Tahoe behind the crumbling remains of a 19th-century stagecoach relay station. The adobe walls offered a break against the relentless desert wind and hid the heavy SUV from the southbound lanes. She killed the engine. She killed the headlights. The silence of the open country rushed in, absolute and heavy. Carter sat in the passenger's seat. He rolled his window down. The night air bit at his face, carrying the sharp, clean scent of dry sage and cooling sand. "He runs," Carter said. He watched the empty highway through the gap in the ruined adobe. A man operating on ambition holds his ground. A man operating on terror packs a bag. "You told him to report a stolen vehicle," Sarah said. She leaned her head against the leather headrest. "You told him to stay out of the crossfire." "Agent Cole believes the crossfire expands," Carter said. "He missed his noon check-in with David Miller. He knows I hold the blank warrants. He understands the chain of command above him. He assumes Miller reported the failure to Vance, and he assumes Vance cleans house tonight. He packs a suitcase. He drives his personal vehicle. He attempts to reach the border before dawn. He avoids the interstate," Sarah agreed. "The state troopers run license plate scanners at the way stations. He takes the back roads. He takes a 39. Carter checked the illuminated dial of his watch. 10:30. David Miller sat tied to a sofa in Las Cruces. Senator Thomas Vance rode south in an armored Escalade with a team of disgraced military operators. The pieces moved across the board toward the dead town of Engel. Carter needed the final piece. He needed the federal badge to make the trap snap shut. A point of yellow light crested the northern ridge. The light split into two distinct halogen beams. A vehicle pushed 80 miles an hour down the two-lane blacktop, the engine whine carrying across the flat expanse of the desert. Carter raised a pair of compact binoculars. He focused the lenses. A late-model silver Honda Accord tore through the darkness. The sedan presented an anonymous profile. The perfect car for a man attempting to vanish into the American sprawl. "Start the engine," Carter said. Sarah turned the ignition. The V8 rumbled to life. She kept the headlights off. She dropped the transmission into drive. "Match his speed," Carter instructed. "We take him on the straightaway past the dry wash. You force him to the shoulder. Do not let him build momentum for an evasion maneuver." The Honda roared past their hidden position. The backdraft caught the dead weeds lining the asphalt, spinning them into the air. Sarah hit the accelerator. The heavy Tahoe lunged out from behind the adobe ruins. The rear tires bit into the gravel shoulder, spitting rocks against the undercarriage. She merged onto the blacktop, tracking the red taillights of the fleeing sedan. She drove in absolute darkness. The ambient light of the stars reflected off the asphalt markings. She closed the distance. The speedometer climbed. 70, 80, 90. The gap narrowed. 500 yards. 200 yards. Carter braced his boots against the floorboard. He drew the Sig Sauer. He gripped the door handle with his left hand. Sarah pulled the heavy SUV into the oncoming lane. She floored the gas pedal. The Tahoe surged forward, the massive grille pulling even with the rear bumper of the Honda, then the driver's door. Cole sat behind the wheel of the sedan. The glow of his dashboard illuminated his face. His eyes went wide. He stared at the dark, unlit behemoth pacing his vehicle at 90 miles an hour. Sarah jerked the steering wheel hard to the right. The Tahoe slammed its heavy steel quarter panel against the lighter frame of the Accord. Sparks showered the blacktop. The impact shoved the sedan toward the gravel shoulder. Cole panicked. He hit his brakes. The tires screamed, locking up and burning rubber against the road. The Honda spun, kicking up a massive cloud of white caliche dust, sliding sideways before coming to a violent halt in a ditch of dry bristlebush. Sarah stopped the Tahoe at an angle, blocking the Honda's escape route. She threw the shifter into park. She bathed the trapped sedan in the blinding glare of her high beams. Carter kicked his door open. He stepped into the dust cloud. He moved with deliberate, unhurried speed. He kept the Sig Sauer raised, aimed directly at the driver's side window of the Accord. The dust settled. Cole sat frozen in the driver's seat. Both hands gripped the steering wheel. An unzipped duffel bag rested on the passenger seat, spilling stacks of clothing and a heavy manila envelope. The airbags had not deployed, but the collision knocked the breath from his lungs. Carter reached the door. He tried the handle. Locked. He raised the steel frame of his pistol and struck the tempered glass. The butt of the weapon shattered the window into 1,000 granular cubes. Cole flinched, throwing his arms over his face to ward off the falling glass. Carter reached through the empty frame. He hit the unlock button. He opened the door. He grabbed Cole by the lapel of his expensive, wrinkled suit jacket and dragged the federal agent out into the cold desert air. Cole stumbled. His knees hit the gravel. He raised his hands, surrendering to the man standing above him. "I carry no weapon," Cole gasped. "My sidearm sits in the trunk. Do not shoot." "Stand up," Carter commanded. Cole scrambled to his feet. He brushed the dirt from his suit pants. He looked at Carter, his face pale under the harsh glare of the Tahoe's high beams. He looked past Carter and saw Sarah stepping out of the SUV carrying the short-barreled Mossberg. "You told me to run," Cole said. His voice shook. "I told you to report a stolen vehicle," Carter corrected. He holstered his pistol. He did not need a weapon to control the man. The desert and the dark provided all the necessary intimidation. "You made an independent decision. You packed your bags. You abandoned your post." "Miller knows," Cole said. He wiped a streak of sweat from his forehead. "He called my office an hour ago. He left a voicemail. He sounded cornered. He demanded my location. He demanded the warrants. I knew the operation collapsed. I took my emergency cash. I headed for El Paso." "You head for El Paso, you die on the highway," Carter said. "You believe Vance lets a loose end cross the state line? He owns the state police. He owns the border checkpoints. He broadcasts your face on the dark web, the same way he broadcast mine. You become a fugitive by morning." Cole shook his head. Despair settled over his features. The reality of his situation crushed the last remnants of his bureaucratic arrogance. "I followed orders. I filed the paperwork. I never pulled a trigger." "You provided the legal shield for men who pull triggers," Sarah said. She stopped beside Carter. She stared at the agent, her eyes reflecting the white light of the high beams. "You stamped the deeds. You stole the land. You authorized the violence." "I wanted the promotion," Cole whispered. It sounded like a confession to a priest in an empty church. Miller promised a fast track to the regional directorship. He said the casualties represented the cost of doing business. He said the judge endorsed the operation. "The judge took a bullet to the brain," Carter said. "The corporate scout sits tied to a sofa in Las Cruces. The state senator drives south right now with a kill squad to erase the final evidence. You stand at the end of the line, Cole. You take the fall." Vance hands your files to the federal prosecutors and claims he uncovered a rogue agent operating a real estate scam. Cole looked at the empty highway. He looked at the vast, uncaring desert. He saw no exit. "I surrender," Cole said. He held out his wrists. "Take me in." Turn me over to the Internal Affairs Division. I testify against Miller. I testify against Vance. You testify as a disgraced, fleeing suspect, Carter said. A defense attorney shreds your credibility in 10 minutes. They paint you as the mastermind trying to cut a deal to save your own skin. Vance walks away clean. The lithium corridor opens for business. Then what do you want? Cole asked. Frustration broke through the fear. You run me off the road. You drag me out of my car. You hold all the cards. I offer you a lifeline, Carter said. Cole stared at him. A lifeline. You want your career, Carter said. He stepped closer, invading the agent's personal space. He spoke with the steady, measured cadence of a man dealing a winning hand. You want the regional directorship. You want to walk into the Las Cruces field office tomorrow morning as the agent who cracked the biggest corruption conspiracy in the history of the state. Cole narrowed his eyes. Suspicion replaced the panic. Explain. Vance drives to Engel tonight, Carter said. He expects to meet Sarah. He expects to secure the final signature on the final deed. He brings his private security detail. He brings his arrogance. He brings the ledger, Sarah added. Carter looked at her, then back to Cole. Judge Pruitt kept a book. A physical ledger documenting every bribe, every land theft, and every politician on the Apex Logistics payroll. Vance stole that book the night he ordered the hit on the judge. He keeps it close to maintain his leverage over the board of directors. You want me to steal the book from a state senator, Cole said. He let out a harsh, disbelieving laugh. You want me to walk into a kill zone. I want you to perform your sworn duty, Carter said. You drive to La Paloma Cantina. You wear your suit. You carry your federal badge. You bring your handcuffs. Vance travels with military operators, Cole argued. They shoot first. They bury the bodies in the abandoned mine shafts. I handle the operators, Carter said. I clear the room. I secure the perimeter. I deliver Senator Thomas Vance to you, sitting at a table, holding the evidence of his own crimes. Cole looked at the dark horizon. He weighed the options. He understood the lethal math. If he runs, Vance hunts him down and the federal government buries his name. If he cooperates, he walks into a potential crossfire. Why me? Cole asked. You hold the blank warrants. You hold the broker's hard drives. You expose the conspiracy yourself. I carry an $800,000 dead bounty, Carter reminded him. I walk into a federal building. A rookie guard shoots me in the chest to collect the crypto. I hold zero legal standing. I exist as a ghost. The arrest requires a badge. The arrest requires an active federal agent catching a state senator in the commission of a felony. Carter reached inside his canvas jacket. He pulled out the leather portfolio he took from Cole's center console that morning. The blank federal warrants signed by the dead judge. He held the leather case out to the agent. I return your leverage, Carter said. You take this. You use it to build your case against Miller tomorrow. But tonight, you arrest the architect. Cole stared at the leather portfolio. The gold embossed seal of the Department of Justice caught the light. He raised his hand. His fingers trembled slightly as he took the case from Carter. He held his career, his freedom, and his life in his hands. Midnight, Carter said. La Paloma Cantina. Engel. You arrive after the heavy shooting stops. You intend to engage a private military detail by yourself? Cole asked. He looked at Carter, as if viewing a man stepping off a cliff. He holds the line, Sarah said. She racked the action of the Mossberg, a sharp, metallic punctuation to the sentence. I hold the door. Carter turned away from the ruined sedan. He walked back to the passenger side of the Chevy Tahoe. You fix your flat tire, Agent Cole, Carter called over his shoulder. He pointed to the front left wheel of the Honda, blown out by the collision. You put on the spare. You drive south. You choose the desert, you choose a shallow grave. You choose angle, you choose redemption. Carter climbed into the SUV. Sarah slid behind the wheel. She threw the transmission into reverse, backing the heavy vehicle away from the ditch. She shifted into drive and steered the Tahoe back onto the blacktop. They left the federal agent standing in the dust, bathed in the red glow of their departing taillights, holding the instruments of his own salvation. He shows up, Sarah said. She watched the speedometer climb as they headed south. He shows up, Carter agreed. Ambition dies hard. He sees the angle. He becomes the hero. He buries his own involvement in the title fraud. The ledger gives him the entire corporate board of Apex Logistics. We clear the path, Sarah said. We clear the path, Carter repeated. He checked the action on the Mk-18 rifle sitting between his knees. The final confrontation approached. The proxy stood tied. The broker sat dark. The bagman folded. The architect drove into the snare. The board held only the kings and the pawns, moving toward the center square in the dead town of Engel. Chapter 19. Engel offered zero hospitality. A forgotten punctuation mark at the edge of the Jornada del Muerto, the town died the day the railroad stopped hauling cattle and copper ore. Adobe walls melted back into the earth, surrendering to decades of wind and summer monsoons. Rusted sheets of corrugated tin groaned against rotting roof timbers. A single street of cracked asphalt ran through the ruins, choked with tumbleweeds and drifting sand. The cold silver light of the moon bathed the desolation, throwing sharp, jagged shadows across the empty lots. Sarah parked the Chevy Tahoe inside the shell of an old livery stable. She killed the engine. The silence pressed down on them, heavier and older than the city noise they left behind. Carter stepped out of the vehicle. He slung the Mk-18 rifle across his chest and grabbed a spare magazine from the canvas go bag. He handed Sarah a heavy black flashlight. The cantina sits at the end of the street, Carter said, pointing toward a rectangular adobe structure holding its shape better than the surrounding ruins. Faded painted letters on the stucco facade spelled La Paloma. They walked down the center of the dead street. The wind kicked up, lifting the fine white alkali dust around their ankles. Carter pushed the heavy wooden door of the cantina open. It shrieked on rusted iron hinges. The interior smelled of ancient wood, dry rot, and undisturbed earth. Moonlight spilled through the shattered front windows and a large hole in the collapsed rear roof. A long wooden bar dominated the left wall, the mahogany cracked and covered in a thick layer of pale dirt. Overturned chairs and shattered bottles littered the floorboards. In the center of the room, a heavy circular card table stood upright, a solitary survivor of the town's decay. Sit there, Carter instructed. He pointed to a chair facing the entrance. Keep the Mossberg across your lap. Keep it hidden under the edge of the table. Sarah pulled the chair out. She sat down. She placed the short-barreled shotgun across her thighs, resting her right hand on the pistol grip and her left on the pump action. She placed the heavy flashlight on the scarred wood of the table. Vance arrives in an armored vehicle, Carter said. He moved through the shadows, checking the sightlines from the front windows. He brings an advance team. They sweep the perimeter before he steps out of the car. I meet the advance team outside. How many men? Sarah asked. Enough to feel confident, Carter said. They spread out. They searched the alleys. I hunt them in the dark. He stopped at the door. He looked back at her. The moonlight caught the hard, determined set of her jaw. Vance walks through that door. You let him speak, Carter said. He expects David Miller. He expects a broken rancher. Let his arrogance blind him. Draw him deep into the room. Let him set his bag on the table. I hold him here, Sarah promised. Carter slipped out the door. He vanished into the night, leaving her alone in the hollow shell of La Paloma. 10 minutes later, the low rumble of heavy diesel engines broke the desert silence. Carter crouched on the flat, intact roof of an old mercantile building directly across the street from the cantina. He watched two black SUVs roll into angle without headlights. The drivers wore night vision goggles, navigating the cracked asphalt by the green glow of infrared light. The vehicles stopped 50 yards from La Paloma. 6 men spilled out into the dust. They moved with practiced, lethal efficiency. Suppressed carbines raised. Black tactical gear blending into the deep shadows. The leader, a broad-shouldered man moving with the stiff, aggressive gait of an overseas operator, issued silent hand signals. The team split into pairs. 2 men moved toward the rear of the cantina. 2 men took the left flank. The leader and the final operator advanced straight up the center of the street. Carter tracked the left flank pair through his holographic sight. The 2 operators crept alongside the ruined livery stable, their boots crunching softly against the gravel. They cleared the blind corners, sweeping their muzzles across the empty spaces. Carter let them pass directly beneath his position on the mercantile roof. He dropped over the edge. He landed in the soft sand directly behind the trailing operator, absorbing the impact with his knees. He drove his combat knife upward, sinking the steel blade deep into the base of the man's skull, severing the brainstem. Absolute, instant paralysis. Carter caught the dead weight, lowering the body to the dirt without a sound. The lead operator turned, sensing the sudden absence of his partner's footsteps. Carter raised the Mk-18. The suppressed rifle coughed once. A 5.56 mm hollow point round struck the operator directly between the lenses of his night vision goggles. The man crumpled backward into a patch of dry sagebrush. Carter stepped over the bodies. He moved toward the rear of the cantina, hunting the next pair. He found them standing near the collapsed back wall of La Paloma. They communicated in urgent, hushed whispers, staring into the dark interior of the bar. They prepared to breach the rear entrance. Carter did not offer them the opportunity. He leaned around the corner of a rusted water cistern and fired 2 controlled bursts. The heavy rounds punched through the Kevlar plate carriers. Both men dropped, their weapons clattering against the loose adobe bricks. 4 down. 2 remained in the street. Carter heard the crunch of tires. A massive, armored Cadillac Escalade rolled slowly into the town limits. Its headlights blazed, cutting twin cones of brilliant white light through the drifting dust. The luxury tank stopped directly in front of La Paloma. The leader of the advance team, Graves, stood near the front doors of the cantina. He tapped his earpiece. He frowned. He keyed his shoulder microphone. "Alpha Team report," Graves growled. The sound carried across the quiet street. He met silence. Graves raised his carbine. His combat instincts flared. He recognized the shape of an ambush. He turned his weapon toward the shadows across the street, seeking the threat. Carter stepped out from the alleyway, standing in the open moonlight. Graves snapped his rifle up. Carter fired first. 3 rounds struck the heavy steel action of Graves's carbine, destroying the weapon and driving the operator backward. Graves dropped the ruined rifle and snatched for the heavy .45 caliber pistol strapped to his thigh. Carter closed the gap. He drove the steel stock of the Mk-18 into Graves's chest, cracking ribs and forcing the breath from the man's lungs. Graves stumbled. Carter pivoted, driving his elbow into the operator's jaw, sending him crashing into the dust beside the armored Escalade. The final operator rounded the front of the Cadillac, raising his weapon. Carter dropped to one knee, tracking the target. He squeezed the trigger. The bolt locked back on an empty chamber. The magazine ran dry. The operator aimed his rifle at Carter's chest. A deafening roar erupted from inside La Paloma. A 1-ounce lead slug punched through the rotting wood of the cantina door, exploding outward in a shower of splinters. The heavy projectile struck the final operator in the shoulder, spinning him violently into the grill of the Escalade. He collapsed to the asphalt, groaning in agony. Carter ejected the empty magazine. He slapped a fresh 30-round PMAG into the well. He stood up, scanning the perimeter. The street belonged to him. The dust settled over the fallen men. The rear door of the armored Cadillac opened. State Senator Thomas Vance stepped out. He wore his tailored linen jacket. He carried a thick leather overnight bag in his left hand. He looked at the bodies of his elite security team scattered across the street. He looked at Carter, standing in the moonlight holding the black rifle. Vance did not panic. A lifetime of bending the world to his will forged an unbreakable, arrogant armor. He believed his political weight shielded him from physical consequences. He viewed Carter not as an assassin, but as a problem solvable through negotiation and leverage. "You cost me a fortune in independent contractors, Mr. Carter," Vance said. His voice carried across the dead street, smooth and entirely calm. "You bought the wrong men," Carter said. He kept the rifle aimed at the center of the senator's chest. Vance ignored the weapon. He turned his attention to the ruined front door of the cantina. He gripped the leather bag tight against his side. He stepped over the groaning operator on the asphalt and walked up the wooden steps of La Paloma. Carter lowered the rifle. He let the politician enter the trap. Vance pushed the splintered door open and stepped into the gloom of the abandoned bar. Sarah sat at the circular table in the center of the room. She kept the Mossberg hidden under the scarred wood. She stared at the man who ordered the destruction of her family. Vance stopped 10 feet from the table. He took in the overturned chairs, the collapsed roof, the pale dust coating the floorboards. He found the environment distasteful. "I expected David Miller," Vance said. "Miller sits tied to a sofa in Las Cruces," Sarah replied. "He sent his regrets." Vance offered a tight, patronizing smile. He walked forward. He stopped at the edge of the table. He set the heavy leather overnight bag onto the wood. "You display remarkable resourcefulness, Miss Hayes," Vance said. "You neutralize my corporate scout. You partner with a disgraced federal fugitive. You lure me into the desert. I applaud the theatricality. But theatricality changes nothing." "You stand alone in a dead town," Sarah said. She kept her voice steady, anchoring her anger. "Your men bleed in the street. You hold zero leverage." Vance laughed. A dry, humorless sound echoing off the adobe walls. "I represent the leverage," Vance said. He rested his hands on the leather bag. "You misunderstand the forces shaping this basin. You believe this conflict centers on your specific patch of dirt. You believe you fight a battle of deeds and titles. You steal the water," Sarah said. "You burn the land. We build the infrastructure of the next century," Vance countered. "Apex Logistics brings billions in capital to a dying state. We provide the lithium. We provide the batteries. We ensure the economic survival of this region. I orchestrated this transition. I removed the obstacles. You murdered a federal judge. Calvin Prout died of his own greed, Vance stated, dismissing the life of the judge with a wave of his hand. He served a purpose. He cleared the legal hurdles. When he demanded an equity stake in the lithium corridor, he ceased to be an asset. I treat liabilities with absolute finality. The heavy wooden door creaked open behind Vance. Carter stepped into the cantina. He walked into the moonlight spilling through the ruined roof. He let the Mk-18 hang from its sling and drew the Sig Sauer from his hip. Vance did not turn around. He heard the footsteps. He recognized the arrival of the executioner. You intend to kill a state senator, Carter? Vance asked, keeping his eyes on Sarah. You pull that trigger, you invite the full weight of the federal government down upon your head. They stop hunting a rogue agent. They start hunting a domestic terrorist. I hold no intention of shooting you, Carter said. He stopped 5 feet behind the politician. A bullet ends the conversation too quickly. I prefer to watch the empire collapse. Vance turned slowly. He faced Carter. The polished arrogance remained intact. You lack the capacity to collapse anything, Vance said. He unzipped the heavy leather overnight bag sitting on the table. He reached inside. Sarah tensed, her finger tightening on the trigger of the hidden shotgun. Vance did not produce a weapon. He pulled out a thick, leather-bound book. He dropped it onto the scarred wood of the card table. The heavy ledger landed with a solid thud, sending a small cloud of dust into the air. Do you know what this represents? Vance asked. He tapped the cracked leather cover. Judge Prout's insurance policy. A comprehensive catalog of every bribe, every kickback, and every corrupt official in the state of New Mexico. The names of the men sitting on the board of Apex Logistics. The names of the judges who approve my legislation. Carter stared at the book. The physical manifestation of the entire conspiracy. You bring your own conviction to a gunfight, Carter observed. I bring my shield, Vance corrected. He stood taller, projecting absolute supremacy. This book destroys the political establishment of the Southwest. If I fail to return to Santa Fe, my lawyers release copies to every major news outlet in the country. The men named in these pages protect me to protect themselves. They own the police. They own the courts. You touch me, they hunt you to the ends of the earth. Vance looked at Sarah, then back to Carter. The triumphant smile returned to his face. I leave this cantina tonight, Vance declared. I take the deed to the Hayes property. Apex Logistics finishes the corridor. You two walk away with your lives, courtesy of my generosity. You fight the current, you drown. I am the current. A new set of headlights swept across the cracked front windows of the cantina. A vehicle pulled into the dead street of Engel, the tires crunching over the gravel and the shattered glass from the gunfight. The engine idled outside the door. Your secondary detail? Vance asked, a flicker of doubt crossing his face. He looked at Carter. My insurance policy, Carter said. Heavy footsteps climbed the wooden stairs. The splintered door pushed open. Special Agent Ryan Cole stepped into the cantina. He wore his tailored Navy suit. He held his federal badge open in his left hand. He held a Glock 19 in his right hand, the muzzle pointed at the floorboards. He looked at the dead contractors in the street. He looked at Carter. He looked at the state senator, standing by the table. Cole's chest heaved. Sweat stained his collar. He stared at the leather-bound ledger resting on the wood. He saw the path to his own salvation. "Special Agent Cole, FBI," he announced. His voice shook initially, then found its anchor. He raised the Glock, aiming it directly at Vance's chest. Vance stared at the young agent. The color finally drained from the politician's face. The invincible armor cracked, shattering into 1,000 useless pieces. He recognized the betrayal. He recognized the one force his political leverage failed to stop. An ambitious man offered a larger prize. "Cole," Vance spat. The name carried pure venom. "You work for Miller. You work for me. You lower that weapon, or I bury you." "David Miller sits in federal custody by morning," Cole said, stepping deeper into the room. The lie came easy, fueled by the adrenaline of the moment. "I hold the blank warrants, Senator. I hold the fraudulent deeds. And I see the ledger sitting on the table in front of you." Vance looked at the book. He realized his shield transformed into his anchor. The evidence of his crimes sat in plain view of a federal officer. "You arrest me, you expose yourself," Vance threatened. Desperation laced his words. "Your name sits in those files. You stamped the papers." "I acted as an undercover asset, investigating a massive corporate land fraud," Cole countered. He found his narrative. He embraced the hero role Carter handed him on the dark highway. "I followed the chain of corruption directly to you. Place your hands on the table, Senator. Interlace your fingers." Vance did not move. He stared at the ledger. He measured the distance to the door. He calculated the impossible odds. Carter stepped forward. He grabbed Vance by the back of the linen collar and slammed the politician face first against the heavy wooden table. "The current just reversed direction," Carter said, pressing the barrel of the Sig Sauer against the base of Vance's skull. Sarah stood up. She brought the Mossberg out from under the table. She laid the shotgun across the wood, next to the ledger. She looked down at the architect of her brother's death, his cheek pressed against the dust and the rot. "Cuff him," Carter told the federal agent. Cole holstered his weapon. He pulled a pair of heavy steel handcuffs from his belt. He stepped forward, grabbed Vance's wrists, and locked the steel ratchets tight. The metallic clicks echoed in the dead cantina, the final sound of a collapsing empire. Chapter 20. The steel ratchets of the handcuffs bit into the wrists of State Senator Thomas Vance. Special Agent Ryan Cole engaged the locking mechanisms. The sharp, metallic clicks severed the politician from his empire. Vance breathed the ancient dust of the cantina floorboards. His silver hair fell across his forehead, stripped of its sculpted perfection. He did not shout. He did not struggle. Men who build their lives on the illusion of absolute control freeze when the illusion shatters. Cole stepped back. He looked at his own hands. He looked at the heavy leather-bound ledger resting on the scarred wood of the card table. He reached out and touched the cracked cover. "You hold the keys to the kingdom," Carter said. He lowered the Sig Sauer and engaged the thumb safety. "You deliver that book to the Department of Justice. You dictate your own future. You hand them the Apex Logistics Board of Directors. You hand them the network of corrupt judges. They ask questions about the dead men in the street," Cole said. His voice wavered, fighting the adrenaline spike. "You tell them the truth," Sarah said. She stood near the splintered doorway, the short-barreled shotgun resting against her leg. "You tracked a conspiracy to this ghost town. You found a private military detail executing a hostile takeover. A gunfight ensued before your arrival." Carter pulled the bundle of blank federal warrants from his jacket. He tossed the leather portfolio onto the table next to Vance's head. You tell them Vance attempted to use those pre-signed warrants to steal land, Carter added. You tell them Vance orchestrated the hit on Judge Pruitt to cover his tracks, and he framed an ex-marshal to distract the press. The evidence sits right there. The ledger corroborates the motive. The warrants corroborate the method. Cole picked up the ledger. He tucked the heavy book under his arm. He picked up the portfolio of blank warrants. The young agent stood taller, the nervous energy condensing into a hard, bureaucratic resolve. The transformation occurred right in front of them. The frightened bagman vanished, replaced by the hero of his own fabricated narrative. What happens to you? Cole asked, looking at Carter. You lift the bolo, Carter instructed. You contact the regional director the moment you secure Vance in a federal holding cell. You clear my name off the dark web feeds and the official watch lists. You classify the frame job. Cole nodded. He grabbed Vance by the bicep and hauled the politician to his feet. Vance stood. Dust coated his expensive linen jacket. He looked at Carter. The hatred in the senator's eyes burned cold and bright, a dying star collapsing in on itself. You burn the house down, Carter, Vance said, his voice a low rasp. You leave nothing but ash. But the men who fund Apex Logistics build new houses. They find new politicians. They find them without you, Carter said. Cole pushed Vance toward the door. They walked out of the ruined cantina, stepping down into the cold silver light of the dead street. Cole guided his prisoner past the fallen contractors, heading toward the edge of town where he abandoned his own ruined sedan hours ago. Carter and Sarah remained in the hollow shell of La Paloma. The quiet rushed back in, filling the spaces left by the violence. The wind moaned through the collapsed roof, carrying the scent of dry sage and distant rain. Sarah looked down at her hands. The knuckles showed white beneath the grime and the fading adrenaline. She reached into her canvas jacket and pulled out the folded property deed David Miller brought to the hotel. She dropped the heavy paper onto the dust-covered floorboards. Cale rests, she said. He rests, Carter agreed. She turned to him. The moonlight illuminated the sharp angles of her face. She offered no sentimental farewell. The desert breeds a pragmatic understanding of survival and departure. They formed an alliance based on necessity, a bridge built over a shared current of violence. The bridge served its purpose. You ride back to Las Cruces? Carter asked. I drive the Tahoe back to the airport lot, Sarah said. I leave the keys under the floor mat. I walk home from there. I fix the fence line tomorrow. She picked up the Mossberg. She walked out the splintered doorway, her boots striking the wooden steps with a steady, rhythmic cadence. Carter watched her cross the street, a solitary figure disappearing into the shadows of the old livery stable. The Tahoe engine fired, a low rumble breaking the stillness, and the heavy SUV rolled out of angle, its taillights fading into the vast blackness of the Jornada. Carter walked out of the cantina. Dawn approached. The eastern horizon turned a bruised purple, bleeding into a pale, fragile gold. The sharp ridges of the Fra Cristobal Mountains cut a jagged silhouette against the rising light. He stood in the center of the street. He breathed the cold morning air. He survived the bounty. He dismantled the frame. He carried the miles the way the land carried the drought, a permanent condition, a fact of existence shaping every step he took. He found no joy in the violence, but he understood the mechanics of it better than he understood anything else in his life. Understanding the work served as its own kind of answer to the questions a man might ask. He walked toward the armored Cadillac Escalade left idling in the street by the deceased advance team. He climbed into the driver's seat of the massive luxury tank. The interior smelled of expensive leather and conditioned air. He closed the heavy, armored door, sealing himself inside the quiet cabin. He shifted the transmission into drive. He steered the Escalade out of angle, leaving the dead town and the fallen men behind. An alley cat watched his departure from the top of a collapsed adobe wall, viewing the scene with the long, indifferent stare of a creature that knew the desert predated the blood and would outlast the bones. The sun broke over the ridgeline, spilling harsh, brilliant light across the flat expanse of the Caliche hardpan. The Jornada del Muerto stretched out before him, enormous and patient. The landscape existed before the ambition of men and would remain long after their names faded from the ledgers. Carter pressed the accelerator. The heavy vehicle surged forward, eating the miles, carrying him into the open country toward the next skip, the next town, and the next empty room. The end. More thrills. Tulsa time. Bleed rate. Midland heist. The fixer. Badlands heat. Open roads. Outlaw badge. Dark hours. Rough justice. Appropriate force. Rough country box set. Bloodthirsty. High desert payback. Sin tides. Mr. Good Time. Mr. Lonely. Pecos West. Beggar's bargain. Hard miles. Last chance. Desert run.